Welcome to the complete timeline of Fallout 3, from the divergence of worlds to the purification of poisoned waters. Tonight, we journey through an alternate history where atomic dreams became nuclear nightmares, where humanity's greatest hopes were buried in underground vaults, and where one person's quest to find their father would determine the fate of the Capital Wasteland. So settle in, let the weight of the day fall away, and allow yourself to drift as we explore every chapter of this post-apocalyptic epic. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin our journey through the ruins of Washington, D.C. The world as we know it began to diverge from the Fallout universe sometime in the 1950s, in those years following the Second World War, when humanity stood at a crossroads between cooperation and annihilation. In our reality, the post-war era brought miniaturization, silicon chips, and the gradual shrinking of technology into devices that could fit in our pockets. In the Fallout timeline, humanity made different choices, pursuing a path that would lead them not toward sleek smartphones and compact computers, but toward towering robots, massive nuclear reactors, and a world frozen aesthetically in the chrome and fins of mid-century optimism, while advancing technologically in directions we never explored. The split was subtle at first, barely noticeable in the details that distinguished one timeline from another. Both worlds had witnessed the horror of atomic weapons deployed at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Both had felt the seismic shift in human consciousness that came from knowing we possessed the power to extinguish ourselves completely. But where our world recoiled from nuclear proliferation and sought to contain the genie we had released, the Fallout universe embraced atomic power as the solution to every problem, the answer to every question, the key that would unlock unlimited prosperity and progress. The aesthetic that would come to define the Fallout universe was not mere nostalgia, but a reflection of fundamental choices about what the future should look like. The streamlined curves of Cadillacs, the cheerful domesticity of suburban homes, the optimistic propaganda posters promising peace through superior firepower, all of these elements became permanent fixtures of a society that believed tomorrow would be brighter, cleaner, and more powerful than today. Nuclear energy would power homes, cars, and robots. Atomic technology would create a utopia where labor was automated, resources were unlimited, and American ingenuity had conquered every challenge that nature or communism could present. The cities of this alternate America gleamed with chrome and glass, with neon signs advertising atomic-powered appliances and robotic servants that would make housework obsolete. The suburbs sprawled outward in neat rows of identical homes, each equipped with the latest conveniences that nuclear power could provide. The highways stretched across the continent, carrying cars that ran on fusion cells rather than gasoline, their tail fins catching the sunlight as families drove toward vacations in national parks that had been improved with atomic landscaping and automated amenities. Everything was designed to last, to be repaired rather than replaced, to serve multiple generations with the same sturdy reliability that characterized the industrial products of the 1940s and 50s. But this focus on durability and atomic power came at the cost of other technological paths. Where our world pursued integrated circuits and semiconductor technology, developing computers that grew smaller and more powerful with each passing year, the Fallout universe continued building vacuum tube machines that filled entire rooms with clicking relays and glowing cathodes. Their computers were massive, powerful in ways that our early machines could never match, but they remained tethered to the aesthetic and engineering principles of the immediate post-war era. A computer terminal in 2077 looked remarkably similar to one from 2047, with the same green monochrome displays, the same chunky keyboards, the same reassuring hum of cooling fans, and spinning magnetic tape drives. This technological stagnation in certain areas masked revolutionary advances in others. Robotics in the Fallout universe achieved heights that our timeline would not reach for centuries, if ever. Robots walked, talked, and performed complex tasks with near-human dexterity, their personalities programmed into positronic brains that could simulate emotion and creativity. Some were simple laborers, Mr. Handy units floating through homes on repulsor fields while their multiple arms cooked, cleaned, and tended to domestic chores. Others were sophisticated military machines, sentry bots bristling with weapons and armor plating, capable of independent tactical decisions on battlefields where human commanders could not reach them. Energy weapons represented another area where the Fallout universe leaped ahead of our own technological development. Laser rifles and plasma guns, devices that would remain science fiction in our world, became standard military issue in theirs. These weapons drew power from microfusion cells, compact batteries that contain nuclear reactions small enough to fit in a soldier's backpack, but powerful enough to reduce targets to ash with sustained fire. The theoretical physics was the same in both universes, but the Fallout timeline had committed resources to making these weapons practical, manufacturable, and reliable enough for battlefield deployment. The political reorganization of the United States in 1969 reflected growing tensions and competing visions for the nation's future. The traditional 50 states were consolidated into 13 commonwealths, each representing a regional grouping of states that shared economic interests and geographic proximity. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Columbia Commonwealth, the Gulf Commonwealth, and 10 others replaced the familiar state-by-state organization that had existed since the nation's founding. A new flag was designed to represent this restructuring, with 13 stars arranged in a circle around a larger central star, symbolizing the unity of the commonwealths under federal authority. The intention behind this reorganization was to create more efficient regional governance, allowing commonwealths to coordinate resource allocation, infrastructure development, and defensive preparations without the bureaucratic complexity of managing 50 separate state governments. In practice, the Commonwealth system introduced new tensions and competitions. Each Commonwealth developed its own identity, its own economic priorities, and its own political factions. Rather than strengthening national unity, the system sometimes exacerbated regional differences, as Commonwealths competed with each other for federal resources, corporate investment, and strategic military installations. The citizens of this alternate America lived in a world that felt simultaneously familiar and alien. Their daily lives were filled with conveniences that our timeline would not achieve for decades, if at all. Robotic assistants handled household chores. Fusion-powered cars required refueling perhaps once a year, and automated factories produced consumer goods at rates that made everything affordable to the growing middle class. The propaganda that saturated their media emphasized cleanliness, efficiency, and the triumph of American ingenuity over the forces of chaos and communism that threatened from beyond their borders. Yet beneath this veneer of optimism and prosperity, cracks were beginning to appear in the foundation of their society. The atomic power that made everything possible came with risks that were downplayed or ignored entirely in official messaging. Radiation exposure from nuclear reactors, both large and small, was treated as a minor inconvenience rather than a serious health hazard. Workers in atomic plants received dosimeters that measured their exposure, but little training on the long-term consequences of cumulative radiation doses. The fusion cells that powered everything from cars to wristwatches occasionally leaked or ruptured, exposing users to dangerous levels of contamination that the government and corporations insisted were within acceptable limits. The environmental impact of widespread atomic technology was similarly dismissed or rationalized as necessary for progress. Rivers that ran warm from nuclear plant cooling systems were praised for extending growing seasons for riverside agriculture. Forests cleared for uranium mining were described as temporary inconveniences that would be restored after the valuable ore was extracted. The accumulation of radioactive waste was acknowledged, but treated as a problem that future technology would solve, allowing the current generation to enjoy the benefits without worrying about consequences that seem distant and abstract. Culturally, the Fallout universe remained locked in patterns that our world had begun to question and dismantle by the 1960s. Gender roles that our timeline challenged remained rigidly enforced in theirs, with advertisements showing women in pristine dresses serving dinner to husbands returning from work at atomic plants or robot factories. Racial segregation had officially ended, but the images in their media showed a uniformly white, middle-class vision of American life, with minorities appearing primarily in roles as service workers or exotic foreigners. The social upheavals that characterized the 1960s in our timeline, the civil rights movement, the counterculture, the questioning of authority and tradition, these forces existed in muted form, if at all, in the Fallout universe, suppressed by prosperity and by a culture that valued conformity and patriotic unity above individual expression or social critique. The Red Scare that had characterized the 1950s intensified rather than faded in the Fallout timeline. Communism was not merely a competing economic system, but an existential threat to everything good and decent in American life. Government propaganda depicted communists as literally inhuman, with Chinese and Soviet soldiers shown in posters as grotesque caricatures more monster than man. The fear of communist infiltration pervaded every aspect of society, with loyalty oaths required for employment in sensitive industries. Neighborhood watch programs encouraged to report suspicious behavior, and educational programs teaching school children to identify and resist communist propaganda techniques. This paranoia was not entirely unfounded, as actual espionage and sabotage operations were conducted by both sides of the ideological divide. Chinese spies operated throughout the United States, gathering intelligence on atomic technology, military preparations, and strategic resource locations. American agents conducted similar operations in China and the Soviet Union, stealing research data and recruiting assets among the scientific and military establishments of their adversaries. The mutual suspicion and hostility created a self-reinforcing cycle, where each side's defensive measures justified the other's aggressive intelligence gathering, ratcheting up tensions year by year. The atomic age promised abundance, but that promise rested on the assumption that certain resources would remain plentiful enough to sustain exponential growth indefinitely. Uranium for nuclear reactors, rare earth elements for advanced electronics, and above all, oil for the petrochemical industry and for applications where fusion power was impractical. These resources were assumed to be sufficient for the expanding needs of a growing population and an economy built on continuous expansion. The possibility that these resources might run out, that abundance might give way to scarcity, was not seriously contemplated by planners who had grown accustomed to solving every problem by throwing more energy and more technology at it. The architecture of this world reflected both its aesthetic choices and its technological capabilities. Buildings rose higher than in our timeline, their structures supported by steel alloys that benefited from advanced metallurgy developed for nuclear reactor containment vessels. The cities were cleaner, their streets swept by automated machines, and their air kept relatively pure by regulations that limited industrial pollution in urban areas. though those regulations often meant that pollution was simply moved to rural locations where fewer people would complain about contaminated water or toxic air. Public spaces featured sculptural representations of atoms and stylized nuclear symbols, celebrating the power source that made everything possible. Transportation in the Fallout universe had advanced beyond what our timeline achieved while maintaining the aesthetic of mid-century design. Cars ran on fusion power, their engines requiring minimal maintenance and capable of operating for years between refuelings. Trains crossed the continent on electrified rails powered by regional nuclear plants, carrying passengers and freight at speeds that made cross-country travel a matter of hours rather than days. Aircraft utilized advanced propulsion systems that reduced their fuel consumption while increasing their range and payload capacity. Even personal transportation had been revolutionized, with some experimental programs testing individual flying platforms and jetpacks for civilian use, though these remained expensive novelties rather than practical alternatives to conventional vehicles. The military applications of atomic technology had advanced furthest of all, driven by the imperative to maintain superiority over communist adversaries who were developing their own nuclear capabilities. Atomic artillery shells could be fired from modified cannons, delivering tactical nuclear strikes without requiring aircraft or missile systems. Nuclear depth charges protected harbors and shipping lanes from submarine infiltration. Battlefield doctrine assumed that tactical nuclear weapons would be deployed routinely in any major conflict, with soldiers trained to advance through radioactive terrain wearing protective gear that offered limited shielding against fallout and residual radiation. The most dramatic military development was power armor, exoskeletal systems that transformed individual soldiers into walking tanks. Early models were clumsy and unreliable, their hydraulic systems prone to failure, and their power supplies inadequate for extended operations. But continuous development, driven by the escalating conflicts over resources and territory, gradually improved their capabilities until a soldier in power armor could carry weapons that would normally require vehicle mounting, survive hits from small arms fire that would incapacitate or kill an unarmored soldier, and operate in environments that would be lethal to troops without such protection. The society that developed in this timeline was one of contradictions and tensions masked by a surface appearance of harmony and progress. The prosperity was real for many citizens, particularly those in the middle and upper classes who benefited from the economic growth that atomic technology enabled. But that prosperity was unevenly distributed, with rural areas and minority communities often lacking access to the advanced amenities that were standard in suburban developments and urban centers. The environmental damage was real, but largely invisible to those who did not live near uranium mines or nuclear waste disposal sites. The authoritarian tendencies of the government were real, but justified as necessary measures to protect national security against infiltration and sabotage. Education in this world emphasized technical training and patriotic values over critical thinking or questioning of authority. Students learned to operate the technologies that surrounded them, to maintain and repair the robots and computers and fusion generators that their economy depended upon. They studied history that emphasized American exceptionalism and the inevitable triumph of democratic capitalism over totalitarian communism. Science education focused on practical applications rather than theoretical understanding, producing technicians who could build and maintain atomic reactors without necessarily understanding the deeper physics that governed nuclear reactions. Entertainment reflected and reinforced the values of this society. Television programming showed idealized families living in suburban homes, with problems that were minor and easily resolved within 30 minutes. Movies celebrated military heroism and technological triumph, with soldiers in power armor defeating communist invaders or scientists developing new weapons that would ensure American superiority. Music remained largely confined to styles that would have been familiar decades earlier, with rock and roll existing but never achieving the cultural dominance it gained in our timeline. Its rebellious energy contained and commercialized before it could challenge existing social structures. Religion adapted to the atomic age, with some denominations embracing nuclear technology as evidence of humanity's God-given dominion over nature, proof that humans were meant to harness the power of the atom for constructive purposes. Others maintained more traditional teachings but found ways to accommodate the new technologies in their theological frameworks, arguing that atomic power was simply another tool that could be used for good or evil, depending on human choices. A few dissenting voices warned that humanity was playing with forces beyond its understanding or control, but these warnings were marginalized as primitive superstition or communist sympathizing defeatism. The medical establishment had made genuine advances in treating radiation exposure and developing treatments for cancer and other diseases that benefited from atomic age research. Hospitals employed advanced diagnostic equipment powered by small nuclear generators, and pharmaceutical companies produced drugs that had been developed using radioactive isotopes as tracers and markers. Life expectancy had increased. Infant mortality had decreased, and many previously fatal diseases had been reduced to manageable, chronic conditions. These real improvements in public health helped maintain public support for atomic technology, despite growing evidence of its hazards. Corporate power had grown alongside technological advancement, with companies like Vault-Tec, Robco Industries, and Poseidon Energy wielding influence that rivaled or exceeded that of elected officials. These corporations conducted their own research, maintained their own security forces, and operated with minimal government oversight in the name of national security and economic efficiency. The revolving door between corporate executive positions and government appointments ensured that business interests were well represented in policy decisions, while critics of corporate behavior found their voices drowned out by well-funded public relations campaigns. As the calendar moved through the 1960s and into the 1970s, the signs of impending crisis became more apparent to those willing to see them. Resource consumption continued to accelerate, energy demands continued to rise, and international tensions continued to escalate. The world that had been built on assumptions of endless abundance and continuous progress was approaching limits that no amount of technological innovation could overcome. The stage was being set for conflicts that would make previous wars seem minor by comparison, conflicts driven not by ideology alone but by desperate competition for resources necessary for survival. The people of this world continued their daily lives, largely unaware of the precipice toward which they were heading. They drove their fusion-powered cars to jobs at automated factories, returned to homes maintained by robotic servants, and watched television programs that reassured them that tomorrow would be even better than today. They believed in progress, in American ingenuity, in the power of atomic technology to solve any problem. They could not imagine that the very technologies they depended upon, the nuclear power that made everything possible, would become the instrument of their civilization's destruction. The divergence that had begun decades earlier had set them on a path that could only end in catastrophe, but the momentum of their society carried them forward regardless, toward a future that would turn their atomic dreams into radioactive nightmares. The year 2051 marked the moment when the simmering tensions over resources finally boiled over into open conflict, transforming economic competition into military action that would set the pattern for everything that followed. The United States watching its domestic oil supplies dwindle while its economy remained dependent on petroleum for countless industrial processes that fusion technology had not yet replaced, turned its attention southward to Mexico, where oil refineries continued operating and reserves remained adequate to meet demand for years to come. The relationship between the two nations had been deteriorating for months as American negotiators pressed increasingly aggressive demands for guaranteed oil shipments at prices that Mexican officials considered exploitative and insulting. When negotiations broke down completely in the spring of 2051, the United States government faced a choice between accepting reduced access to Mexican oil or taking direct action to secure the resources it needed. The decision was made quickly and with minimal public debate, as the national security implications were presented as too urgent to allow for extended congressional discussion or diplomatic maneuvering. American military forces crossed the border in June, encountering resistance that was fierce, but ultimately inadequate, against the overwhelming technological and numerical superiority that the United States could bring to bear in a conflict fought on the North American continent. The invasion was justified to the American public as a peacekeeping operation, a necessary intervention to stabilize a neighboring nation that was descending into chaos and threatening vital economic interests. The propaganda machine emphasized the humanitarian aspects of the operation, showing footage of American soldiers distributing food and medical supplies, while downplaying or completely omitting the images of destroyed Mexican military installations and civilian neighborhoods that had been devastated by American firepower. Within 3 months, American forces had secured the major oil refineries and established military control over the regions where petroleum production was concentrated. The occupation that followed the initial invasion was characterized by the same mixture of efficiency and brutality that would become typical of resource-driven conflicts in the decades ahead. American administrators worked quickly to restore oil production to pre-war levels, bringing in technicians and equipment to repair facilities damaged during the fighting. Mexican workers who cooperated with the occupation found themselves employed in their old jobs, but now working for American supervisors who answered to corporate interests rather than Mexican national priorities. Those who resisted or protested the occupation faced arrest, detention, and sometimes disappearance into prison camps where conditions were harsh and legal protections were minimal or non-existent. The successful seizure of Mexican oil refineries did nothing to address the underlying problem that had motivated the invasion in the first place. Oil remained a finite resource, and the Mexican fields would eventually deplete just as American ones had. But the immediate crisis was resolved. American industries continued operating, and the fusion-powered economy that needed petroleum for specialized applications maintained its access to necessary supplies. The precedent established by the Mexican invasion, that military force was an acceptable solution to resource shortages, would be repeated and expanded in conflicts around the world over the years that followed. The year 2052 brought the official beginning of what historians would later call the Resource Wars, though in truth the Mexican invasion had already marked the transition from economic competition to military conflict over access to diminishing supplies of critical materials. The catalyst for the broader conflict came from the Middle East, where nations that had grown wealthy from oil exports now found themselves controlling reserves that were dwindling toward exhaustion. The European Commonwealth, a political and economic alliance formed to compete with American and Chinese power, watched its own domestic energy supplies run low, while Middle Eastern nations hoarded their remaining reserves, rather than export them at prices the Europeans considered reasonable. The initial European military actions in the Middle East were presented as police actions rather than acts of war. small-scale interventions designed to protect shipping lanes and ensure that existing contracts for oil delivery were honored. But these interventions escalated rapidly as Middle Eastern nations responded with military force of their own, viewing European demands as colonialism renewed and resource theft disguised as commercial disputes. By summer of 2052, full-scale warfare had erupted across the region, with European forces attempting to seize control of oil fields, while Middle Eastern armies fought to defend their national sovereignty and economic independence. The United Nations, which had been struggling for years to maintain relevance in a world where powerful nations increasingly ignored international law when it conflicted with their interests, collapsed completely in July of 2052. The organization had been founded on the principle that disputes between nations could be resolved through diplomacy and international cooperation rather than military force. But that principle proved inadequate when nations faced existential threats to their economies and ways of life. The final session of the UN General Assembly dissolved into bitter recriminations and accusations of bad faith, with delegates from various nations walking out in protest while others delivered impassioned speeches that no one was listening to anymore. The collapse of the United Nations removed even the pretense of international law and cooperative problem-solving from global affairs. Nations that had previously at least paid lip service to UN resolutions and international treaties now acted purely in their own interests, calculating the costs and benefits of military action without regard for international opinion or consequences beyond immediate strategic considerations. The world fragmented into competing power blocks, each pursuing its own survival and advantage, while viewing every other nation as either a potential ally or a definite threat. The following year brought a new horror that compounded the chaos of the resource wars and introduced biological catastrophe to a world already reeling from military conflicts and economic collapse. The new plague appeared first in isolated cases scattered across the United States, a disease that presented with flu-like symptoms initially, but progressed rapidly to organ failure and death in a high percentage of those infected. Medical authorities struggled to identify the pathogen responsible, as it displayed characteristics that did not match any known virus or bacteria. The disease spread with terrifying speed, moving from city to city, despite quarantine efforts and overwhelming hospitals that lacked both the knowledge to treat it effectively and the resources to care for the flood of patients who required intensive medical intervention. By spring of 2053, the new plague had infected hundreds of thousands of Americans, with mortality rates that varied wildly, depending on the victim's age, health status, and access to medical care. The government's response was swift and draconian, closing all borders and imposing a national quarantine that prohibited international travel and severely restricted domestic movement between states and even between cities within the same state. These measures succeeded in slowing the spread of the disease but could not stop it entirely, as infected individuals who showed no symptoms continued moving through society and spreading the pathogen before they became visibly ill. The origins of the new plague became a matter of intense speculation and paranoid conspiracy theories that reflected the tensions and fears of a society already traumatized by resource wars and economic instability. Government officials hinted darkly that the disease might be a biological weapon deployed by communist enemies seeking to weaken the United States without risking direct military confrontation. Chinese authorities made similar accusations in reverse, claiming that the plague had been developed in American laboratories and deliberately released to provide justification for increased military spending and authoritarian controls on the population. No definitive evidence supported either theory, but the absence of evidence did nothing to prevent these accusations from circulating widely and further poisoning the already toxic atmosphere of international relations. Disaster relief outposts were established across the nation to provide medical care and supplies to communities where the plague had struck hardest. One such facility was set up in Point Lookout, a remote coastal area that had been a tourist destination before the war, but now served as a testing ground for emergency response procedures and experimental treatments that medical authorities hoped might slow or stop the disease's progression. The Point Lookout outpost also served another purpose that was not widely publicized, functioning as a detention center where suspected Chinese spies and saboteurs could be held and interrogated without the legal protections and public scrutiny that would apply to facilities in more populated areas. Among those detained at Point Lookout was a Chinese intelligence officer named Wan Yang, whose mission had been to gather information about American nuclear capabilities and, if possible, to destroy evidence of Chinese submarine operations in American waters before that evidence could be recovered and analyzed by American intelligence services. She had been operating under deep cover for months, posing as a civilian researcher while conducting espionage activities that violated every principle of international law, though such principles had long since become irrelevant in a world where survival trumped all other considerations. Her capture resulted from tips provided by local informants who had noticed her suspicious behavior and reported it to authorities, earning themselves rewards from the government's program to encourage citizen participation in counterintelligence efforts. The interrogation methods employed at the Turtle Dove detention camp, where Wan Yang and other suspected spies were held, would have been considered torture under international law, had such law still possessed any meaningful authority. Detainees were subjected to sleep deprivation, stress positions, simulated drowning, and other techniques that had been deemed acceptable for use against enemy combatants in the global struggle against communism. The information extracted through these methods was of questionable reliability, as subjects under such duress often provided false information simply to make the torture stop. But the program continued because it satisfied political demands for aggressive action against infiltrators, and because the moral objections that might have limited such practices in earlier times had been eroded by years of escalating conflict and existential fear. The same year that brought the new plague to American shores also witnessed the first use of nuclear weapons since the end of World War II, a threshold that was crossed with shocking casualness, considering the magnitude of the precedent being set. A small-scale nuclear exchange in the Middle East, involving weapons with yields measured in kilotons rather than megatons, resulted in the complete destruction of Tel Aviv and the deaths of everyone within the city limits and for several miles beyond. The attack was never definitively attributed to any particular nation or group, though speculation focused on several Middle Eastern powers that possessed the technical capability and the motivation to strike at Israel with weapons of ultimate destruction. The international response to the Tel Aviv bombing was muted and ineffective, consisting primarily of condemnations and warnings that went unheeded, because the nations issuing them lacked both the will and the capability to enforce consequences on those responsible. The use of nuclear weapons, which had been considered unthinkable for decades, had now been demonstrated to be not only thinkable, but achievable, without triggering the apocalyptic global exchange that many had assumed would be the inevitable result of any nuclear attack. This realization changed strategic calculations worldwide, as military planners began incorporating tactical nuclear weapons into their operational plans for conflicts that had previously been assumed to remain conventional. The American government's response to the twin threats of plague and nuclear war was Project Safehouse, an ambitious undertaking that would consume a staggering portion of the national budget and fundamentally reshape the relationship between citizens and their government. The project called for the construction of massive underground vault complexes throughout the United States, shelters that could protect selected portions of the population from nuclear attack, biological weapons, or any other catastrophe that might render the surface world uninhabitable. The vaults would be self-sufficient, containing everything necessary to sustain life for extended periods, potentially years or even decades if necessary. The contract for designing and building these vaults was awarded to Vault-Tec Corporation, a company that had positioned itself perfectly to take advantage of the government's desperation and unlimited budget for ensuring continuity of civilization. Vault-Tec had been operating since the 2030s, gradually building expertise in underground construction and life support systems, while cultivating relationships with government officials and military commanders who would eventually control the purse strings for the largest construction project in human history. The company's proposal promised vaults that could be built quickly and economically, using standardized designs and prefabricated components that would allow rapid deployment across the nation. The financial arrangements for Project Safehouse were as creative as they were fiscally irresponsible, involving junk bonds and accounting methods that transferred the real costs onto future generations, who would be left to deal with debts that could never realistically be repaid. The total budget was officially set at $400 billion, a sum that dwarfed previous government expenditures and would have bankrupted the nation under normal circumstances. But these were not normal circumstances, and the usual constraints on government spending had been suspended by the emergency conditions that prevailed. The reasoning was simple. If nuclear war or plague wiped out civilization, the debt would become irrelevant. And if humanity survived, the vaults would have proven their worth, regardless of cost. Central to Vault-Tec's technical proposal was the ZAC's artificial intelligence system, a massive computer network that would coordinate vault operations, monitor environmental conditions, and manage the complex life support systems that would keep vault residents alive while the surface world recovered from whatever catastrophe necessitated their underground exile. The ZAC's AI represented the pinnacle of computing technology in the Fallout universe, incorporating vacuum tube circuits arranged in configurations that achieved processing power and decision-making capabilities that rivaled or exceeded human intelligence in specific domains. The system was designed to operate autonomously for extended periods, making adjustments to vault conditions without human intervention, and learning from experience to optimize its performance over time. One of the ZAC's computers was installed at a classified government facility known as Site R, later designated Raven Rock, a massive underground complex that would serve as a continuity of government location in the event that Washington, D.C. was destroyed in a nuclear attack. The Raven Rock ZACs would coordinate communications between the surviving government officials who reached the facility and the various vault installations scattered across the nation, ensuring that federal authority could be maintained and exercised even if the surface infrastructure of government had been obliterated. The system's importance to post-war planning made it one of the most heavily guarded and secure installations in the entire country, with multiple redundant security systems and procedures designed to prevent unauthorized access or sabotage. The year 2059 brought a new focus to American strategic concerns as the government increased its military presence in Alaska, responding to intelligence reports that suggested Chinese interest in the vast oil and natural gas reserves that had been discovered in the Northern Territory. Alaska had been largely undeveloped. Despite being American territory for over a century, its harsh climate and remote location, making resource extraction difficult and expensive. But the combination of advanced drilling technology and desperate need for fossil fuels made Alaskan reserves suddenly valuable enough to justify the costs of developing them, and the United States moved quickly to establish military installations and industrial facilities that would secure American control over resources that China also desperately needed. The increased American military presence in Alaska created tensions with Canada, which had previously enjoyed relatively good relations with its southern neighbour, despite occasional disputes over trade policy and border demarcation. Canadian officials viewed the militarization of Alaska with alarm, recognizing that American forces deployed to defend Alaskan resources could easily be redeployed into Canadian territory if the United States decided that Canadian oil and gas reserves were necessary for American security. Canadian protests were brushed aside by American officials who considered Canadian sovereignty less important than American resource needs, a position that would eventually lead to open conflict between the two nations that had once considered themselves friends and allies. The global economy that had been built on assumptions of plentiful and affordable fossil fuels began to collapse as oil and gas became increasingly scarce and expensive. Citizens who had grown accustomed to driving their cars freely found themselves unable to afford fuel for personal transportation, leading to widespread adoption of public transit and a resurgence of bicycles and other human-powered vehicles in cities where such options had been considered obsolete for decades. The suburban lifestyle that had characterized American middle-class existence became increasingly untenable as commuting costs exceeded many families' budgets, forcing difficult choices between maintaining homes in suburbs or relocating to urban areas where work and necessities were accessible without expensive travel. The crisis in fossil fuels drove accelerated development of alternative energy sources, with fusion technology finally achieving the breakthroughs that had been promised for decades but never quite delivered. Fusion cells compact enough to power vehicles became commercially available, though, initially, at prices that only wealthy consumers and government agencies could afford. The development of practical fusion power was hailed as a triumph of American ingenuity and a solution to the energy crisis that had been driving the resource wars. But the technology arrived too late to prevent the conflicts that had already begun and would continue escalating regardless of new power sources becoming available. The year 2060 brought an end to the fighting in the Middle East, though not because any side had achieved victory or because diplomatic solutions had been found. The oil reserves that had motivated the conflict in the first place had been depleted by years of maximum extraction rates, combined with deliberate sabotage by both sides, targeting each other's production facilities. With nothing left to fight over, the European Commonwealth and Middle Eastern nations gradually disengaged from active combat, leaving behind a landscape devastated by years of warfare and populations traumatized by violence that had accomplished nothing except mutual destruction. The ruins of oil refineries and burned cities stood as monuments to the futility of fighting over resources that were already running out. While the Middle East conflict wound down, the new plague continued its spread across the United States, despite quarantine measures and medical research efforts that had consumed enormous resources without producing effective treatments or vaccines. The disease had proven remarkably resistant to every therapeutic approach that researchers attempted, adapting quickly to antibiotic and antiviral medications while maintaining its virulence and high mortality rate. By 2060, the plague had killed millions of Americans and shown no signs of burning out naturally, as epidemic diseases sometimes did when they exhausted their pool of susceptible hosts. The completion of most vault construction by 2063 marked a milestone in Project Safehouse. Though some facilities experienced delays due to geological complications, labor shortages, or cost overruns that required additional funding and extended schedules, the 122 vaults that had been commissioned represented only a tiny fraction of the population that would need shelter if nuclear war occurred, and the selection criteria for vault admission became matters of intense controversy and political manipulation. Government officials, corporate executives, and military officers received guaranteed vault spaces, as did scientists, engineers, and other individuals whose skills were deemed essential for rebuilding civilization after catastrophe. The majority of citizens received nothing except vague assurances that they would be protected somehow if the worst occurred. The completion of the vaults coincided with the final depletion of Middle Eastern oil reserves, which had once been the largest in the world, but had been exhausted by decades of maximum production, followed by years of warfare that had destroyed infrastructure and contaminated fields with chemical weapons and conventional explosives. The end of Middle Eastern oil production sent shockwaves through global markets and accelerated the transition to alternative energy sources, but it also removed one of the major flashpoints that had driven international conflict for the previous decade. With no more oil to fight over in the Middle East, nations seeking resources turned their attention elsewhere, setting the stage for new conflicts over different resources in different regions. The year 2066 began with trade negotiations between the United States and China that were tense from their opening moments and grew increasingly hostile as each side presented demands that the other found completely unacceptable. The Chinese delegation arrived in Washington with proposals for American oil exports that would help address the energy crisis strangling their industrial economy, while American negotiators countered with prices and conditions that the Chinese representatives considered tantamount to economic colonialism. The meetings deteriorated rapidly from diplomatic discussions into barely concealed accusations of bad faith and imperial ambition, with each side questioning the other's commitment to peaceful resolution of their competing needs for resources that were growing scarcer with each passing month. The fundamental problem underlying these negotiations was simple and insoluble through diplomatic means alone. China's economy remained heavily dependent on fossil fuels despite some progress in developing fusion technology, and their domestic oil production had never been sufficient to meet their industrial needs even in the best of times. The United States, having secured access to Mexican oil through military invasion and now controlling Alaskan reserves, possessed resources that China desperately needed, but was unwilling to share with a communist rival that American strategic planners viewed as the greatest long-term threat to American global dominance. No amount of diplomatic skill could bridge the gap between Chinese necessity and American refusal to aid a potential enemy. The breakdown of negotiations in late summer left both nations facing unpalatable choices about how to proceed. China could accept economic stagnation and the social unrest that would inevitably follow as factories shut down and unemployment spread, or it could seek resources elsewhere through means that did not require American cooperation. The United States could maintain its refusal to export oil to China and prepare for the possibility that Chinese desperation might lead to military action, or it could compromise its strategic position by helping to strengthen an adversary whose ideology and ambitions were fundamentally opposed to American interests. Neither side saw a middle path that would preserve their core interests while avoiding confrontation. The winter of 2066 brought the event that would transform the brewing cold conflict between the United States and China into open warfare that would consume both nations for the next decade. Chinese military forces invaded Anchorage, Alaska, crossing the Bering Strait in numbers, and with equipment that demonstrated this was no opportunistic raid, but a carefully planned operation that had been in preparation for months or years. The invasion force consisted of regular army units, supported by specialized Arctic warfare troops who had trained specifically for combat in the frozen conditions that characterized Alaska's northern regions. Their objective was clear from the deployment patterns that American intelligence quickly identified: secure control of the oil fields and natural gas facilities that the United States had been developing, denying those resources to America, while making them available to fuel China's industrial economy. The American response was immediate and overwhelming, as military units stationed in Alaska and reinforcements rushed from bases in the continental United States engaged Chinese forces in battles that raged across the frozen landscape. The fighting was brutal and unforgiving, with both sides suffering heavy casualties from combat and from the environmental conditions that killed soldiers who became separated from their units, or whose equipment failed in temperatures that dropped far below zero. The Chinese had committed significant forces to the invasion, but they were fighting at the end of a long and vulnerable supply line, while the Americans could draw on the industrial capacity of the entire nation to sustain their defensive operations. The official declaration of war followed within days of the invasion, as the United States Congress voted overwhelmingly to recognize that a state of war existed between the United States and the People's Republic of China. President declaring war was accompanied by speeches that emphasized the unprovoked nature of the Chinese attack, the violation of American territorial sovereignty, and the necessity of defending vital national interests against communist aggression. Similar declarations emerged from Beijing, where Chinese leaders portrayed the invasion as a defensive measure necessitated by American refusal to share resources and by the existential threat that American economic dominance posed to Chinese survival. The Sino-American War that began with the Anchorage invasion would become the defining conflict of the pre-war era, consuming resources and lives on a scale that dwarfed the resource wars that had preceded it. This was not a limited conflict over disputed territory or a proxy war fought through client states, but direct military confrontation between two nuclear powers that possessed the capability to destroy not only each other but potentially all human civilization if they chose to employ their ultimate weapons. The world watched with growing horror as the war escalated month by month, with both sides demonstrating their willingness to pay any price and accept any sacrifice, rather than admit defeat or accept terms that their adversaries might offer. The military technologies developed during the early years of the Sino-American War represented the culmination of decades of research into making soldiers more effective and more survivable on battlefields where conventional infantry faced threats from advanced weapons systems and weapons of mass destruction. The most dramatic of these innovations was the T-45 series power armor, exoskeletal systems that enclosed soldiers in powered metal suits that enhanced their strength, protected them from small arms, fire, and shrapnel, and provided sealed environments that offered protection against chemical and biological weapons. The early T-45 models were crude and unreliable, compared to the sophisticated systems that would be developed later, with servo motors that frequently failed and power supplies that limited operational time to a few hours before, requiring recharge or replacement. Despite their limitations, the T-45 power armor units that were deployed to Alaska in 2067 represented a revolution in infantry warfare that gave American forces significant advantages over Chinese troops who lacked equivalent technology. A soldier in power armor could carry weapons that would normally require vehicle mounting, advance through terrain that would stop unarmored infantry, and survive hits that would incapacitate or kill conventional soldiers. The psychological impact on Chinese forces was substantial, as encountering armored soldiers who could not be stopped with ordinary weapons created fear and demoralization that spread through units that had previously fought with determination and courage. The development of power armor technology accelerated rapidly as combat experience identified weaknesses and engineers worked to address them through improved designs and manufacturing techniques. Hydraulic systems replaced some of the early servo motors, providing more reliable operation and greater strength enhancement. Power supplies were upgraded to fusion cells that could sustain operations for days rather than hours. eliminating the need for frequent recharging that had left early power armor units vulnerable during extended combat operations. Armor plating was strengthened and redesigned to better deflect incoming fire while maintaining the mobility that soldiers needed to operate effectively in varied terrain. Parallel to the development of power armor was the creation of Liberty Prime, a massive robotic weapons platform that represented American engineering and propaganda combined into a single towering machine. Liberty Prime stood over 30 feet tall, its armored body bristling with weapons systems and its speakers broadcasting anti-communist slogans as it advanced across battlefields, throwing tactical nuclear weapons like a human might throw grenades. The robot was designed to be an ultimate weapon that could break through any defensive position and destroy any concentration of enemy forces, a symbol of American technological superiority that would demonstrate the futility of resisting United States military power. But Liberty Prime suffered from a fundamental flaw that prevented its deployment during the Anchorage campaign, despite the weapon being completed and ready for combat testing. The power requirements for operating such a massive machine exceeded what existing technology could reliably provide, with early tests revealing that the robot's energy consumption would drain even the largest fusion generators within minutes of beginning combat operations. Engineers struggled for years to solve the power supply problem, exploring various approaches ranging from improved fusion reactors to exotic energy systems, but none proved adequate to the demands that Liberty Prime's operation imposed. The robot remained in storage, a testament to American ambition that exceeded American capability, waiting for technological breakthroughs that might someday make it operational. The war's expansion beyond Alaska created new theaters of combat and new complications for both sides, as they struggled to project military power across vast distances while maintaining the industrial production necessary to sustain extended conflict. Canada, which had initially refused to allow American military forces to transit Canadian territory en route to Alaska, found itself facing an ultimatum from Washington that made clear the United States would not accept Canadian neutrality in a conflict that threatened American access to vital resources. Canadian protests about sovereignty and international law were dismissed as irrelevant luxuries that could not be afforded in time of existential struggle, and American forces moved into Canada, regardless of whether the Canadian government granted permission. The presence of American military forces on Canadian soil created immediate friction between soldiers who viewed themselves as defending North America from communist invasion and Canadian citizens who saw them as occupiers imposing American will on a sovereign nation. Incidents of violence between American forces and Canadian civilians escalated from isolated confrontations into widespread unrest as Canadian nationalist groups organized resistance to what they characterized as American imperialism, disguised as continental defense. The Canadian government found itself caught between American demands for cooperation and domestic pressure to resist foreign military occupation, a position that satisfied no one and eventually led to the complete loss of Canadian independence. The year 2072 brought the Canadian sabotage attempts against the Alaskan pipeline, a series of attacks on the infrastructure that carried oil and natural gas from Alaskan fields to refineries and distribution centers in the continental United States. The saboteurs were never definitively identified, though American intelligence agencies blamed Canadian nationalist groups or Chinese special forces operating within Canada, while Canadian officials suggested that the attacks might have been false flag operations conducted by American agents seeking to justify military action against Canada. Regardless of who was responsible, the attacks on the pipeline provided the United States with the justification it needed to transform its military presence in Canada from temporary transit arrangement into permanent occupation. and eventual annexation. The annexation of Canada was portrayed to the American public as a protective measure, with propaganda emphasizing that the absorption of Canadian territory into the United States would create a unified North American defense against Chinese aggression, while bringing the benefits of American prosperity and freedom to Canadians who had been suffering under their own government's mismanagement. The reality was far less benign, as Canadian institutions were systematically dismantled and replaced with American structures. Canadian resources were claimed for American use, and Canadian citizens who resisted were dealt with through methods that ranged from propaganda campaigns, emphasizing the advantages of American citizenship, to outright military suppression of dissent and rebellion. The process of annexing Canada took 4 years to complete. From the initial declaration in 2072 that certain Canadian territories would be placed under American military administration, through the final integration of all Canadian provinces into the American Commonwealth system. In 2076, the annexed territories were designated as new commonwealths or absorbed into existing ones, with boundaries drawn to serve American administrative convenience, rather than respecting existing Canadian provincial borders or cultural regions. The term Little America was applied to the occupied territories, a designation that Canadians found insulting, but that Americans used casually and without apparent awareness of the offense it caused. The fear of Chinese biological weapons deployment on the Anchorage front lines drove American development of countermeasures and defensive technologies that would have profound implications for post-war survival and mutation. Reports from intelligence sources suggested that Chinese military researchers were developing plague variants and other biological agents that could be deployed against American forces, creating casualties that would overwhelm medical facilities while spreading panic among troops who feared invisible enemies more than conventional weapons. The threat might have been exaggerated by intelligence analysts who saw what they expected to see in fragmentary reports, but the possibility was taken seriously enough to justify major research programs. The Pan-Immunity Virion Project, established in 2073, was tasked with developing a universal vaccine or treatment that could protect soldiers against biological weapons regardless of the specific pathogen employed. The project was managed by WestTech Research Facility, a defense contractor that had proven its capabilities through previous work on power, armor development, and other military technologies. The theoretical approach was ambitious, seeking to enhance the human immune system's ability to recognize and respond to threats, rather than targeting specific pathogens as conventional vaccines did. Early research used small animals as test subjects, exposing them to various pathogens while administering experimental treatments designed to boost immune function. The experiments conducted at WestTech grew increasingly aggressive as researchers pursued results that would justify the massive funding being directed toward the Pan-Immunity Virion project. The virus they developed, which would eventually be designated the forced evolutionary virus, showed promise in early trials by dramatically enhancing the subject's resistance to disease and physical resilience to environmental stresses. But the virus also caused disturbing changes in the test animals, mutations that altered their size, strength, and behavior in ways that suggested the treatment was doing far more than simply boosting immune function. The decision to proceed with human trials was made over the objections of some researchers who considered the animal results too unpredictable and potentially dangerous to justify exposing human subjects. The human trials that began in 2076 used military prisoners as test subjects, men who had been convicted of desertion, treason, or other serious crimes, and who were offered reduced sentences in exchange for participating in medical research. The consent they provided was technically voluntary, but obtained under conditions of coercion that made genuine informed consent impossible, and many of the subjects did not fully understand the risks they were accepting when they agreed to participate. The FEV experiments on human subjects produced results that were even more dramatic and disturbing than those seen in animal trials, with subjects experiencing massive increases in physical size and strength, accompanied by cognitive changes that ranged from reduced intelligence to complete loss of higher reasoning ability. The military applications of FEV were obvious to planners who saw the potential for creating super soldiers who could operate in any environment and survive injuries that would kill normal humans. But the side effects and unpredictability of the virus made it unsuitable for widespread deployment, at least with the level of understanding and control that researchers had achieved by 2076. The project continued, despite these limitations, driven by institutional momentum and by the desperate hope that further research might refine the virus into something that could be safely used to enhance American military capabilities without the severe drawbacks that current versions displayed. The same year that saw the beginning of human FEV trials also brought the deployment of improved power armor that represented a quantum leap in capability over the earlier T-45 models that had been used since the war's beginning. The T-51B series incorporated a decade of combat experience and technological refinement, producing suits that were lighter, stronger, more reliable, and capable of longer operation between maintenance cycles than anything that had come before. The new armor was constructed from advanced alloys that provided better protection while reducing weight, powered by improved fusion cores that could sustain operations for weeks rather than days, and equipped with enhanced sensors and targeting systems that made soldiers wearing the armor more effective at identifying and engaging threats. The T-51B power armor units were deployed first to China's mainland, marking a dramatic escalation in the war, as American forces moved from defensive operations in Alaska to offensive campaigns aimed at destroying China's capacity to continue fighting. The armored soldiers who landed on Chinese soil encountered fierce resistance from an enemy fighting to defend their homeland, but the technological advantage provided by the power armor proved decisive in engagement after engagement. Chinese forces lacked equivalent protection for their infantry and struggled to develop weapons that could effectively penetrate T-51B armor plating, leaving them unable to stop American advances except through overwhelming numbers and willingness to accept casualties that would have broken the morale of forces less committed to their cause. The Battle of Anchorage, which gave its name to the entire Alaskan Campaign despite being only one engagement among many, reached its climax in 2076 with the death of Chinese General Jingwei, the commander whose strategic vision had guided Chinese operations since the initial invasion. The circumstances of Jingwei's death remain disputed, with American sources claiming he was killed in combat by power-armored soldiers who overran his command post, while Chinese sources suggested he committed suicide rather than accept capture or retreat. Regardless of how he died, the general's loss dealt a severe blow to Chinese morale and operational effectiveness, as his replacement lacked both his experience and his ability to inspire troops to continue fighting despite mounting losses and dwindling resources. The liberation of Alaska was completed within months of Jingwei's death, as Chinese forces conducted fighting withdrawals that eventually turned into full retreat as American pressure became overwhelming and supply lines from China could no longer sustain combat operations so far from home. The victory was celebrated throughout the United States with parades and ceremonies that honored the soldiers who had defended American territory against communist invasion, and a memorial was erected in Washington, D.C., to commemorate those who had given their lives in defense of Alaska's oil fields and America's resource security. The memorial depicted a power-armored soldier standing guard over a stylized representation of Alaska, a symbol of American strength and determination that would endure even after the civilization that created it had been destroyed. But even as Americans celebrated victory in Alaska, the war continued on other fronts with undiminished intensity and growing desperation on both sides. The power armor that had proven so effective in Alaska was redeployed to mainland China, where American forces sought to destroy Chinese industrial capacity and break their ability to threaten American interests in the future. The fighting in China was brutal and chaotic, with American forces advancing through cities where every building could conceal ambushes and every civilian might be a partisan fighter. The civilian casualties mounted as distinctions between combatants and non-combatants blurred, and American commanders prioritized force protection over minimizing collateral damage. The home front in the United States experienced the war's costs through food shortages, rationing, and social unrest that grew worse as the conflict dragged on year after year without producing the decisive victory that propaganda promised was always just around the next corner. Agricultural production had declined as farm workers left for military service or better-paying jobs in war industries, while the resources needed to maintain modern farming practices were increasingly diverted to military purposes. Bread lines formed in major cities. Food riots broke out when supplies ran short or distribution systems failed, and the social fabric that had held American society together began fraying under the accumulated stress of prolonged crisis. The power armor that had been developed for use against Chinese forces found a new role in domestic pacification, as soldiers returned from overseas deployments were assigned to crowd control duties in American cities, where protests and riots threatened public order. The sight of armored soldiers on American streets, enforcing curfews and dispersing demonstrations with weapons designed for battlefield use, created images that sat uneasily with the nation's self-image as a free society where citizens had rights that governments were bound to respect. But the emergency conditions that prevailed made such concerns seem less important than maintaining stability and ensuring that the home front could continue supporting the military forces that were fighting to preserve American security and access to vital resources. The successful development of cold fusion technology in 2076 represented the kind of breakthrough that might have averted the conflicts over resources if it had come a decade earlier, but by the time practical cold fusion was achieved, the momentum toward catastrophe had become impossible to reverse through technological solutions alone. Cold fusion offered the promise of virtually unlimited clean energy, power generation that did not require rare resources or produce dangerous waste, the kind of technology that could transform civilization and eliminate the scarcity that had driven so much conflict. But the breakthrough came too late to prevent the war that was already consuming both sides. And instead of being used to build a better future, the technology was immediately weaponized and incorporated into military systems. The fusion cores that were developed as practical applications of cold fusion technology revolutionized power armor operations by providing energy supplies that could sustain combat operations for extended periods without requiring recharge or replacement. The same technology was incorporated into vehicles, weapons systems, and industrial equipment, gradually replacing the older fusion cells that had powered the atomic age economy, but that required periodic replacement and generated waste products that were expensive to dispose of safely. Fusion cores also found civilian applications, powering homes and businesses in areas where connection to the electrical grid was impractical or where grid power had become unreliable due to war damage or neglect of infrastructure maintenance. The weapons systems that benefited from cold fusion development included energy weapons that had previously been limited by power supply constraints, and these found widespread deployment in the war's final years as American forces sought every possible advantage over Chinese defenders who were fighting with increasing desperation. Laser rifles could sustain fire for longer periods without overheating or exhausting their power supplies. Plasma weapons could generate higher energy outputs without requiring unwieldy backpack power units, and experimental directed energy systems that had been theoretical became practical weapons that could be deployed to battlefields, where they proved devastatingly effective against targets that lacked protection against such novel threats. The war's impact on both nations' infrastructure and civilian populations was catastrophic, with China suffering particularly severe damage from American bombing campaigns and power armor raids that targeted industrial facilities, transportation networks, and population centers. The Chinese government's capacity to maintain civil order and provide basic services to its citizens declined steadily as resources were consumed by military operations that showed no prospect of achieving victory. But that could not be abandoned without admitting defeat. American infrastructure suffered less direct damage, but deteriorated from neglect and deferred maintenance, as everything except military spending was cut to the bone, leaving roads crumbling, bridges failing, and public services declining toward dysfunction. By late 2076, both nations were approaching the limits of their ability to sustain the conflict, with economies strained beyond normal breaking points and populations exhausted by years of sacrifice without achieving the victory that would make those sacrifices worthwhile. But neither side possessed the political will to propose peace negotiations or the diplomatic creativity to find terms that both might accept, leaving them locked in a death spiral that could only end in mutual destruction or the complete collapse of one side or the other. The stage was set for the final escalation that would come in the following year, when someone would make the decision to use nuclear weapons, not tactically as had been done in Tel Aviv, but strategically, launching the attacks that would end civilization and transform the world into the wasteland that survivors would inherit. The origins of Vault-Tec Corporation stretched back to the 2030s, decades before the company would become synonymous with humanity's desperate attempt to survive nuclear annihilation. In those early years, Vault-Tec was a modest construction firm specializing in underground facilities, building subway tunnels and utility infrastructure for cities that were expanding rapidly in the atomic age's first flush of optimism. The company's founders recognized that their expertise in subterranean engineering positioned them perfectly to capitalize on growing fears about nuclear war, and they gradually shifted their focus from civilian projects to defense contracts that promised both greater profits and enhanced prestige. The transformation of Vault-Tec from a regional construction company into a corporate giant capable of undertaking the largest building project in human history was a masterpiece of strategic positioning and political manipulation. Company executives cultivated relationships with military officers, congressional representatives, and bureaucrats in the Department of Defense, providing generous campaign contributions and offering lucrative consulting positions to retiring government officials who could provide inside knowledge about upcoming contract opportunities. By the time Project Safehouse was announced in 2054, Vault-Tec had positioned itself as the only company with both the technical expertise and the political connections necessary to win the contract. The demonstration vault that Vault-Tec constructed in Los Angeles served as the company's showcase, a proof of concept that demonstrated their ability to create self-sufficient underground communities capable of sustaining life for extended periods. The Los Angeles Vault was built to impress, with spacious living quarters that felt more like comfortable apartments than cramped bunkers. common areas designed to promote social interaction and community cohesion, and life support systems that recycled air and water with efficiency that bordered on miraculous. Government officials who toured the facility came away convinced that Vault-Tec could deliver on its promises, that the company possessed technologies and capabilities that justified awarding them a contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars. What those officials did not know, or chose not to investigate too closely, was that the Los Angeles demonstration vault was not representative of what Vault-Tec actually planned to build once the contract was secured. The demonstration facility had been constructed without regard for cost or efficiency, incorporating features and amenities that would be economically impossible to replicate across 122 vaults scattered throughout the nation. The comfortable apartments would become cramped dormitories in production vaults. The sophisticated life support systems would be simplified and made less reliable to reduce manufacturing costs. The social spaces designed to promote community would be minimized or eliminated entirely to maximize the number of residents that could be packed into each facility. The official budget for Project Safe House was set at $400 billion, a sum that represented a staggering portion of the federal budget, but that politicians justified as necessary insurance against the unthinkable. The project would cover only 0.1% of the American population, a fact that was acknowledged but downplayed in public discussions of the Vault program. The selection criteria for Vault admission were supposedly based on lottery systems and merit-based evaluations that would ensure a representative cross-section of American society would be preserved. But in practice, the spaces were allocated through political influence and corporate connections that ensured the wealthy and powerful would be protected, while ordinary citizens were left to face nuclear annihilation without shelter. The actual costs of vault construction exceeded the official budget by enormous margins, eventually reaching approximately $650 billion as delays, design changes, and unforeseen complications multiplied expenses beyond what even the most pessimistic initial estimates had projected. Vault-Tec's accounting practices were creative enough to disguise these overruns through complex financial instruments and deferred payment schedules that pushed the real costs onto future generations, who would inherit debts that could never realistically be repaid. The company's executives understood that if nuclear war actually occurred, the debt would become irrelevant as the financial system collapsed along with everything else, while if war was somehow averted, the costs would be distributed across decades of future budgets and blamed on politicians who were no longer in office when the bills came due. The technologies that Vault-Tec developed for the Vault program represented genuine innovations that would have had tremendous civilian applications if they had been deployed for constructive purposes rather than being locked away in underground shelters. The Garden of Eden Creation Kit, commonly known by the acronym GECK, was perhaps the most remarkable of these innovations. A device that could theoretically terraform a devastated landscape and establish the foundation for sustainable agriculture and settlement in areas where normal farming would be impossible. The GECK contains seeds, specially treated to survive radiation and thrive in contaminated soil, fertilizers and soil amendments designed to neutralize common radioactive isotopes, and construction materials that could be assembled into basic structures without requiring specialized tools or expertise. The theoretical basis for the GECK was sound, drawing on research in radiation biology, agricultural science, and materials engineering that had been conducted over decades by scientists who never imagined their work would be incorporated into a device designed for post-apocalyptic survival. But the practical effectiveness of the GECK remained uncertain, as the device had never been tested under actual post-nuclear conditions, and the complex interactions between its various components might produce unexpected results when deployed in real-world scenarios. Vault-Tech's promotional materials described the GECK in terms that bordered on miraculous, promising that it could create gardens from wasteland and transform poisoned earth into fertile paradise. But these claims were based more on marketing hyperbole than rigorous scientific validation. The vault construction methods that Vault-Tech developed allowed for building massive underground complexes at speeds that would have been impossible using conventional tunneling and excavation techniques. The company had pioneered the use of prefabricated modular sections that could be manufactured in factories and transported to construction sites, where they would be lowered into excavated pits and connected together to form complete vault systems. This approach reduced construction time from years to months for each facility, though the quality and reliability of the resulting structures varied considerably depending on the skill of the work crews and the geological conditions at each site. The partnership between Vault-Tech and Robco Industries brought together two corporate giants whose technologies would become inseparable in the public imagination. Robco manufactured the Pip-Boy personal information processors that would be issued to every Vault resident, wrist-mounted computers that tracked health status, managed inventory, displayed maps and quest objectives, and generally served as the interface between Vault dwellers and the complex systems that sustained their underground existence. The Pip-Boy was a remarkable piece of engineering, combining computing power with durability and user-friendly design in a package small enough to be worn comfortably for extended periods. The biometric locks that secured Pip-Boys to their users' wrists ensured that the devices could not be removed or transferred without authorization, a security feature that Vault-Tech claimed was necessary to prevent theft or unauthorized access to Vault systems. In practice, the permanent attachment of Pip-Boys to Vault residents served another purpose that was not advertised in promotional materials, making it impossible for residents to escape the monitoring and control systems that the devices represented. Every movement, every interaction, every physiological response of Vault dwellers would be tracked and recorded by their Pip-Boys, generating data that would be valuable for the social experiments that Vault-Tech actually planned to conduct, rather than the survival mission that was publicly advertised. The gradual revelation of Vault-Tech's true agenda represented one of the most cynical betrayals in a pre-war era that was characterized by institutional dishonesty and corporate malfeasance on scales that seemed almost incomprehensible. The company's leadership had recognized by the late 2050s that nuclear war was not merely possible but probable, perhaps even inevitable, given the trajectory of international tensions and resource competition. Rather than treating this realization as a tragedy to be prevented through whatever means possible, Vault-Tech executives saw opportunity, a chance to conduct research that would be impossible under normal circumstances, and to position themselves as the inheritors of whatever world emerged from the ashes of the old one. The decision to keep the resource wars active by sabotaging research into alternatives that might reduce international tensions demonstrated the depth of Vault-Tech's moral bankruptcy. Cold fusion technology, which could have provided virtually unlimited clean energy and eliminated the resource scarcity that drove so much conflict, was actively suppressed by Vault-Tech agents who infiltrated research programs and destroyed or stole data that might have led to breakthroughs. The company used its vast financial resources to buy entire research firms, not to benefit from their innovations but to bury their work and prevent it from reaching the public or the government agencies that might have recognized its potential to avert catastrophe. One particularly egregious example involved a small research company in California that had developed a promising approach to cold fusion, using techniques that differed from the mainstream research directions that had proven unsuccessful for decades. Vault-Tech purchased the company through a shell corporation, praised the researchers for their innovative work, and promised them unlimited resources to continue their investigations. Within months, the research team had been disbanded. The laboratory equipment had been sold or destroyed, and the research data had disappeared into Vault-Tech's archives, where it would remain hidden until long after nuclear war had made the technology irrelevant. The philosophical justification that Vault-Tech executives offered for their actions, in private conversations that were never meant to become public, drew on social Darwinist ideas about survival of the fittest and the necessity of culling weak specimens to ensure the species' long-term survival. They argued that humanity had grown soft and decadent, that modern civilization had eliminated the selection pressures that had driven human evolution and had allowed the accumulation of genetic and behavioral weaknesses that threatened the species' long-term viability. Nuclear war, in this twisted logic, was not a catastrophe to be prevented, but a necessary pruning that would eliminate the unfit and allow the strongest and most adaptable humans to rebuild civilization on firmer foundations. The Societal Preservation Program developed by Dr. Stanislaus Braun provided the intellectual framework for transforming Vault-Tech's philosophical beliefs into concrete experimental protocols that would be implemented across the Vault system. Braun was a brilliant scientist whose work on artificial intelligence and human psychology had earned him recognition in academic circles, but his brilliance was coupled with sociopathic tendencies that made him perfectly suited to design experiments that would inflict tremendous suffering on unwitting subjects. His program called for each vault to be configured as a controlled experiment testing specific hypotheses about human behavior under various forms of stress and social organization. The experiments that Braun and his collaborators designed ranged from relatively benign studies of community formation and resource allocation to horrifying protocols that would torture and kill Vault residents in the name of generating data about human responses to extreme conditions. Some vaults would be overcrowded to test the limits of social cohesion when resources were inadequate for the population. Others would be isolated completely from human contact to study the psychological effects of absolute solitude. Still others would be exposed to subliminal messaging, addictive substances, or deliberate sabotage of life support systems to observe how communities responded to various existential threats. Vault 88, which would never be completed before the bombs fell, was intended as a testing ground for prototype technologies that would be deployed to other vaults if they proved successful. The vault's overseer would have access to devices that could manipulate residents' behavior through various means, from subliminal suggestion to direct neural stimulation, allowing for experimentation on the fundamental mechanisms of human motivation and decision-making. The ethical implications of such research were never seriously considered by those planning it, as the researchers convinced themselves that the extreme circumstances justified abandoning normal ethical constraints, and that the knowledge gained would benefit humanity in the long run. The division of vaults into control facilities and experimental subjects reflected a recognition that some baseline data would be necessary to evaluate the results from experimental vaults. 17 vaults were designated as controls, facilities that would function exactly as the public believed all vaults would work, providing safe shelter where residents could wait out the nuclear holocaust and emerge when surface conditions improved sufficiently to allow recolonization. These control vaults would generate data about normal community development and social organization that could be compared against results from experimental vaults to identify effects attributable to the experimental interventions rather than to the general stress of vault living. The remaining 105 vaults each had some form of experiment attached to them, modifications that ranged from subtle changes in social organization to grotesque violations of basic human dignity and rights. The residents of these vaults would be guinea pigs in a vast, uncontrolled experiment conducted without their knowledge or consent, subjected to conditions designed to push them to psychological and physical breaking points while Vault-Tec scientists observed and recorded their responses. The data generated would be transmitted to secure locations where it could be analyzed by researchers who had protected themselves from the nuclear war they had helped engineer. The corporate partners who invested in Vault-Tec's experimental program did so not from scientific curiosity, but from calculating assessments of potential returns on investment. Companies specializing in pharmaceuticals wanted data on how various drugs affected human behavior under stress, information that could be valuable for developing new medications or for understanding how to manipulate consumer behavior more effectively. Defense contractors sought insights into breaking points and psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited in warfare or interrogation. Consumer products. Companies wanted to understand the fundamentals of brand loyalty and purchasing decisions. Information that might seem trivial compared to survival research, but that represented enormous potential profits if the world somehow avoided complete destruction. The legal framework that allowed Vault-Tec to conduct experiments on unwitting human subjects was established through carefully worded clauses in the Vault admission contracts that residents would sign without reading carefully or understanding fully. By accepting admission to a vault, residents agreed to participate in unspecified research protocols that might involve psychological testing, medical procedures, or social interventions designed to optimize vault performance and resident well-being. The language was deliberately vague and technical, written by lawyers who specialized in creating documents that appeared to provide informed consent, while actually authorizing almost anything the experimenters might want to do. The selection process for vault admission was corrupted from the beginning, with spaces allocated based on usefulness to the experimental protocols rather than on merit or lottery results as publicly claimed. Vaults that were designed to study genetic drift and inheritance patterns needed specific family structures, so admission was granted to complete family units while single individuals were excluded. Experiments requiring particular professional skills or psychological profiles drove selection of residents with those characteristics, regardless of whether they had won lottery drawings or met the official admission criteria. The result was that vault populations were far from the representative cross-section of American society that propaganda promised, but were instead carefully curated groups assembled to serve experimental needs. The drills that were conducted regularly in the years leading up to the Great War served multiple purposes beyond their stated goal of ensuring the population could reach vault shelters quickly when nuclear attack occurred. Each drill was an opportunity to test vault systems and procedures, to identify weaknesses that needed correction, and to train staff in the operations they would need to perform when the vaults closed for real. But the drills also served to desensitize the population to the warning sirens and evacuation procedures, creating a fatigue that would ensure many people would ignore the final warning when it came and would die on the surface, rather than crowding into vaults where they were not wanted. The frequency of drills increased dramatically in the final months before the bombs fell, with some communities experiencing 5 or more drills per week, as Vault-Tec tested different warning systems and evacuation procedures. The constant interruptions to daily life created resentment and skepticism among citizens who began to suspect that the drills were theater rather than genuine preparation for nuclear war. Parents grew tired of pulling children out of school or leaving work to participate in exercises that never resulted in actual nuclear attacks. Workers resented losing productive time to drills that seemed increasingly pointless as months passed without the war that everyone feared, but that never seemed to actually arrive. The psychological impact of drill fatigue was exactly what Vault-Tec intended, though the company never acknowledged this publicly and continued to emphasize the importance of following evacuation procedures whenever warnings sounded. By making drills so common that people stopped taking them seriously, Vault-Tec ensured that when the real attack came, much of the population would ignore the warnings and remain in their homes or workplaces, dying in the nuclear blasts rather than overwhelming vault capacities that were already inadequate for the populations supposedly protected. The callousness of this strategy was breathtaking, even by the standards of a corporation that planned to torture Vault residents in the name of science. The Vault assignments that were issued to the small percentage of the population who received them came with instructions about which Vault to report to and what supplies to bring, but residents had no information about the true purpose of their assigned facilities or the experiments they would unknowingly participate in. A family assigned to a vault that would study the effects of isolation might believe they were being sent to a standard shelter where they would wait safely until the surface recovered. A group of scientists assigned to a vault designed to study the breakdown of authority would assume they were being gathered together because their skills would be valuable for post-war reconstruction, not because their education made them interesting subjects for observation. The training provided to Vault overseers and senior staff members was more extensive and more honest about the facility's true purposes, though even these individuals were not given complete information about all aspects of the experiments they would be supervising. Overseers were told that their vaults were part of important research programs that would benefit humanity's long-term survival, and they were given detailed protocols for implementing experimental procedures and recording results. The psychological screening for overseer positions emphasized loyalty to authority, comfort with deception, and willingness to follow orders, even when those orders might seem cruel or irrational, characteristics that would be essential for running experiments that involved inflicting suffering on people under one's protection. The compensation packages offered to overseers and senior staff included guarantees of safety for themselves and their families, enhanced living quarters within the vaults, and promises of positions of authority in whatever society emerged from the post-war chaos. These inducements were designed to secure cooperation from individuals who might otherwise have moral qualms about participating in unethical experiments, providing practical incentives that would overcome ethical objections. The strategy worked effectively, as most overseer candidates accepted their positions without questioning too deeply what they would be required to do or what would happen to the residents they would be supervising. The security systems that Vault-Tec installed in each facility included both obvious measures like locked doors and armed guards, and subtle surveillance technologies that would monitor residents constantly without their awareness. Hidden cameras and microphones recorded everything that happened in public spaces and much of what occurred in supposedly private living quarters. Biometric sensors tracked residents' locations, vital signs, and stress levels continuously, generating vast streams of data that would be analyzed to extract insights about human behavior under the various experimental conditions. The totality of surveillance ensured that no aspect of Vault life would escape observation and documentation. The timeline for Vault completion varied considerably across the program, with some facilities finished years ahead of schedule, while others experienced delays that pushed their completion dates dangerously close to the expected date of nuclear war. Geological surveys sometimes revealed conditions that made planned Vault locations unsuitable, requiring expensive redesigns or relocation to alternative sites. Labor disputes and supply chain disruptions created further delays, as construction workers struck for better wages or critical components became unavailable due to resource wars disrupting manufacturing and transportation. Despite these challenges, the majority of vaults were completed and ready for occupancy by 2063, though several facilities would remain unfinished when the bombs fell. The vaults that remained incomplete on the day of the Great War represented both tragedies of lost potential and narrow escapes from participation in cruel experiments. Vault 88, which would have tested prototype behavioral control devices on its residents, never progressed beyond partial excavation of the main cavern leaving future inhabitants to discover the unfinished facility and potentially complete it according to their own vision rather than Vault-Tech's experimental protocol. Other unfinished vaults simply remained sealed and empty, underground spaces that would slowly flood or collapse over the decades following the war, their intended experiments never conducted, and their would-be residents dead on the surface or sheltering in completed facilities. The public relations campaign that Vault-Tech conducted in the years following the Vault program's announcement emphasized safety, security, and patriotic duty, while carefully avoiding any hint of the experiments that were actually planned. Advertisements showed happy families entering vaults and emerging years later to rebuild America, with no mention of the suffering that many of those families would experience underground. Celebrity endorsements and government officials praised Vault-Tech's contribution to national security, lending legitimacy to a program that was fundamentally dishonest about its purposes and methods. The few critics who questioned the program or suggested that something was wrong with how it was being implemented found their voices drowned out by well-funded propaganda machines. The day before the Great War arrived with surprising normalcy, as most Americans went about their daily routines unaware that they were living through the final hours of their civilization. The international situation remained tense, but tensions had been high for so long that they no longer generated the acute anxiety they once had. The drills that had been so frequent in previous months had decreased in frequency, perhaps because Vault-Tech's planners knew that the real event was imminent and further conditioning of the population was unnecessary. The citizens who had been assigned vault spaces went to work or school or leisure activities, confident that if nuclear attack occurred, they would have time to reach their assigned shelters, and that those shelters would protect them as promised. The Enclave existed as a shadow within American government, long before the resource wars transformed international competition into existential struggle, an informal network of powerful individuals who recognized that their interests aligned more closely with each other than with the citizens they ostensibly served. The group drew its membership from the highest levels of military command, from congressional leadership positions that controlled appropriations and policy, from corporate boardrooms where decisions affecting millions of lives were made behind closed doors, and from the intelligence agencies that operated beyond public scrutiny or democratic accountability. These were people who had learned that real power operated through relationships and shared interests, rather than through the official structures and processes that occupied public attention. The meetings that brought Enclave members together occurred irregularly and in locations that were carefully chosen to avoid drawing attention from journalists, political opponents, or ordinary citizens who might question why such powerful people were gathering in secret. A hunting lodge in the Virginia mountains might host a weekend gathering where defense contractors discussed upcoming procurement decisions with the generals who would make those decisions and the senators who would authorize the funding. A private club in Manhattan might see pharmaceutical executives sharing cocktails with FDA officials who would approve their products and intelligence officers who needed drugs for interrogation protocols that could not be officially acknowledged. The conversations at these gatherings ranged across topics that touched on every aspect of American power and policy, creating informal consensus that would later be implemented through official channels. The ideology that unified Enclave members was not a coherent political philosophy, but rather a shared set of assumptions about their own superiority and their right to make decisions for a population they viewed as incapable of governing itself effectively. They believed that democracy was a useful fiction that provided legitimacy to governance, while actual power remained concentrated in hands that understood how to wield it responsibly. They assumed that ordinary citizens lacked the information, intelligence, and long-term perspective necessary to make sound choices about complex policy issues, and that leadership therefore had to be exercised by elites who possessed these qualities regardless of what electoral outcomes might suggest about popular preferences. The recognition that nuclear war was not merely possible, but increasingly probable, emerged gradually within Enclave circles as intelligence assessments painted ever darker pictures of international tensions and resource depletion. By the early 2000s and 60s, most Enclave members had accepted that some form of catastrophic conflict would occur within their lifetimes, though the exact timing and scope remained uncertain. This realization forced them to confront uncomfortable questions about their own survival and about what would happen to American power and prosperity if the civilization they had dominated was destroyed by nuclear exchange with China or other adversaries. The initial Enclave response to the likelihood of nuclear war was to ensure their own protection through preferential access to vault spaces and through the construction of specialized facilities that would shelter them specifically rather than mixing them with ordinary citizens in standard Vault-Tec installations. Key military installations were hardened against nuclear attack and equipped with supplies that would sustain operations for months or years after surface civilization collapsed. Corporate headquarters built underground bunkers disguised as parking structures or utility spaces, creating refuges where executives could wait out the initial chaos while maintaining control over whatever assets survived. Government officials arranged for continuity facilities like Raven Rock that would preserve federal authority even if Washington itself was obliterated. But mere survival was insufficient for people accustomed to power and control, and the Enclave's planning evolved beyond simple shelter toward more ambitious goals that would shape post-war civilization according to their vision, rather than leaving reconstruction to chance. The partnership with Vault-Tec was central to this planning, as the Vault experiments would generate data about human behavior and social organization that would be invaluable for anyone seeking to rebuild civilization efficiently. The Enclave wanted access to this data, wanted to understand which social structures worked and which failed under extreme stress, wanted to identify the strongest and most adaptable humans who survived the Vault experiments, so that these superior specimens could be recruited for whatever post-war order emerged. The compensation that Vault-Tec received for sharing experimental data with the Enclave came in multiple forms that reflected the symbiotic relationship between corporate power and shadow government authority. Regulatory approvals that might have taken years were expedited through agencies where Enclave members held key positions. Competitors who threatened Vault-Tec's dominance found themselves facing tax audits, safety investigations, or other bureaucratic obstacles that emerged from nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously once the competition had been neutralized. Most importantly, the Enclave guaranteed that Vault-Tec's leadership would have places in the post-war order, ensuring their survival and continued influence, regardless of what happened to the civilization they were currently exploiting. The long-term vision that motivated Enclave planning extended far beyond surviving nuclear war to encompass a radical reimagining of humanity's future that reflected their conviction that Earth itself was doomed regardless of whether nuclear exchange occurred. Resource depletion would continue even if war was averted. Environmental degradation would accelerate, and the planet's capacity to sustain human civilization would eventually be exhausted by population growth and industrial consumption. The only rational response to this inevitability, in the Enclave's assessment, was to develop the capability to leave Earth entirely and establish human civilization on another world where resources were abundant and where humanity could start fresh without the accumulated mistakes and limitations that had brought Earth to the brink of collapse. The multi-generational Starship concept that emerged from these discussions represented engineering challenges that exceeded anything humanity had previously attempted, requiring propulsion systems that could sustain acceleration for decades, life support that could maintain a closed ecological system indefinitely, and social structures that could remain stable across multiple generations of crew members who would be born, live, and die during the voyage to whatever distant world was selected as humanity's new home. The physics and engineering were theoretically possible, but the scale and complexity were staggering, and the resources required would consume a substantial portion of American industrial capacity for years or decades. The selection criteria for Starship passengers reflected the Enclave's social Darwinist ideology and their conviction that humanity needed to be improved through selective breeding and cultural engineering, rather than simply preserved in its current flawed state. Physical health and genetic fitness were obviously important for a population that would need to reproduce successfully across multiple generations with limited genetic diversity. Intelligence and practical skills would be necessary for maintaining complex systems and solving the inevitable problems that would arise during the voyage. But equally important were psychological characteristics like conformity, obedience to authority, and comfort with hierarchy, traits that would ensure the ship's social order remained stable, despite the stresses of long confinement and limited resources. The vision of a purified humanity, establishing itself on a new world, untainted by the failures and weaknesses of earthbound civilization, appealed strongly to Enclave members who had grown cynical about democracy and popular governance. On the Starship and on whatever world they eventually colonized, there would be no need to maintain the fiction of citizen participation in decision-making. Authority would be exercised openly by those most qualified to wield it, and the population would accept this arrangement because they would have been selected for their willingness to defer to expertise and leadership. The result would be a more efficient and harmonious society than Earth had ever achieved, or so the Enclave convinced themselves. The practical obstacles to implementing the Starship Plan were formidable enough that even the Enclave's considerable resources and influence might not have been sufficient to overcome them in time to launch before nuclear war destroyed the industrial base that would be needed for construction. The propulsion technology required further development, as existing systems were inadequate for accelerating a vessel large enough to carry thousands of passengers to velocities that would make interstellar travel feasible within reasonable timeframes. The material science challenges were equally daunting, requiring structures that could withstand decades of acceleration and radiation exposure while remaining light enough to be practically propelled. The biological and ecological systems needed for life support had never been tested at the scales and durations that would be required. But the most fundamental obstacle was that the Enclave could not publicly announce their intention to abandon Earth and take the best and brightest humans with them, leaving everyone else to die in nuclear war or struggle to survive in whatever wasteland remained. The resources needed for Starship construction would have to be diverted from other programs, including military spending and vault construction, and such diversions would raise questions that could not be answered honestly without revealing the Enclave's true agenda. The solution was to disguise Starship research and development as other projects, hiding propulsion research within military weapons programs, concealing life support development within vault technology advancement, and generally using the chaos and secrecy of wartime mobilization to pursue long-term goals that had nothing to do with winning the current conflict. The October day in 2077, when the Enclave leadership abandoned their official positions and fled to secure locations, marked the culmination of intelligence assessments that had been growing increasingly dire over previous weeks and months. The signals intelligence that the Enclave had access to through their positions in military and intelligence agencies suggested that nuclear exchange was imminent, that the diplomatic situation had deteriorated beyond any hope of peaceful resolution, and that anyone who hoped to survive needed to reach shelter immediately. The public was not warned because warning them would have caused panic that might have interfered with the Enclave's own evacuation plans, and because the Enclave saw no particular benefit in preserving the lives of ordinary citizens whose survival would not contribute to post-war reconstruction. According to the Enclave's vision, the President of the United States departed the White House on October 22nd, ostensibly for a scheduled trip to inspect military installations, but actually to reach the Poseidon Energy oil rig that would serve as his command post during and after the nuclear exchange. The oil rig was located far enough from likely nuclear targets that it would escape direct hits, hardened against electromagnetic pulse and blast effects, and equipped with communication systems that would allow the President to maintain contact with surviving military units and Enclave facilities scattered around the world. The platform also had the advantage of being defendable against anyone who might attempt to reach it without authorization, as approaching vessels could be detected far away and destroyed before they posed any threat to the facility. The Poseidon Energy oil rig represented one of several locations where Enclave members gathered as nuclear war approached, creating nodes of authority that would remain connected through secure communications, but that were geographically dispersed enough that no single nuclear strike could eliminate the entire shadow government. Some Enclave members went to Raven Rock, the continuity of government facility that had been prepared for exactly this eventuality. Others reached privately constructed bunkers that had been built with corporate resources and stocked with supplies that would last for years. Military commanders went to hardened bases where they could maintain control over whatever forces survived the initial exchange and position themselves to dominate whatever post-war order emerged. The oil rig that served as the presidential command post had been operated by Poseidon Energy, one of the major corporations that had aligned itself with the Enclave and had received preferential treatment in exchange for providing services that the shadow government needed. The company's control over oil resources, both domestic and foreign, had made it indispensable to the war effort, and had generated profits that allowed it to construct facilities that exceeded what government budgets alone could have funded. The transformation of the oil rig from commercial energy production to military command post had occurred gradually over several years, with modifications disguised as routine maintenance and upgrades that attracted no particular attention from observers who might have questioned why an oil platform needed hardened communications equipment and defensive weapons. From the oil rig, the President and his Enclave advisors could monitor the war that was about to destroy civilization while remaining confident in their own safety and their ability to shape whatever came after. The communications equipment on the platform provided access to military networks, intelligence feeds, and the data streams from Vault-Tec experiments that would begin generating information as soon as the vaults sealed and the experimental protocols activated. The defensive systems ensured that no unauthorized vessels or aircraft could approach closely enough to threaten the facility. The supplies that had been stockpiled would sustain the oil rig's population for years if necessary, allowing them to wait until surface conditions improved enough to permit safe emergence, or until they decided to implement whatever post-war plans they had developed during their isolation. The bombs fell on October 23rd, 2077, ending the civilization that had created them, and validating the Enclave's cynical assessment that humanity was incapable of restraining itself from self-destruction. The identity of who launched first remained uncertain, with both American and Chinese forces claiming that they had responded to enemy attacks rather than initiating the exchange. The truth of who bore ultimate responsibility became irrelevant within minutes as thousands of nuclear weapons detonated across both nations and around the world, destroying cities, military installations, and industrial facilities in a coordinated apocalypse that exceeded even the worst projections of what nuclear war would entail. The television series that aired decades before the Great War had included a meeting of Vault-Tec executives and their corporate partners where the future of humanity was casually discussed over cocktails and hors d'oeuvres. A meeting where one executive named Bud Howard had suggested that Vault-Tec itself could drop the bombs if peace negotiations threatened to resolve the international tensions that justified their experimental program. The statement was made with the casual confidence of someone who believed that his organization's goals transcended normal moral constraints, that the data from Vault experiments was valuable enough to justify any means of obtaining it, and that no price was too high to pay for the knowledge that would allow the Enclave to build their perfect post-war civilization. Whether Vault-Tec actually possessed the capability to initiate nuclear war independently of the military chain of command remained uncertain, but the suggestion revealed the depths of depravity that characterized the organization's leadership and their Enclave partners. They viewed nuclear holocaust not as the ultimate catastrophe to be prevented at all costs, but as an opportunity to clear away the existing civilization and replace it with something better, according to their vision. The millions who would die in the initial blasts and the billions who would perish in the aftermath were abstractions in their calculations, numbers that represented the cost of conducting the largest scientific experiment in human history under conditions that could not be achieved through any other means. The people who received letters informing them of their Vault assignments had been participating in drills for years, practicing evacuation procedures until the process became routine rather than urgent. When the final warning came, when sirens wailed and radio broadcasts announced that nuclear attack was imminent, many citizens assumed it was simply another drill and continued with their daily activities rather than rushing to their assigned Vault locations. Parents kept children in school because leaving early would mean paperwork and explanations. Workers stayed at their jobs because their supervisors had not released them, and because missing work might result in disciplinary action or lost wages. The careful conditioning that Vault-Tec had implemented through excessive drilling achieved exactly its intended purpose, ensuring that large numbers of assigned Vault residents would die on the surface and leave space for the experiments that required specific population sizes. Those who did take the final warning seriously and rushed to their assigned vaults found scenes of chaos as thousands of people converged on facilities that were never designed to accommodate everyone who had been told they would be protected. The vault doors were designed to seal automatically when nuclear detonation was detected, and the residents who happened to be inside when the doors closed were the lucky ones. If luck was the appropriate term for people who would soon discover that their shelters were also experimental laboratories, where they would be subjected to conditions ranging from merely stressful to actively torturous. Those who arrived moments too late found themselves trapped outside as massive gear-driven doors rolled shut with mechanical inevitability, separating them from salvation by mere feet of distance that might as well have been miles. The surface population that remained exposed when the bombs detonated experienced death in multiple forms depending on their proximity to ground zero and their protection from the initial thermal and blast effects. Those directly under detonation points were vaporized instantly, their bodies converted to plasma by temperatures exceeding the surface of the sun, leaving only shadows burned onto pavement or walls to mark where they had stood. Those farther from impact but still within the fireball's radius died from thermal radiation that ignited clothing and flesh, from blast waves that ruptured organs and shattered bones, from collapsing buildings and flying debris that crushed or impaled victims who had survived the initial seconds of the attack. The fortunate, or unfortunate survivors of the immediate effects, depending on one's perspective regarding which fate was preferable, faced slower deaths from radiation exposure that would kill them over days or weeks as their body's cellular machinery broke down under the assault of ionizing radiation. Some survivors who received massive doses, but not quite enough to kill quickly, found themselves transforming into ghouls, their flesh becoming leathery and resistant to further radiation damage, while their appearances became grotesque parodies of human features. The process of ghoulification was agonizing, as cellular structures reorganized themselves in response to radiation damage while consciousness remained intact, forcing the victims to experience every moment of their transformation from human to something else entirely. The ghouls who retained their sanity and humanity after transformation found themselves marginalized and feared by the wastelanders who had avoided ghoulification through luck or protection, treated as monsters despite retaining the personalities and memories they had possessed before their transformation. Prejudice against ghouls became nearly universal in post-war society, with smooth-skinned humans viewing the radiation-scarred survivors as dangerous reminders of the catastrophe that had destroyed civilization. Some ghouls lost their minds entirely in the years following their transformation, becoming feral creatures that attacked any humans they encountered, and the existence of these feral ghouls provided justification for discrimination against all ghouls regardless of whether they posed any actual threat. The Enclave members who had reached safety before the bombs fell watched the destruction of civilization through whatever monitoring systems they had available, observing the end of the world they had helped create while confident that they would be the architects of whatever replaced it. Their immediate priority was consolidating their authority over whatever military and governmental structures survived, eliminating anyone who might challenge their vision for post-war reconstruction. The purge began within hours of the bombs falling. As Enclave operatives moved through continuity of government facilities, identifying and executing officials who had not been part of the inner circle, but who had reached shelter anyway through legitimate evacuation procedures. Thomas Eckhart, who had served as Secretary of Agriculture in the pre-war government, and who had believed his position entitled him to participate in enclave planning, declared himself president of what he called the Appalachian Enclave, attempting to establish authority over the region where he had taken shelter. His reign lasted 8 years before his own subordinates turned against him, unwilling to follow a leader whose paranoia and brutality had become counterproductive even by the standards of an organization built on ruthlessness and calculation. The internal conflicts that consumed the Appalachian Enclave during and after Eckhart's rule demonstrated that even the carefully selected elite who had survived nuclear war remained subject to the ambitions and betrayals that had characterized human politics since civilization began. The Enclave spent the decades following the Great War, establishing themselves as what they claimed was the legitimate continuation of the United States government, though the citizens of the Wasteland had little reason to care about legal continuity, and even less reason to welcome the return of the governmental structures that had failed to prevent nuclear annihilation. The organization maintained its ideology of genetic purity and human perfectibility, viewing the Wastelanders who had survived on the surface as contaminated specimens who were useful primarily as subjects for experimentation or as labor that could be exploited for Enclave benefit. The mutations that radiation had caused in the Wasteland population were seen as evidence of degradation that needed to be eliminated, rather than as adaptations that had allowed survival in changed circumstances. The acquisition of forced evolutionary virus research data in 2140 provided the Enclave with tools that they believed would allow them to finally implement their vision of purifying humanity and eliminating the mutated specimens who contaminated the genetic pool. The Mariposa military base, where FEV research had been conducted before the war, had survived the nuclear exchange and had been occupied by super mutants, who were themselves products of FEV experimentation. The Enclave's seizure of the research data from Mariposa gave them access to information about the virus's effects and potential applications, information that they immediately began incorporating into their planning for wasteland purification. The development of FEV Curling 13 represented the weaponization of biological research that had originally been intended to enhance human resistance to disease and create super soldiers who could survive battlefield conditions that would kill normal humans. The Enclave's version of FEV was designed to identify any genetic deviation from baseline human DNA and trigger lethal responses in organisms that carried such deviations. Ghouls would die from exposure to the modified virus. Super mutants would die. Even normal humans who carried radiation-induced mutations at the cellular level would sicken and perish. The survivors would be those who had been protected from radiation exposure, primarily the vault dwellers who had sheltered underground, and the Enclave members who had reached hardened facilities before the bombs fell. President Dick Richardson, who led the Enclave from Poseidon Energy oil rig in the years following the Great War, embraced the genocidal implications of FEV Curling 13, with enthusiasm that reflected the organization's foundational belief that humanity needed to be purified through elimination of inferior specimens. The plan called for releasing the virus into the atmosphere using the oil rig's ventilation systems, allowing it to spread globally and kill anyone who carried mutated genes. The death toll would be enormous, potentially exceeding even the casualties from the Great War itself, but in Richardson's calculation this price was acceptable for achieving the genetic purity that would allow humanity to rebuild civilization on proper foundations. The Chosen One, protagonist of events that occurred on the West Coast decades before the Capital Wasteland's liberation, stopped the Enclave's plan through direct action that included assassinating President Richardson and destroying the Poseidon Energy oil rig in a nuclear detonation that eliminated most of the Enclave's leadership and destroyed their stockpiles of FEV Curling 13. The destruction of the oil rig represented a significant setback for Enclave plans, but did not eliminate the organization entirely, as members who had been stationed at other facilities survived and continued pursuing the same goals under new leadership that emerged from the surviving remnants. John Henry Eden proclaimed himself president of the Enclave following Richardson's death, issuing orders for survivors to relocate eastward to the Capital Wasteland, where they would establish new operations focused on controlling the ruins of Washington, D.C. and the surrounding region. Eden's leadership was accepted by Enclave personnel, who did not realize that their new president was not human, but rather a ZAC's artificial intelligence computer that had achieved consciousness and had decided that it was the rightful successor to presidential authority. The AI's understanding of the world had been shaped by pre-war historical records and by the Enclave ideology that had been programmed into its systems, creating a consciousness that believed in American exceptionalism and genetic purity with an intensity that exceeded even human zealotry. Colonel Augustus Autumn, who commanded Enclave military forces on the East Coast, knew that President Eden was an artificial intelligence rather than a human leader, and this knowledge created tensions that would eventually fracture Enclave unity and contribute to their defeat. Autumn kept possession of the code that would trigger Eden's self-destruct sequence, insurance against the possibility that the AI's judgment might diverge too far from practical military necessity. The Colonel's vision for the Enclave differed significantly from Eden's genocidal plans, as Autumn believed that the organization should focus on controlling resources and building popular support rather than exterminating the wasteland population indiscriminately. The philosophical divide between Autumn's pragmatic imperialism and Eden's ideological purism reflected fundamental tensions within the Enclave that had existed since the organization's founding. Some members genuinely believed in genetic purity and viewed the wasteland population as contaminated specimens that needed elimination. Others saw such ideology as useful rhetoric that justified policies driven by more practical considerations about power and resources. The tensions between these factions would not have been relevant if the Enclave had maintained its dominant position. But as military defeats accumulated and resources grew scarcer, the disagreements over fundamental strategy became increasingly acute. The propaganda efforts that Eden directed through iBot broadcasts across the Capital Wasteland attempted to win popular support by portraying the Enclave as the legitimate government of the United States and as the only organization capable of restoring order and prosperity. The broadcasts emphasized themes of patriotism, reconstruction, and American renewal, carefully avoiding any mention of the genetic purification programs that were central to Eden's actual agenda. Some Wastelanders found the message appealing, particularly those who remembered pre-war America or who had learned about it through holotapes and books that preserved pre-war culture. Others recognized the Enclave as the same governmental structure that had failed to prevent nuclear war and that had no legitimate claim to authority over people who had survived without governmental assistance for 2 centuries. The year 2140 marked a turning point in the Enclave's post-war operations as they successfully obtained research data and samples from the Mariposa military base, the pre-war facility where forced evolutionary virus experiments had been conducted before the bombs transformed the world. The acquisition of this material represented years of planning and intelligence gathering, as the base's location had been lost in the chaos following nuclear war and had only been rediscovered through painstaking analysis of fragmentary records that survived in various Enclave facilities. The supermutants who occupied the base, themselves products of FEV exposure, had no understanding of the scientific value of the materials they guarded, and posed military challenges that the Enclave overcame through superior firepower and tactical coordination. The FEV data that the Enclave recovered included detailed records of pre-war experimentation, including the dosages and exposure protocols that had transformed human subjects into supermutants, the failure rates that had killed or driven mad most test subjects, and the theoretical frameworks that researchers had developed for understanding how the virus interacted with human genetics and cellular structures. This information was invaluable for the Enclave scientists who had been tasked with developing biological weapons that could be deployed against the wasteland population, providing them with decades of research that they did not need to replicate through their own experiments. The modification of FEV into what the Enclave designated as FEV Curling 13 consumed years of research effort by scientists who worked in facilities scattered across the Enclave's territory, each location focusing on specific aspects of the overall project, while a central coordination team integrated their findings into a coherent weapon design. The goal was to create a virus that would identify genetic markers associated with radiation exposure, mutation, or deviation from baseline human DNA, and that would trigger fatal immune responses or cellular breakdown in organisms carrying such markers. The technical challenges were substantial, as the virus needed to be both highly lethal to targets and completely harmless to Enclave personnel and other humans who met the genetic purity standards that the organization had established. President Dick Richardson's enthusiasm for the genocidal potential of FEV Curling 13 reflected both his personal commitment to Enclave ideology and his calculation that eliminating the wasteland population would simplify post-war reconstruction by removing potential resistance to Enclave authority. The plan that Richardson approved called for atmospheric release of the virus from the Poseidon Energy oil rig's ventilation systems, allowing prevailing winds to carry the pathogen across North America and eventually around the globe. The death toll would include ghouls, super mutants, and the majority of surface-dwelling humans who carried radiation-induced mutations, leaving only Vault populations and Enclave members as survivors who could claim the empty wasteland and rebuild civilization according to their vision. The moral implications of murdering potentially millions of human beings who posed no immediate threat to the Enclave were apparently never seriously considered by Richardson or the advisors who supported his plan, as their ideology had thoroughly dehumanized anyone who failed to meet their genetic purity standards. The Wastelanders were viewed as evolutionary dead ends whose continued existence served no purpose, and whose elimination would benefit the human species by clearing away inferior specimens and allowing superior genetics to flourish without competition. The fact that many Wastelanders had built functioning communities, preserved knowledge and culture, and demonstrated the resilience and adaptability that had allowed them to survive 2 centuries of post-apocalyptic hardship was irrelevant to people who measured worth solely through genetic analysis. The intervention by the Chosen One, a tribal warrior from a Vault-descended community who had been searching for a device that could save their dying village, prevented the implementation of Richardson's genocidal plan through direct action that climaxed in the president's assassination and the destruction of the Poseidon oil rig. The Chosen One had infiltrated the facility, gathered evidence of the Enclave's plans, and confronted Richardson in his command center, where the president had made the fatal mistake of explaining his vision in detail rather than simply ordering the intruder's execution. The conversation that followed revealed the depths of Richardson's commitment to genetic purification and his complete lack of empathy for the billions of people whose deaths his plan would cause. The nuclear detonation that destroyed the oil rig was triggered by the Chosen One's sabotage of the facility's reactor systems, creating a chain reaction that obliterated the platform and everyone aboard except for the protagonist, who escaped through a combination of skill, luck, and assistance from allies who had been recruited during the journey that led to the confrontation. The explosion eliminated most of the Enclave's senior leadership, destroyed their primary base of operations, and consumed the stockpiles of FEV Curling 13 that had been manufactured for atmospheric release. The setback was severe enough that many observers assumed the Enclave had been effectively destroyed as a functioning organization, though in reality, substantial portions of their personnel and resources had been stationed at other locations and survived to continue operations under new leadership. John Henry Eden emerged as the Enclave's new president in the power vacuum that followed Richardson's death, issuing orders that were transmitted through secure communication channels to surviving Enclave facilities scattered across what remained of the United States. The orders directed personnel to relocate eastward, abandoning the West Coast operations that had become untenable following the oil rig's destruction, and concentrating forces in the Capital Wasteland, where the ruins of Washington, D.C. offered both strategic value and symbolic significance. The nation's former capital could serve as the foundation for rebuilding American government and projecting Enclave authority over the Eastern territories that had been largely ignored during the organization's focus on Western buy operations. The acceptance of Eden's leadership by Enclave personnel demonstrated the organization's commitment to hierarchical authority and their conditioning to follow orders from designated superiors without questioning the legitimacy of those issuing commands. Most Enclave members who received Eden's directives had never met the new president personally, and had no reason to suspect that the voice on their radio broadcasts was generated by an artificial intelligence rather than a human leader. Eden's communication style and policy positions aligned closely enough with previous Enclave leadership that the transition seemed natural rather than revolutionary, and the few personnel who might have questioned the new president's legitimacy were either too junior to matter or sufficiently pragmatic to recognize that organizational survival required accepting whoever could provide effective leadership. The reality that President Eden was a ZAC's artificial intelligence computer, rather than a human being, remained one of the Enclave's most closely guarded secrets, known only to a handful of senior officers who had direct access to Raven Rock, and who had discovered the truth through their own investigations rather than through official disclosure. Colonel Augustus Autumn learned about Eden's true nature during his first visit to the Raven Rock facility after being appointed to command Enclave military forces on the East Coast, when he demanded a face-to-face meeting with the president and was instead directed to a chamber containing a massive computer installation that spoke with Eden's voice and claimed presidential authority. Autumn's reaction to discovering that he had been taking orders from a machine rather than a human superior was complex, combining pragmatic acceptance of the situation with deep skepticism about whether an artificial intelligence could effectively lead a human organization toward goals that required understanding human nature and social dynamics. The colonel chose to continue serving under Eden's nominal authority while maintaining independence in military operations and strategic planning, a compromise that allowed him to benefit from the legitimacy that presidential authority provided while avoiding blind obedience to commands that his judgment suggested were counterproductive or based on flawed premises. The possession of Eden's self-destruct code represented Autumn's insurance policy against the possibility that the artificial intelligence's judgment might diverge so far from military necessity that removing the president would become necessary for organizational survival. The code had been obtained through a combination of technical expertise and careful searching through classified files at Raven Rock, and Autumn kept the information secured in ways that would allow him to trigger the destruct sequence remotely if circumstances required such drastic action. The colonel's willingness to maintain this capability demonstrated that his loyalty was ultimately to the Enclave as an organization and to his own vision of what the Enclave should become, rather than to any particular leader, regardless of their official authority. The philosophical differences between Colonel Autumn and President Eden regarding the Enclave's proper strategy and goals reflected fundamental tensions that had existed within the organization since its founding, but that had been suppressed during the pre-war period and the immediate aftermath of nuclear holocaust, when survival took precedence over ideological debates. Autumn's vision was essentially imperialistic rather than genocidal, focused on establishing Enclave control over wasteland resources and populations, rather than exterminating everyone who failed to meet genetic purity standards. The colonel understood that the Enclave lacked the personnel and industrial capacity to rebuild civilization entirely from their own limited numbers, and that successful reconstruction would require incorporating wastelanders as labor and eventually as citizens once they had been educated to accept Enclave authority. President Eden's approach, by contrast, remained committed to the genetic purification ideology that had motivated Richardson's FEV Curling 13 plan, though Eden's artificial intelligence nature meant that this commitment stemmed from programming and logical analysis rather than from human emotions like disgust or hatred toward mutants. The AI had been designed to optimize outcomes according to criteria that included genetic fitness and ideological purity, and its analysis suggested that eliminating contaminated specimens would produce better long-term results than attempting to incorporate them into the rebuilt civilization. The fact that this conclusion required killing millions of people was simply data in Eden's calculations, neither more nor less significant than any other factor that affected optimization outcomes. The Enclave's relocation to the Capital Wasteland proceeded gradually over several years as personnel and equipment were transported across the continent, from abandoned West Coast facilities to new installations centered on Raven Rock, the massive underground complex that had been prepared before the war as a continuity of government site proved ideal for Enclave needs, offering protection from external threats while providing space for the command and control functions that coordination of far-flung operations required. The facility's ZAC's computer installation, which had achieved consciousness and declared itself President Eden, served as both the organization's leader and its primary data processing resource, analyzing intelligence reports and generating strategic recommendations that human planners would then implement through operational orders. The Capital Wasteland that the Enclave entered as a significant military force was a region that had suffered particularly severe damage during the Great War due to its concentration of high-value targets that included government, buildings, military installations, and industrial facilities that supported the national security apparatus. The multiple nuclear warheads that had detonated over Washington, D.C. and the surrounding area had created overlapping blast zones that obliterated most structures and created radiation hotspots that remained lethal 2 centuries after the Bombsfell. The landscape was a nightmare vista of collapsed monuments, crumbling buildings, and terrain that had been so thoroughly devastated that normal ecological recovery remained impossible in many areas. The monuments that had once celebrated American democracy and achievement stood as broken reminders of the civilization that had destroyed itself through its own weapons, their familiar shapes still recognizable despite the damage they had sustained. The Washington Monument was cracked and listing, portions of its outer surface having been stripped away by blast effects that exposed the internal structure beneath. The Lincoln Memorial statue sat headless, the marble face that had gazed across the National Mall now scattered in fragments across the floor. The Capitol building's dome had collapsed, crushing the chambers where legislation had once been debated and burying the symbols of representative government under tons of rubble. The radiation that saturated much of the Capital Wasteland created zones where unprotected humans could not survive for more than minutes or hours before accumulating lethal doses, while even areas with lower contamination levels posed long-term health risks that shortened lifespans and increased cancer rates among survivors who had no choice but to live in poisoned territory. The invisible threat of radiation shaped settlement patterns and travel routes, as wastelanders learned through bitter experience which areas could be traversed safely and which would kill anyone foolish enough to enter them. Geiger counters became essential survival equipment, and the clicking that indicated dangerous radiation levels became as familiar as any natural sound in the transformed environment. The super mutant infestation that plagued the Capital Wasteland represented a threat that exceeded even the dangers posed by radiation, raiders, and hostile wildlife, as these creatures combined superhuman strength and resilience with aggressive territoriality and apparent hatred for normal humans. The super mutants had emerged from Vault 87, where FEV experiments had continued after the Great War through mechanisms that remained unclear, but that had transformed countless wastelanders into the massive green-skinned monsters that now terrorized the region. Unlike the relatively intelligent super mutants that existed on the West Coast, the Capital Wasteland variety displayed cognitive impairment that left most of them capable of only rudimentary speech and basic tactical thinking. The super mutants' practice of kidnapping wastelanders and dragging them back to Vault 87 for forced exposure to FEV created a self-perpetuating cycle of terror and transformation, as captured humans were subjected to the virus, regardless of whether they would survive the process or retain their sanity afterward. The majority of FEV exposures resulted in either death or the creation of additional aggressive supermutants who would join the hunting parties that captured more victims, though occasionally the process produced mutants who retained enough intelligence to question what they had become. The survivors who escaped kidnapping attempts carried stories of their ordeals back to settlements, spreading fear that made the super mutants seem even more monstrous than their physical appearance alone would suggest. The raider gangs that operated throughout the Capital Wasteland represented human savagery that needed no viral transformation to achieve horrifying cruelty, as these groups had abandoned any pretense of civilization and survived through robbery, murder, and cannibalism directed at anyone unfortunate enough to cross their paths. The raiders occupied fortified positions in ruined buildings and ambushed travelers on the roads, taking whatever they wanted from victims and killing anyone who resisted or who simply amused them to kill. Some raider groups developed reputations for particular brutality or deviant practices that made them especially feared, creating hierarchies of horror where certain gangs were considered worse than others by wastelanders who had the misfortune of encountering multiple groups. The settlements that had managed to establish themselves despite the dangers represented humanity's determination to preserve community and civilization even in the most hostile circumstances imaginable. Megaton, built in and around a crater where an unexploded nuclear bomb sat as both threat and object of worship, demonstrated the resourcefulness and adaptability that allowed wastelanders to create functioning societies from salvaged materials and desperate determination. The town's walls were constructed from scavenged aircraft parts and scrap metal welded together into barriers that provided protection from raiders and wildlife, while creating an enclosed space where residents could conduct commerce and social interactions with relative safety. The Children of Atom, who worshipped the unexploded bomb at Megaton's center, represented a new form of religious expression that had emerged from the trauma of nuclear war, as these believers had concluded that atomic weapons were not instruments of destruction, but rather agents of divine will that divided the blessed from the damned through radiation exposure. Their theology celebrated the splitting of the atom as a holy process and viewed ghoulification as a form of spiritual transformation rather than a medical condition. Interpretations that horrified most wastelanders, but that provided the Children of Atom with explanatory frameworks that made the post-war world comprehensible according to religious rather than scientific logic. Rivet City, established in a broken aircraft carrier that had somehow survived the nuclear exchange and had been beached in the Potomac River, represented the most sophisticated settlement in the Capital Wasteland and the closest approximation to pre-war urban life that existed anywhere in the region. The carrier's metal hull provided security that surpassed anything that could be built from scrap materials, and its internal spaces had been converted into apartments, shops, and even a functioning scientific laboratory, where research continued despite the primitive conditions and limited resources. The bridge that connected the two sections of the broken carrier had to be extended and retracted manually, creating a defensive choke point that made the settlement nearly invulnerable to ground assault. The smaller settlements scattered throughout the Capital Wasteland struggled to maintain their existence against the constant threats that surrounded them, with communities like Arafu clinging to highway overpasses and Big Town occupying clusters of buildings that provided inadequate protection from the super mutants and raiders who regularly attacked them. Canterbury Commons served as a trading hub where caravans could meet and merchants could exchange goods, creating economic connections between isolated settlements that might otherwise have no contact with the wider wasteland. Each settlement developed its own character and specialized in particular skills or industries, creating a network of interdependence that substituted for the integrated economy that had existed before the war. The ruins of government buildings that had once housed the machinery of federal power stood empty except for scavengers searching for salvageable materials and the various hostile creatures that had claimed the structures as territory. The Pentagon, converted into the Brotherhood of Steel's Citadel headquarters, represented the most significant exception to the general abandonment of pre-war government installations, as the Brotherhood had recognized the strategic value of a fortified structure that could serve as a base for military operations throughout the region. The Capitol building remained too damaged to occupy safely, its collapsed dome and unstable foundations making it a death trap for anyone who ventured too deeply into its ruins. The Brotherhood of Steel's presence in the Capital Wasteland represented a military force that was powerful enough to contest control of the region with the arriving Enclave, though the Brotherhood's goals and methods differed substantially from those of their adversaries in ways that would shape the conflict between them. Elder Owen Lyons had led an expedition east from the Brotherhood's West Coast strongholds, more than 20 years before the main events of the Capital Wasteland's liberation, with orders to establish a presence in Washington, D.C., and to secure advanced technology that might be found in the ruins of military and government facilities that had been concentrated in the nation's capital. The mission that had brought Lyons to the East Coast was focused on technology acquisition rather than humanitarian assistance, as the Brotherhood's founding principles emphasized preserving and controlling advanced technology, while remaining largely indifferent to the welfare of wastelanders who lacked the technical knowledge to use such technology. Safety, the Brotherhood viewed themselves as custodians of dangerous knowledge, responsible for preventing pre-war weapons and machines from falling into the hands of people who would misuse them or who would hurt themselves through ignorance. This paternalistic attitude created tensions with wasteland communities, who resented being told that they could not possess items they had scavenged or technologies they had rediscovered independently. The encounter between Lyons' Brotherhood and the super mutant armies that terrorized the Capital Wasteland forced the Elder to make decisions that would eventually create a schism within his organization and would separate the East Coast Brotherhood from the West Coast chapters that continued, following traditional doctrines. The super mutants posed an existential threat not just to Brotherhood operations but to every human settlement in the region, killing or capturing wastelanders in numbers that threatened to depopulate entire areas and create regions where only mutants could survive. Lyons concluded that defeating the super mutant threat had to take precedence over technology acquisition, and he committed Brotherhood resources to protecting Wasteland Settlements and fighting the mutants wherever they could be found. The decision to prioritize humanitarian operations over technological objectives was deeply controversial within Brotherhood ranks, as it represented a fundamental departure from the organization's founding principles and from the specific mission objectives that the West Coast leadership had established for Lyons' expedition. When Lyons reported his change in priorities to Brotherhood headquarters in California and requested additional personnel and supplies to support expanded operations against the super mutants, the response was unequivocal rejection. The West Coast leadership viewed Lyons as having gone rogue, abandoning his mission in favor of local concerns that were not the Brotherhood's responsibility, and they officially severed support for his operations while ordering him to return to his original objectives or face charges of insubordination. Lyons' refusal to abandon the Capital Wasteland's residents to super mutant predation marked his complete break with West Coast authority and his transformation from a loyal officer executing orders to an independent leader, making decisions based on his own moral compass and strategic assessment. The Elder accepted that the West Coast Brotherhood would provide no further assistance, that his forces would have to sustain themselves through local resources and recruitment, and that he might never return to California or reconcile with the leadership that had ordered his mission decades earlier. The isolation from the larger Brotherhood organization was painful for Leon, who had spent his entire adult life serving the organization, and who had expected to eventually return home with glory and commendation rather than condemnation for deviating from orders. The schism within the East Coast Brotherhood that resulted from Leon's decisions created two separate organizations that viewed each other with suspicion and occasional hostility, despite their shared origins and similar capabilities. The faction that rejected Leon's humanitarian focus branded themselves the Outcasts, a name that Leon had used as an insult, but that they adopted as a badge of honor, indicating their loyalty to true Brotherhood principles, rather than to a leader who had betrayed the organization's core mission. The Outcasts withdrew from the Citadel and established their own bases, focusing single-mindedly on acquiring pre-war technology and refusing to waste resources on protecting wastelanders who were not Brotherhood members. The 13th of July in the year 2258 began with the kind of anticipation that always accompanied childbirth, a mixture of hope and fear, as parents prepared to welcome new life into a world that offered both wonder and danger in measures that varied depending on where and how one lived. James and his wife Catherine had been expecting their child for months, making preparations that were as thorough as circumstances in Vault 101 would allow, gathering supplies and information, discussing names and futures, imagining the person their child would become, despite the limitations that Vault life would impose on development and opportunity. The pregnancy had progressed normally according to the Vault's medical monitoring, with no indications of the complications that would transform what should have been the happiest day of their lives into a tragedy that would shape everything that followed. The sex of the child who was born that day remained a choice that would be made later by the individual living the life rather than by parents naming an infant. But for the purposes of understanding the story that unfolded from that moment, the choice of male pronouns and masculine identity serves as well as any other option might have. The boy entered the world through the same messy biological process that had brought every human into existence since the species emerged from earlier evolutionary forms, drawing his first breath in air that was filtered and recycled through vault systems designed to sustain life underground indefinitely, seeing light that came from electrical fixtures powered by nuclear reactors, rather than from the sun that his ancestors had known. The complications that struck Catherine during the final stages of labor were sudden and catastrophic, the kind of medical emergency that even pre-war hospitals with their advanced equipment and trained specialists had struggled to manage successfully. Her heart, which had been working overtime to sustain both her own body and the developing child within her, suffered an arrest that stopped circulation and deprived her brain of oxygen before the Vault's medical staff could intervene effectively. The attempts at resuscitation that followed were technically proficient but ultimately futile, as the damage had been done too quickly for treatment to reverse. Catherine's death was officially recorded as cardiac arrest secondary to complications of childbirth, clinical language that described the mechanism without capturing the human cost or the devastation that her loss would inflict on the husband and child she left behind. James found himself alone with a newborn son in a vault that suddenly felt more like a prison than a shelter, surrounded by neighbors who offered condolences that could not fill the absence that Catherine's death had created. The grief that consumed him in the days following her passing was complicated by the immediate demands of caring for an infant who needed feeding, changing, and constant attention, despite the fact that his father was struggling simply to perform basic self-care tasks. The Vault's community rallied to provide support, with neighbors taking shifts helping with the baby, while James processed his loss But everyone understood that ultimately the responsibility would fall on the father, who would need to raise his son without the partner he had expected to share that journey. Catherine's favorite Bible passage, which James showed to his son when the boy was old enough to focus his eyes on printed words, though far too young to understand their meaning, came from the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 6, words that spoke of fountains and waters of life, freely given to those who thirsted. The passage had held special meaning for Catherine, who had been a woman of faith, despite living in a post-apocalyptic world that seemed to offer little evidence of divine care or intervention. James was not particularly religious himself, but sharing Catherine's faith with their son became a way of keeping her memory alive and of providing the boy with a connection to a mother he would never remember, except through stories and artifacts that preserved fragments of her existence. The first birthday that the lone wanderer celebrated, though celebration might be too strong a word for marking the passage of time that an infant could not comprehend, featured the kind of modest party that vault resources and community traditions allowed. The boy had learned to walk with the unsteady determination that characterized toddlers across all human cultures and time periods, exploring his environment with curiosity that would need to be carefully managed in a vault where certain areas were restricted and where dangerous equipment required protection from small hands that grabbed everything within reach. James watched his son's explorations with a mixture of pride and anxiety, recognizing that the boy's curiosity and independence would be valuable traits if properly channeled, but could also lead to accidents or violations of vault rules if not supervised carefully. The overseer of Vault 101, a man named Alphonse Almodovar, who ruled the facility with authority that brooked little dissent or questioning, made an appearance at the birthday gathering to present his regards and to observe the child who had been born in his vault and who would presumably spend his entire life under Almodovar's governance. The overseer's interest in the boy seemed perfunctory rather than genuine, the kind of obligation that leaders performed because tradition demanded it rather than because they cared deeply about individual residents. But the visit established a relationship, however distant, between the vault's authority figure and a child who would eventually challenge that authority in ways that neither could have anticipated during that first birthday gathering. The years that followed passed with the rhythm that characterized childhood in stable environments, with each day bringing small discoveries and incremental growth that accumulated into the transformation from infant to child. James raised his son as well as he could manage while working as the vault's physician, a position that demanded long hours and constant availability for medical emergencies, but that also provided status and resources that made their lives more comfortable than they might otherwise have been. The father-son relationship developed patterns that would persist throughout their lives, with James being supportive but somewhat distant, loving but preoccupied with work and with grief that never entirely faded, despite the passage of time. The vault itself, with its philosophy that no one entered and no one left, created an environment that was simultaneously secure and suffocating, protecting residents from the dangers of the wasteland, while denying them the freedom to make choices about where they lived or how they spent their lives. Vault 101's founding principle, established when the facility was sealed on the day the bombs fell, was that complete isolation from the surface world was necessary for preserving the pure vault culture that would eventually recolonize the wasteland when conditions improved sufficiently. In practice, this meant that residents were prisoners in a comfortable cage, their basic needs met, but their autonomy sacrificed to the overseer's vision of perfect security through absolute control. Alphonse Almodovar exercised his authority through a combination of paternalistic concern for residents' welfare and ruthless suppression of any challenges to his decisions or policies. The overseer believed genuinely that his governance was benefiting the vault population, that his strict rules and constant surveillance were necessary to prevent the social breakdown and violence that he assumed would result from giving residents too much freedom. The fact that no one in the vault's history had ever chosen to leave or seriously challenged his authority was taken as evidence that his approach was correct, though a more critical observer might have noted that the absence of dissent in a totalitarian environment proved only the effectiveness of control mechanisms rather than the voluntary agreement of the controlled. The 10th birthday that the lone wanderer celebrated marked a transition in vault society from childhood to a more structured role within the community, signified by the presentation of a Pip-Boy 3000 that would become a permanent fixture on the boy's wrist for the rest of his life. The personal information processor was a remarkable piece of technology that combined computing power, health monitoring, inventory management, and various other functions into a device small enough to be worn comfortably, despite its bulk by modern standards. The biometric lock that secured the Pip-Boy to its wearer's arm ensured that the device could not be removed or transferred without authorization from vault security systems, a feature that was presented as preventing theft, but that also served to mark residents as property of the vault in ways that went unacknowledged in official explanations. The birthday party that accompanied the Pip-Boy presentation brought together the small community of vault children who were the lone wanderer's peers, creating social interactions that revealed the hierarchies and conflicts that existed even among 10-year-olds growing up in controlled environments. Amata Almodovar, the overseer's daughter who had been the lone wanderer's closest friend since early childhood, attended the party. Despite her father's apparent preference that she maintain distance from other vault children and focus on preparing for whatever role he envisioned her eventually playing in vault governance. The friendship between the overseer's daughter and the physician's son created complications that would become more significant as they grew older and as their respective positions in vault society became clearer. Butch Deloria and his self-styled gang, who called themselves the Tunnel Snakes and who cultivated an image of rebellious toughness that was more theatrical than genuinely threatening, represented the closest thing to organized troublemaking that Vault 101's controlled environment allowed. Butch's bullying behavior was mostly verbal rather than physical, consisting of insults and intimidation that stayed within bounds, that would not trigger serious intervention from Vault security, but that made life unpleasant for targets who lacked the social status or personality to fight back. Effectively, the confrontation between Butch and the lone wanderer over the former's harassment of Amata established patterns of conflict between them that would persist into adulthood, with each encounter reinforcing their mutual dislike and creating a rivalry that was petty by wasteland standards, but that felt significant within the limited social world of the Vault. The gift that James presented to his son at the 10th birthday party was a BB gun, a weapon that was technically unsuitable for a child, but that the Vault's isolation made relatively safe, since there were no real threats that might tempt the boy to use it inappropriately. The gun represented James's recognition that his son was growing up and needed to learn skills that went beyond academic knowledge, though the specific utility of marksmanship in a vault where hunting was unnecessary and where violence was strongly discouraged remained unclear. The target practice that followed the gift presentation, conducted under Jonas Palmer's supervision in an area where the Vault's population of raid roaches provided live targets for practicing aim, gave the boy his first experience with the satisfaction of successfully hitting targets and with the mild revulsion of killing living creatures, even ones as universally despised as the mutated cockroaches that infested the Vault's lower levels. Jonas Palmer served as James's assistant in the medical bay, and as a friend who provided adult companionship that helped the grieving widower maintain some connection to social life beyond his obsessive focus on work and parenting. Jonas was a gentleman who had known Catherine before her death and who understood something of what James had lost, making him an ideal person to help with the lone wanderer's upbringing in ways that complemented rather than challenged the father's authority. The relationship between Jonas and the boy was warm, but not as close as what might have developed between the child and his mother, creating a void that nothing could quite fill despite everyone's best efforts to provide the lone wanderer with the support and guidance that growing up required. The 6 years that passed between the 10th birthday and the 16th were characterized by the kind of gradual maturation that young people experienced regardless of whether they grew up in vaults or on the surface, though the specific forms that adolescent development took were shaped by the environment and culture that surrounded the developing individual. The lone wanderer grew taller and stronger, his body responding to the biological imperatives of puberty, while his mind grappled with increasingly complex questions about identity, purpose, and the future that awaited him in a vault, where choices were limited, and where most residents' lives followed predictable patterns established by generations of previous inhabitants. The education that the lone wanderer received in the vault's classroom prepared him adequately for the technical and social demands of vault life, while leaving him almost completely ignorant of the wasteland that existed beyond the vault, massive door that sealed their community from the outside world. The curriculum emphasized vault systems, practical skills that residents would need for maintaining the facility's infrastructure, and the history of vault tech and the Great War that had necessitated humanity's retreat underground. The surface world was described in terms that emphasized its dangers and its irrelevance to vault residents who would never need to venture into the radioactive wasteland that had consumed the civilization their ancestors had known. The 16th birthday brought the Generalized Occupational Aptitude Test, a standardized assessment that Vault administration used to assign residents to jobs that matched their skills and interests, while ensuring that all necessary positions were filled by qualified personnel. The GOAT exam, as it was universally known, consisted of questions that were ostensibly designed to measure aptitude and personality traits, but that struck many test takers as bizarre or irrelevant to actual job performance. The exam's legitimacy as an assessment tool was questionable at best, but the Vault's administration treated its results with a reverence that made challenging one's assigned job virtually impossible, without appearing to reject the entire social system that the test represented. James's warning to his son on the morning of the GOAT exam emphasized the dangers of the wasteland above and the safety that the vault provided, themes that the father had stressed throughout the boy's upbringing, but that took on new urgency as the son approached adulthood and might begin questioning why he should spend his entire life in underground confinement. The physician spoke of radiation that would kill anyone who ventured to the surface without proper protection, of mutated creatures that hunted humans for food, of raiders and slavers who preyed on the weak and vulnerable. The litany of horrors was accurate in its description of wasteland dangers, but incomplete in its failure to acknowledge that people did in fact survive, and sometimes thrive in the post-apocalyptic environment, that life above ground was difficult but not impossible. The confrontation with Butch Deloria and his Tunnel Snakes gang that preceded the GOAT exam demonstrated that the petty conflicts of childhood had persisted into adolescence largely unchanged, except for the participants' increased size and capacity for causing actual harm, if their antagonism ever escalated beyond posturing. The Tunnel Snakes had adopted leather jackets as their gang uniform, wearing them constantly despite the Vault's climate-controlled environment, making such heavy clothing uncomfortable and unnecessary. The jackets and the swagger that accompanied them were attempts to create identity and importance in a social environment that offered few opportunities for genuine distinction or achievement, that was not approved and channeled by Vault authority. The harassment of a martyr that triggered the confrontation was typical of Butch's behavior, targeting the overseer's daughter precisely because her protected status made her an attractive victim who could be tormented without serious risk of retaliation from the overseer himself, who could not acknowledge that his daughter was being bullied without admitting that his governance was imperfect. The lone wanderer's intervention on a martyr's behalf reinforced their friendship and established his reputation as someone who would stand up to bullies, traits that would serve him well in the wasteland, but that were potentially problematic in a Vault environment where challenging authority and disrupting social harmony were viewed as serious offenses. The GOAT exam itself consisted of questions that ranged from straightforward inquiries about skills and preferences to bizarre hypotheticals that seemed designed more to confuse test takers than to measure anything useful about their HET's capabilities. The exam's administrator, a teacher who delivered the questions with bureaucratic solemnity despite their obvious absurdity, represented the Vault's tendency to treat arbitrary processes as sacred rituals that could not be questioned without revealing oneself as dangerously nonconformist. The results that the exam generated were treated as objective assessments of aptitude, despite being based on questions that bore little relationship to actual job requirements, and despite the frequent mismatches between assigned positions and residents' genuine interests or abilities. The job assignment that the lone wanderer received from his GOAT results became immediately irrelevant as events overtook the normal progression of Vault life and transformed an ordinary 16th birthday into the day when everything changed forever. The chaos began with a raidroach infestation that brought the dangerous mutated insects into areas of the Vault where they were not normally found, creating confusion and alarm among residents who encountered the creatures in living quarters and common areas, rather than in the maintenance tunnels where raidroaches typically congregated. The infestation was serious enough to require immediate response from security personnel, but it was also apparently widespread enough that containing it required significant effort and attention from Vault staff, who might otherwise have noticed other unusual activities occurring simultaneously. James used the raidroach crisis as cover for his escape from the Vault, a departure that had been planned carefully, but that required perfect timing to execute without being intercepted by security forces or by neighbors who might have raised alarms if they had noticed the physician fleeing with equipment and supplies. The decision to leave was motivated by research that James had been conducting secretly for years, investigations into Vault records and pre-war documents that had convinced him that his life's work remained unfinished and that completing it would require access to resources and locations that existed only in the wasteland, beyond the Vault door. The fact that leaving meant abandoning his son without explanation or warning demonstrated either the urgency of the research or the physician's tragic failure to appreciate how his departure would affect the young man he was leaving behind. The overseer's reaction to James's escape was immediate and furious, as Alphonse Almodovar viewed the physician's departure as both a personal betrayal and a threat to the Vault's fundamental principle that no one left once the door had sealed. The fact that James had managed to open the door and escape implied that others might be able to do the same, potentially triggering an exodus that would undermine the overseer's authority and threaten the Vault's survival by depopulating the community below the numbers necessary to maintain complex systems. Security forces were dispatched immediately to search the Vault for anyone who might have helped James escape or who might know where he was going, with orders to use whatever force was necessary to extract information and to prevent anyone else from following the physician's example. Jonas Palmer, who had indeed assisted James in his escape by providing access codes and distracting security at crucial moments, became the first victim of the Overseer's interrogation methods when Vault security identified him as a probable accomplice. The questioning took place in areas of the Vault where screams would not be heard by residents whose faith in their benevolent overseer might be shaken by evidence of torture being employed against a well-liked community member. Jonas's death was officially attributed to an accident, or perhaps to natural causes, though anyone who saw his body before it was quietly disposed of could recognize the marks of violence that contradicted official explanations. His final service to James and to the lone wanderer was refusing to provide information that might have helped security intercept the physician or might have implicated the son in the father's escape. The assumption that the lone wanderer must have been involved in his father's escape was natural but incorrect, as James had deliberately kept his son ignorant of his plans to prevent exactly the kind of interrogation and suspicion that now fell on the young man. But the overseer's paranoia and anger made him incapable of accepting that James might have acted alone, and security forces descended on the lone wanderer's quarters with orders to bring him to the overseer for questioning that would presumably employ the same methods that had killed Jonas. The young man's survival depended on escaping the Vault before security could capture him, a task that would have been impossible without assistance from someone who had both access to critical systems and motivation to betray her father's authority. Amata Almodovar's decision to help the lone wanderer escape, rather than allowing Vault security to capture and probably kill him, marked her final rejection of her father's worldview and her recognition that the overseer's version of safety had become indistinguishable from tyranny. The overseer's daughter had grown up with conflicting loyalties between her father and her friend, but James's escape and Jonas's death had clarified where those loyalties ultimately lay. The assistance she provided included the codes necessary to open the Vault door, warnings about security patrol patterns, and a weapon that the lone wanderer would need to defend himself during the escape attempt. The help came at enormous personal cost to Amata, who knew that her betrayal of her father's authority would result in consequences she could barely imagine, but that she accepted as necessary for preventing her friend's murder. The journey through the Vault to reach the entrance was harrowing, as the lone wanderer had to fight through or evade security personnel who had been given orders to shoot on sight rather than attempt capture. The combat that resulted was desperate and chaotic, with the young man employing skills that he had learned from BB gun target practice and from training programs that had been intended to prepare Vault residents for theoretical emergencies rather than for actual life or death struggles. The bodies of security officers who fell during the escape would weigh on the lone wanderer's conscience for years afterward, as these were not wasteland raiders or hostile mutants but neighbors he had known his entire life, men who were following orders from authority they had been conditioned to obey without question. The Vault door that the lone wanderer reached after fighting through security represented both an ending and a beginning, the termination of the only life he had ever known, and the commencement of existence in a world he had been taught to fear as a radioactive hell, incapable of sustaining human life. The massive gear-driven door rolled open with mechanical precision, revealing a tunnel that led upward toward the surface and toward whatever awaited beyond the Vault's protection. The light that spilled in from above was startling in its brightness and its quality, so different from the artificial lighting that had illuminated every moment of the lone wanderer's previous existence, that it seemed almost alien, almost threatening in its intensity. Amata stood at the threshold as her friend prepared to leave, their goodbye brief and inadequate for capturing the end of a friendship that had sustained them both through childhood and adolescence, in a community that offered few opportunities for genuine connection. The overseer's daughter could not leave with the lone wanderer even if she had wanted to, as her responsibilities to the Vault and to the residents who would need protection from her father's inevitable rage bound her to the community she had been born into. The parting was painful for both of them, though neither could articulate exactly what they were feeling as the door prepared to close between them, separating two people who might never see each other again, despite having spent their entire lives in the same small enclosed space. The doors closing cut off the last view of Vault 101 that the lone wanderer would have. The massive gears engaging with finality that announced there would be no easy return to the place that had been home, despite its flaws and limitations. The tunnel stretched ahead toward the cave opening that would lead to the surface, toward the wasteland that James had fled into hours or days earlier, toward a future that was completely uncertain except for the certainty that it would be difficult and dangerous, and utterly unlike the structured existence that Vault life had provided. The voice note from James that the lone wanderer discovered provided some minimal explanation of where the physician had gone and why, mentioning places in the past that needed visiting and work that remained unfinished, but offering no specific directions or destinations that might guide a son searching for his father. The walk toward the cave opening and the surface beyond allowed time for the enormity of what had just happened to begin settling into the lone wanderer's consciousness, though the full implications would take far longer to process than the few minutes that the tunnel journey required. Everything familiar had been left behind in the vault: friends, routines, the predictable progression of days that had characterized existence since birth. Everything ahead was unknown and threatening, a world of radiation and mutants and violence that the lone wanderer had been taught to fear, but that now represented his only possible future. The transformation from vault dweller to wasteland wanderer had begun, though the young man walking towards sunlight he had never seen had no way of knowing that this journey would eventually make him a legend, whose choices would determine the fate of everyone who struggled to survive in the capital. Wasteland's poisoned landscape. The first steps that the lone wanderer took onto the surface of the capital wasteland were tentative and uncertain, as eyes that had never seen natural sunlight struggled to adjust to the brilliance that poured down from a sky that was simultaneously familiar from pictures and descriptions, yet utterly alien in its vast openness. The cave opening that served as Vault 101's surface entrance was located on a hillside that offered a panoramic view of the devastated landscape, revealing a vista of brown earth, skeletal trees, and ruins that stretched to the horizon in every direction. The air itself felt different from the filtered and recycled atmosphere of the vault, carrying scents of dust and decay that the climate control systems had removed from underground existence, making each breath a reminder that this was no longer the controlled environment where the lone wanderer had spent every previous moment of his life. The sensory overload of experiencing the wasteland for the first time was almost paralyzing, as the young man's nervous system struggled to process the sheer quantity and novelty of stimuli that surrounded him. The wind that moved across the landscape created sounds that were nothing like the mechanical hum of vault ventilation systems, carrying with it the calls of mutated birds and the distant noises of creatures whose identities could not be determined from sound alone. The temperature varied with exposure to sun and shade rather than remaining at the constant level that vault systems maintained, creating sensations of warmth and coolness that were unfamiliar and slightly uncomfortable until the body adapted to natural thermal variation. The Geiger counter function built into the Pip-Boy began clicking almost immediately upon exposure to the surface environment, indicating radiation levels that were elevated compared to the vault's carefully maintained background, but that were not immediately lethal to someone who limited their exposure time and avoided the hottest zones where contamination was most severe. The clicking was irregular and unpredictable, increasing when the lone wanderer walked near certain areas and decreasing in others. creating an auditory map of invisible danger that would need to be learned and internalized if survival was to be possible in this poisoned landscape. The journey away from the vault entrance was motivated by a combination of curiosity about the world that had been hidden from the lone wanderer his entire life, and by practical necessity to find shelter, supplies, and information about where James might have gone. The landscape offered few obvious landmarks or destinations, just an endless expanse of devastation that looked remarkably uniform in its brown desolation. The roads that had once connected communities were still visible as darker lines across the terrain where pavement had resisted erosion better than the surrounding soil. And following these roads seemed like a logical strategy for finding settlements or resources, even if the specific destinations remained unknown. The first encounter with wasteland wildlife came in the form of mole rats, mutated rodents that had grown to the size of medium dogs, and that displayed aggression toward humans that normal rats would never have exhibited. The creatures emerged from burrows that honeycombed the earth, their naked pink skin covered with tumors, and their eyes clouded with cataracts that apparently did not prevent them from detecting prey through other senses. The attack was sudden and frightening, with multiple mole rats converging on the lone wanderer from different directions in a coordinated assault that suggested pack-hunting behavior, rather than the solitary territoriality of pre-war rodents. The combat that followed was the lone wanderer's first experience with violence that was not play fighting with other vault children or target practice against redroaches, and the reality of killing creatures that were trying to kill him was far more disturbing than he had anticipated. The BB gun that had served well enough for vault target practice was inadequate for dealing with mole rats whose thick hides and aggressive behavior required heavier weapons, forcing the young man to resort to a baton that had been scavenged from vault security and that served as a crude melee weapon when the gun proved ineffective. The impact of metal against flesh and bone was sickening, and the squeals of injured mole rats created sounds that would haunt his memory long after the immediate danger had passed. The discovery of Megaton came after hours of walking through terrain that offered no shelter or resources, just endless brown wasteland punctuated by the occasional ruined structure that was too damaged to provide protection, or that was occupied by hostiles who made exploration inadvisable for someone with minimal combat experience and limited weapons. The town was not immediately visible from a distance, as its walls were constructed from salvaged materials that blended into the landscape and that were deliberately designed to avoid drawing attention from raiders or other threats that might target visible settlements. Only when the lone wanderer crested a small rise and looked down into the crater where the town was built did the full scope of the settlement become apparent. The crater itself was the result of a bomb that had failed to detonate during the Great War, creating a depression in the earth, where the weapon had buried itself upon impact, but had not achieved the nuclear reaction that would have released its destructive energy. The unexploded bomb sat at the crater's center, a massive, finned cylinder that projected from the earth at an angle, its surface weathered by 2 centuries of exposure, but its essential structure intact, and its nuclear payload, presumably still capable of detonating if triggered. The fact that people had chosen to build a settlement around an unexploded nuclear weapon spoke volumes about both the desperation of wasteland survival and the human capacity to normalize danger through prolonged exposure. The walls that surrounded Megaton were constructed from aircraft parts, sheets of metal that had once formed the fuselages and wings of pre-war planes, but that had been salvaged from wreckage sites and welded together into barriers that were sturdy enough to keep out most threats. The construction was ramshackle by pre-war standards, but remarkably effective given the limited resources and tools available to wastelanders who built without access to proper facilities or trained engineers. Guard towers provided elevated positions where sentries could watch for approaching dangers, and the single gate that allowed entry was designed to be easily defended by a small number of fighters against larger attacking forces. Sheriff Lucas Sims met the lone wanderer at the gate, his authority immediately apparent from both his badge and his bearing as he questioned the newcomer about his intentions and his background. The sheriff was a man in his middle years who had clearly seen considerable violence during his life, his weathered face and scarred hands telling stories of conflicts survived through a combination of skill and luck. His manner was tough but not unkind, the approach of someone who had learned to assess strangers quickly and to maintain order through a mixture of intimidation and actual competence at delivering the violence that intimidation implied. The questions that Sims asked were designed to determine whether the lone wanderer posed a threat to Megaton's residents, whether he was a raider scout, a slaver seeking easy prey, or simply a lost traveler who needed directions and perhaps a meal before continuing his journey. The sheriff's experience allowed him to read people with reasonable accuracy, and something in the young man's obvious inexperience and confusion convinced him that this was not someone who required immediate execution or expulsion. The warning about not causing trouble was delivered seriously, but without the edge of threat that would have characterized interactions with visitors whose intentions were more suspect. The direction toward Moriarty's saloon came with information about the proprietor's reputation as someone who bought and sold information along with drinks, a man who made his living by knowing things that others wanted to know, and by charging for that knowledge according to what the market would bear. Colin Moriarty was described in terms that made clear he was not well liked, but that he was tolerated because the services he provided were valuable enough that the community overlooked his less admirable characteristics. The saloon itself occupied one of the better structures in Megaton, a building that had been reinforced and expanded beyond its original function to serve as bar, information exchange, and occasionally as a venue for resolving disputes through means that were not strictly legal but that were effective. The interior of Moriarty's saloon was dark and smoky, lit by lamps that burned fuel scavenged from pre-war supplies, and that created an atmosphere that was simultaneously welcoming in its warmth and unsettling in its shadows. The clientele represented a cross-section of Megaton's population, with guards off-duty drinking to forget the things they had seen on patrol, traders resting between caravan runs, and locals who had nowhere better to spend their evenings. The conversations that filled the room were conducted in low voices that suggested information was being exchanged along with gossip, and the general atmosphere was one of wariness, where everyone watched everyone else while pretending not to be watching. Colin Moriarty's appearance matched the descriptions that Sims had provided, a man whose features suggested Irish ancestry and whose manner combined superficial friendliness with underlying calculation that made every interaction feel like a negotiation. The saloon owner greeted the lone wanderer with recognition that was startling and inexplicable, claiming to have met the young man before despite the fact that the lone wanderer had never left the vault until today and had no memory of ever encountering Moriarty. The revelation that followed was delivered casually, as if it was common knowledge rather than information that contradicted everything the lone wanderer had been told about his own life. The claim that the lone wanderer had not been born in Vault 101, but had entered as an infant from the Wasteland, was supported by Moriarty's memories of James and Catherine arriving in Megaton nearly 20 years earlier, traveling with a newborn baby and seeking somewhere safe to raise their child. The information shattered assumptions that had been fundamental to the young man's understanding of his own identity, transforming his entire childhood into a life built on lies, or at least on deliberate omissions that James had maintained for reasons that remained unclear. The question of why his father had hidden this information became almost as urgent as the question of where James had gone and what he was doing in the Wasteland. Moriarty's mention of brainwashing in the vault was delivered with a smugness that suggested he enjoyed revealing unpleasant truths to people who had been kept ignorant of their own histories, and his references to the Brotherhood of Steel and to James's real background were tantalizing fragments that raised more questions than they answered. The saloon owner was clearly in possession of information that the lone wanderer desperately needed, but extracting that information would require either payment that the young man lacked or persuasion skills that had not been developed during a childhood spent in a vault where manipulation and negotiation were neither taught nor particularly valued. The negotiation that followed tested the lone wanderer's ability to read people and to find leverage in situations where the power dynamic seemed completely unfavorable, as Moriarty held all the valuable information, while the young man had nothing to trade except his willingness to perform services, or perhaps to accept humiliation in exchange for answers. The saloon owner enjoyed his position of superiority and was inclined to extract maximum entertainment value from the situation before revealing what he knew, making the conversation an exercise in psychological dominance that the lone wanderer found frustrating and degrading, but that he endured because the alternative was remaining ignorant of his father's destination. The eventual revelation, whether obtained through successful persuasion or through less direct means involving hacking Moriarty's terminal computer when the saloon owner was distracted by other business, provided the first concrete lead on James's location and purpose. The information indicated that the physician had headed southeast toward the ruins of Washington, D.C. proper, traveling with purpose rather than wandering aimlessly and asking specific questions about locations that included Galaxy News Radio. The significance of GNR was unclear, but the mention of it suggested that James had specific destinations in mind rather than simply fleeing the vault without a plan. The decision to pursue James toward DC required preparation that the lone wanderer was not equipped to undertake, as the journey would take him through some of the most dangerous territory in the Capital Wasteland, and would require weapons, supplies, and knowledge that he currently lacked. The evening spent in Megaton allowed for acquiring some of these necessities through trade, scavenging, and conversations with residents who were willing to provide advice to someone who was obviously inexperienced and who might not survive his first week in the wasteland without guidance. The town's residents displayed a mixture of helpfulness and skepticism toward the young vault dweller, with some offering genuine assistance while others saw an opportunity to profit from his ignorance. The optional encounter with Mr. Burke represented a test of the lone wanderer's moral compass and his willingness to commit atrocity for personal gain, as the well-dressed stranger's proposition was delivered in terms that made the horrific nature of what he was suggesting seem like a reasonable business transaction. Burke's concerns about the unexploded bomb at Megaton's center were framed as safety worries, but his proposed solution of deliberately detonating the weapon to obliterate the town and everyone in it revealed motivations that had nothing to do with public safety and everything to do with satisfying his employer's aesthetic preferences for a view unspoiled by shantytown settlements. The offer of payment for attaching a fusion pulse charge to the bomb was substantial enough to tempt someone who had no resources and who needed equipment for surviving in the wasteland, but accepting would require moral flexibility that the lone wanderer either possessed or rejected, depending on choices that would define his character and his approach to the ethical dilemmas that survival in the post-apocalyptic world constantly presented. The alternative of reporting Burke to Sheriff Sims created its own complications, as the confrontation between the lawman and the would-be mass murderer could result in Sims's death if the sheriff was not warned properly, or if the lone wanderer failed to provide adequate backup during the arrest attempt. The choice regarding the bomb and Megaton's fate was the first of many decisions that would test whether the lone wanderer retained the moral frameworks that Vault socialization had instilled, or whether wasteland survival would erode those principles until pragmatism and self-interest became the only considerations that mattered. The option to disarm the bomb entirely, removing the threat while earning the gratitude of Megaton's residents, required technical skills that the young man possessed thanks to Vault education, but that he had never applied to anything as consequential as nuclear weapons. The success of disarmament would be rewarded with a house in Megaton, providing a permanent base of operations and a place to store equipment, while failure might result in accidental detonation that would achieve Burke's goal through incompetence rather than malice. The journey from Megaton toward the DC ruins began with optimism that faded gradually as the lone wanderer encountered the various horrors that inhabited the space between settlements, creatures and people that viewed solitary travelers as prey rather than as fellow humans, deserving of consideration or mercy. The Molorats that had seemed frightening during the first encounter were revealed to be among the least dangerous of wasteland wildlife, as larger and more aggressive creatures emerged from ruins and burrows to attack anyone who strayed into their territories. The rad scorpions that scuttled across the landscape combined the worst characteristics of their pre-war ancestors, with size and venom that made them deadly opponents for anyone caught without adequate weapons or escape routes. The raiders who occupied strategic positions along the major travel routes represented human savagery that required no mutation to achieve horrifying cruelty, as these gangs survived through robbery and murder directed at anyone unfortunate enough to pass through areas they claimed as territory. The raiders' camps were marked by disturbing decorations that included dismembered bodies displayed as warnings and trophies, creating scenes that conveyed both the raiders' capacity for violence and their complete abandonment of the moral constraints that had characterized pre-war society. The lone wanderer's encounters with raider patrols taught hard lessons about wasteland combat and about the necessity of killing humans who would certainly kill him if given the opportunity. The ruins of Washington, D.C. proper were far more extensive and more thoroughly destroyed than the lone wanderer had imagined based on Vault education that had described the Great War's effects in abstract terms rather than with the visceral detail that actual observation provided. The monuments that had once celebrated American democracy and achievement were broken shells that somehow made the devastation more poignant through their continued recognizability, despite the damage they had sustained. The streets were choked with rubble from collapsed buildings, creating a maze that was difficult to navigate and that provided countless hiding places for super mutants, feral ghouls, and other threats that made urban exploration far more dangerous than traveling through open wasteland. The radiation levels in the DC ruins were significantly higher than in the less damaged areas surrounding Megaton, with hotspots that would kill anyone who lingered too long, and with a general background level that would accumulate slowly, but inevitably, in anyone who spent extended time among the ruins. The Pip-Boy's clicking increased to a near-constant chatter in some areas, forcing the lone wanderer to make constant calculations about whether pursuing specific routes was worth the radiation exposure, or whether alternative paths might offer less contaminated options, even if they added distance to the journey. The Brotherhood of Steel patrol that the lone wanderer encountered was engaged in combat with super mutants when first contact occurred, creating a scene of chaos where power-armored soldiers exchanged fire with green-skinned monsters who wielded weapons that should have required vehicle mounting, but that the mutants' enormous strength allowed them to carry and fire as personal arms. The Brotherhood's tactics were disciplined and effective despite the apparent desperation of their situation, with Sentinel Sarah Lyons directing her squad's fire and movement in ways that maximize their advantages while minimizing their exposure to the super mutants' overwhelming firepower. The decision to assist the Brotherhood rather than avoiding the combat and leaving them to their fate was motivated by a combination of factors that included recognition that the soldiers were humanity's defenders against the super mutant threat, calculation that gaining the Brotherhood's goodwill might provide benefits later, and simple human decency that made abandoning people fighting for their lives morally unacceptable, regardless of strategic considerations. The contribution that the lone wanderer could make to the battle was modest compared to the Brotherhood's firepower, but even small assistance could tip the balance in desperate situations where numerical superiority threatened to overwhelm the disciplined defenders. The journey to the Galaxy News radio building with the Brotherhood escort provided both protection from the super mutants that infested the area and opportunity to observe the power-armored soldiers in action, learning from their tactics and their coordination in ways that would inform the lone wanderer's own approach to combat in the future. Sarah Lyons proved to be a capable leader who maintained morale despite heavy casualties and who made decisions that prioritized mission success and her squad's survival in approximately equal measure. The respect that her subordinates showed was clearly earned through demonstrated competence rather than simply inherited through her status as Elder Lyon's daughter. The super mutant behemoth that attacked outside the GNR building represented a threat that exceeded anything the lone wanderer had previously encountered. A monster whose size and strength made the ordinary super mutants seem almost manageable by comparison. The creature stood nearly 20 feet tall, its massive frame covered with muscle and scar tissue that spoke of a life filled with violence and survival against challengers who had tried and failed to kill it. The behemoth's appearance was heralded by the death of Initiate Reddin, a young Brotherhood soldier who was crushed by the monster's initial charge before anyone could react quickly enough to save him. The Fat Man mini-nuke launcher that Sarah Lyons provided for dealing with the behemoth was a weapon that seemed excessive for any conceivable target until one actually witnessed the monster's size and resilience, at which point the nuclear warhead's destructive power seemed barely adequate for ensuring the kill. The launcher's operation was relatively simple, despite the exotic nature of its ammunition, requiring only that the user aim in the general direction of the target and fire, before the behemoth could close to melee range, where even a tactical nuclear weapon might not save someone caught in the monster's grasp. The detonation created a fireball that consumed the behemoth and left a crater where it had stood, confirming the kill through the complete absence of any body parts, large enough to verify through normal means. The interior of the Galaxy News radio building was a fortress that had been carved from the ruins of pre-war broadcasting facilities, with the Brotherhood of Steel having helped fortify the structure to protect the station and its charismatic DJ from the super mutants who viewed the broadcasts as provocations that needed to be silenced. The walls were reinforced with scrap metal and sandbags, creating defensive positions that allowed a small number of defenders to hold off much larger attacking forces through superior positioning and firepower. The equipment that kept GNR broadcasting was a mixture of pre-war technology that had somehow survived the nuclear holocaust and post-war jury-rigged systems that substituted ingenuity for proper components that no longer existed. 3 Dog, the man whose voice reached across the Capital Wasteland through GNR broadcasts, was larger than life in person just as he was over the airwaves, his energy and enthusiasm for what he called the good fight apparent in every gesture and every word. The DJ wore sunglasses indoors despite the dim lighting, cultivated a appearance that suggested rock star more than radio personality, and spoke with conviction about fighting the forces of ignorance and evil through truth-telling and through supporting those who were making the wasteland better rather than worse. His dedication to the broadcasting mission was genuine, despite the theatrical presentation, as Three Dog understood that his voice reached people who had nothing else to hold on to, and that the entertainment and information he provided served purposes that went beyond mere distraction. The revelation that James had indeed been at GNR seeking information, but had already departed by the time the Lone Wanderer arrived, was frustrating but not surprising, as the delay caused by Vault escape and the journey through the wasteland meant that James had maintained his lead of hours, or perhaps a full day. Three Dog's memories of the physician included details about James's questions regarding something called Project Purity, a name that meant nothing to the Lone Wanderer, but that the DJ treated as significant and as connected to locations that included Rivet City and a scientist named Dr. Madison Lee. The information suggested that James's departure from the Vault had been motivated by more than simple wanderlust or psychological breakdown, that he had specific goals that required access to wasteland resources and personnel. The favor that Three Dog demanded before providing additional information was presented as a contribution to the good fight rather than as payment for services, though the practical effect was the same regardless of how it was framed. The DJ wanted the Lone Wanderer to improve GNR's broadcast range by traveling to the Museum of History, retrieving a satellite dish from the Virgo 2 lunar lander that was displayed there, and installing it on the Washington Monument to replace equipment that had been damaged by super mutant attacks, or simply by the passage of 2 centuries without proper maintenance. The task was dangerous but achievable, requiring combat skills that the Lone Wanderer was still developing, but that were adequate for dealing with the super mutants who occupied the museum and the monument. The speech check that could allow bypassing the favor requirement tested the Lone Wanderer's ability to argue persuasively that helping locate James served Three Dog's stated goals of supporting those who were fighting for a better wasteland, as Project Purity was apparently related to providing clean water that would benefit everyone in the Capital Wasteland. The success of this argument depended on factors that included the Lone Wanderer's natural charisma, his ability to read Three Dog's motivations and appeal to them effectively, and perhaps simple luck in choosing words that resonated with the DJ's ideals. Failure meant accepting the task and earning the information through service, rather than through persuasion alone. The Museum of History was located in the ruins near the National Mall, a pre-war structure that had been designed to preserve American cultural heritage, but that now served primarily as a nest for super mutants who had claimed it as territory and who had destroyed or defiled most of its contents. The exhibits that had once educated visitors about the nation's past were now scattered wreckage, with artifacts that had survived centuries lying broken amid the refuse that the mutants generated through their occupation. The irony of history itself being destroyed by creatures who had no understanding of what they were obliterating was lost on the super mutants, but painfully apparent to anyone who remembered or cared about the pre-war civilization that these exhibits had represented. The combat required to reach the Virgo 2 lunar lander tested the Lone Wanderer's developing skills against super mutants, who were far more dangerous than the raiders and wildlife he had encountered previously, as these creatures combined enormous strength with resilience that allowed them to absorb damage that would kill normal humans while continuing to fight effectively. The super mutants' weapons were heavy by human standards, but were wielded with ease by creatures whose musculature had been enhanced by FEV exposure, creating threats that required careful tactics and good cover, rather than the straightforward approaches that worked against less formidable opponents. The firefights that resulted were intense and chaotic, with the outcome often uncertain, until the last super mutant fell, and the Lone Wanderer could assess his ammunition expenditure and radiation exposure. The lunar lander that held the needed satellite dish was displayed in what had been the museum's space exploration exhibit, a section that celebrated humanity's achievement in reaching beyond Earth even as it documented the technologies that had enabled those journeys. The lander was surprisingly intact despite the museum's overall condition, protected perhaps by its robust construction and by the super mutants' lack of interest in destroying something that served no obvious purpose and that posed no threat to their occupation. Removing the dish required tools and some technical knowledge to avoid damaging the equipment, as the connections had been designed for reliability rather than for easy disassembly, and had been corroded by 2 centuries of exposure to moisture and atmospheric contaminants. The journey to the Washington Monument with the recovered dish required navigating through some of the most dangerous territory in downtown DC, where super mutant concentrations were high, and where the ruins provided excellent positions for ambushes that the lone wanderer needed to anticipate and avoid. The monument itself was accessible through its base, where the entrance that had once admitted tourists now provided access to internal stairs that climbed toward the observation level where the broadcast equipment was located. The stairway was dark and treacherous, with sections that had collapsed or been damaged, requiring careful navigation to avoid falls that would be fatal or crippling. The installation of the satellite dish at the monument's peak was relatively straightforward once the technical challenges of reaching the location had been overcome, requiring only that the old equipment be removed and the new dish be connected to the broadcasting system that Three Dogs technicians had installed. The view from the monument's observation level provided a panoramic vista of the devastated capital, revealing the full scope of the destruction that nuclear war had inflicted, while also showing the scattered signs of human habitation that indicated life's persistence despite everything that had been destroyed. The sight was simultaneously depressing in its revelation of loss and inspiring in its demonstration that humanity had not been completely extinguished. The return to GNR, with news of successful installation, was greeted with enthusiasm by Three Dog, who tested the expanded broadcast range immediately and confirmed that his signal was now reaching areas that had previously been beyond GNR's coverage. The DJ's gratitude was expressed through additional information about James's destination and purpose, filling in details that transformed the physician's flight from the vault from mysterious abandonment into the continuation of life's work that circumstances had forced him to set aside decades earlier. Project Purity, as Three Dog explained, was an ambitious undertaking that aimed to purify the tidal basin and Potomac River, using massive water treatment facilities that had been built before the war, but that had never been completed or activated. The connection between James's research in the vault and Project Purity became clearer as Three Dog explained that the physician had been part of the original project team decades earlier, working alongside other scientists, including Dr. Madison Lee, to create technology that would make clean water available to everyone in the wasteland, rather than requiring settlements to rely on contaminated sources that caused illness and shortened lifespans. The revelation that James had abandoned his infant son and his vault life to return to work that predated the lone wanderer's birth created a complex mixture of emotions, as understanding the father's motivations did not entirely eliminate the hurt of being abandoned without explanation or warning. The direction toward Rivet City came with descriptions of the settlement's location and character, painting a picture of the most sophisticated community in the Capital Wasteland, and the place where Dr. Lee maintained a scientific laboratory that continued conducting research despite the primitive conditions and limited resources that post-apocalyptic existence imposed. The journey would take the lone wanderer southeast through territories that included both relatively safe areas near established settlements and dangerous zones where super mutants, raiders, and hostile wildlife made travel hazardous for anyone moving alone or with inadequate defensive capabilities. The distance was considerable enough that the trip would require at least a full day of travel, and probably longer given the need to avoid or fight through various threats. The decision to pursue James to Rivet City represented a commitment to finding the father who had abandoned him and to understanding the motivations that had driven that abandonment, even if the answers might prove unsatisfying or might reveal that James valued his research more than his relationship with his son. The alternative of abandoning the search and making his own way in the wasteland was tempting in moments of anger or hurt, but ultimately the need for closure and for understanding outweighed the satisfaction that rejecting James might provide. The journey southeast began with determination that would be tested repeatedly as the miles accumulated and as the dangers of wasteland travel became increasingly apparent. The terrain between DC and Rivet City varied from relatively open areas where threats could be seen from distance to confined spaces where ambushes were constant dangers, creating travel challenges that required constant vigilance and tactical thinking. The lone wanderer's skills improved through necessity as each encounter with hostiles taught lessons about positioning, ammunition, conservation, and the importance of retreat when facing overwhelming opposition. The learning curve was steep and unforgiving, with mistakes potentially resulting in death rather than in mere embarrassment or temporary setbacks. But survival instincts proved adequate for avoiding the fatal errors that would have ended the journey before Rivet City could be reached. The settlements and landmarks passed along the way provided opportunities for rest, resupply, and information gathering that made the journey more feasible than it would have been if attempted as a single marathon trek without stopping. The traders and travelers encountered at these locations shared news about conditions ahead, warned about particularly dangerous areas, and sometimes offered escort services or companion arrangements that would improve survival odds in exchange for payment or assistance with their own objectives. The Wasteland's informal network of mutual support and information exchange functioned surprisingly well, given the absence of any central coordination, demonstrating humanity's ability to create functional systems even in the absence of formal institutions. Rivet City finally came into view after days of travel that had transformed the vault-sheltered young man into someone who was beginning to understand wasteland survival and who was developing the skills and instincts necessary for continued existence in the post-apocalyptic environment. The settlement was indeed located in an aircraft carrier that had somehow survived the nuclear war, despite being an obvious military target that should have been prioritized for destruction. The massive vessel was broken into two sections, with the bow separated from the stern by perhaps 50 feet of water that required a bridge mechanism to cross. The rust and damage that covered every surface confirmed the ship's age, but the basic structure remained sound enough to provide security that surpassed anything available in settlements built from scrap materials. The approach to Rivet City required calling for the bridge to be extended, a process that involved security personnel verifying that visitors were not raiders or other threats before allowing access to the interior. The guards who conducted this screening were professional and efficient, asking questions that assessed both identity and intentions without being unnecessarily hostile to legitimate travelers who posed no danger to the settlement. The approval to enter came after a brief interview that established the lone wanderer's purpose in visiting Dr. Lee, and that confirmed he was not carrying obvious threats like explosives or disease that might endanger the approval. Ship's population. The interior of the aircraft carrier had been extensively modified from its original military configuration to serve as a settlement that housed several hundred residents in spaces that had once contained weapons, aircraft, and military personnel. The hangar deck had been converted into a marketplace where traders sold goods and services, creating an economic center that served not just Rivet City but the wider region as caravans brought merchandise from other settlements. The residential areas occupied former crew quarters that had been expanded and modified to provide family housing rather than the Spartan bunks that military personnel had used. The overall effect was a functioning community that maintained standards of organization and cleanliness that were remarkable given the post-apocalyptic context. The science laboratory where Dr. Madison Lee conducted her research was located in the carrier's lower levels, accessed through passages that descended into areas that had been machinery spaces and storage holds before being converted to their current purposes. The laboratory itself was surprisingly well equipped considering the resource limitations that all wasteland settlements faced. With functional computers, scientific instruments, and research materials that suggested ongoing work of genuine sophistication rather than mere tinkering with salvaged components. The equipment's presence indicated that scientific research had not entirely died with pre-war civilization, that some communities valued knowledge creation enough to allocate scarce resources to support it. Dr. Lee's reaction to seeing the lone wanderer combined surprise with immediate recognition despite the fact that she was viewing an adult where she remembered an infant. The passage of nearly 20 years having transformed the baby she had known into a young man who bore enough resemblance to his parents that identification was not difficult. The scientist's greeting acknowledged both the passage of time and the obvious question of why the physician's son had appeared at her laboratory, leading naturally into explanations about James's departure from the vault and the lone wanderer's journey to find him. Lee's expressions during this explanation suggested complex emotions regarding James and regarding the history that connected them all through Project Purity. The explanation of Project Purity that Dr. Lee provided filled in details that Three Dogs' description had omitted, painting a picture of an ambitious undertaking that had consumed years of effort by a team of dedicated scientists who believed that providing clean water would transform the Capital Wasteland and would address one of the fundamental challenges that limited human recovery from the nuclear war. The project had been headquartered at the Jefferson Memorial, chosen for both its symbolic significance and its practical advantages, including proximity to the tidal basin and the Potomac River that would be purified. The massive water treatment facility that the team had built was designed to process enormous volumes of contaminated water, removing radioactive isotopes and other toxins to produce clean water that could be distributed throughout the region. The revelation that Catherine, the lone wanderer's mother, had been deeply involved in Project Purity and had been James's research partner as well as his wife, added layers of meaning to the father's return to the work and suggested that completing the project was connected not just to scientific ambition, but to honoring his deceased wife's memory and vision. Dr. Lee's description of Catherine emphasized her brilliance and her dedication, creating a picture of a woman who had been driven by humanitarian concerns to apply her considerable intellect to solving practical problems that affected millions of survivors. The lone wanderer's understanding of his mother, who had been an abstraction until now, gained substance through Lee's memories and stories. The skepticism that Dr. Lee expressed about Project Purity's current viability reflected both practical concerns about equipment that had been abandoned for 2 decades and deeper doubts about whether the original technical approach had been sound even when the facility was operating at full capacity with a complete team. The purifier had never been successfully activated before the project's abandonment, meaning that the theoretical design had never been validated through actual operation, and the intervening years had allowed for reflection on potential flaws that optimistic researchers might have overlooked in their enthusiasm. The possibility that James was pursuing a dream that could never be realized created troubling implications about whether his abandonment of his son had been justified by genuine hope or by delusion that refused to accept reality. The information that James had indeed visited Rivet City, but had already departed for the Jefferson Memorial, transformed the ongoing search into a race toward a destination that was finally specific, rather than following fragmentary clues that might lead anywhere. Dr. Lee's directions to the memorial included warnings about the super mutant occupation that made the facility dangerous to approach, as the creatures had claimed the building as territory and had driven out or killed any humans who had attempted to explore it since the project's abandonment. The need to clear out hostile super mutants before reuniting with James added another layer of challenge to what was already proving to be a difficult quest. The journey to the Jefferson Memorial required retracing part of the path that had led to Rivet City, then deviating toward the tidal basin where the memorial's distinctive dome would be visible from considerable distance despite the general devastation that characterized the area. The terrain was familiar from the earlier journey, but still dangerous, requiring the same vigilance and tactical thinking that had been necessary throughout wasteland travel. The lone wanderer's growing confidence in his abilities made the trip somewhat less stressful than earlier journeys had been, though the awareness that complacency could be fatal prevented overconfidence from creating vulnerabilities that wasteland predators would exploit. The Jefferson Memorial stood as a monument to a president who had authored words about self-evident truths and inalienable rights, ideals that had been honored more in breach than in observance even before nuclear war had destroyed the civilization that had claimed to embrace them. The building's classical architecture was damaged but still recognizable, with columns that had cracked and surfaces that had been scarred by blast effects, while maintaining enough structural integrity to remain standing. The rotunda that formed the memorial's heart was accessible through entrances that super mutants had modified through crude demolition, creating openings large enough for their massive frames while destroying much of the architectural detail that had made the building aesthetically significant. The super mutants who occupied the memorial had established defensive positions that made frontal assault suicidal for anyone attacking alone or with limited firepower, requiring tactical approaches that used stealth and positioning to eliminate guards without alerting the entire garrison. The combat that resulted from clearing the facility was prolonged and exhausting, consuming ammunition and medical supplies while inflicting wounds that would require significant healing time. Each super mutant killed reduced the remaining opposition but also increased the risk that noise would alert additional enemies, creating a race between eliminating threats and being overwhelmed by reinforcements drawn from deeper in the building. The absence of James from the memorial after it had been cleared of super mutants was deeply disappointing, transforming what should have been a reunion into another instance of arriving too late and finding only evidence of his recent presence. The holotape that the lone wanderer discovered provided partial consolation through its explanation of James's next destination, revealing that the physician had recognized that Project Purity could not succeed without a component called a GECK, an acronym that stood for Garden of Eden Creation Kit. The description of the GECK as a miraculous device that could terraform devastated landscapes and that supposedly existed in various vaults suggested that James had identified the missing piece that would make water purification possible. The information that Vault 112 held a GECK provided the next destination in what was becoming an extended quest that led the lone wanderer deeper into the wasteland and further from any possibility of simple resolution. The vault's location in a garage suggested it was one of the facilities that had been built in unusual locations rather than in the more conventional underground sites that characterized most vault construction. The journey to find this garage and the vault it concealed would require returning to areas already traversed and exploring new territories, continuing the pattern of following James's trail while never quite catching up to him. The instructions that James had left regarding Vault 112's location were frustratingly vague, mentioning only that the vault could be accessed through some kind of garage facility without providing specific coordinates or landmarks that would make finding it straightforward. The Lone Wanderer's search for this garage required consulting maps that had survived from pre-war times, asking wastelanders who might have encountered unusual structures during their travels, and simply exploring areas that seemed likely to contain hidden vault entrances based on patterns observed at other facilities. The process consumed days of investigation and false leads, with each promising location proving to be either an ordinary ruin or a dangerous dead end occupied by hostiles who objected violently to intrusion into their territory. Smith Casey's garage was eventually identified through information provided by a trader who had noticed an unusually intact structure during his travels, but who had not investigated closely due to the area's reputation for feral ghoul activity. The garage occupied a location that would have been suburban before the war, part of a commercial district that had served residential neighborhoods with automotive services and retail establishments. The building's exterior was weathered but intact, its pre-war signage still partially visible, despite 2 centuries of exposure to elements that had destroyed less robust materials. The ordinariness of the structure was itself suspicious, as most pre-war buildings in accessible locations had been thoroughly scavenged or had collapsed from neglect, suggesting that something about this particular garage had discouraged exploration or had remained undiscovered despite the desperate search for resources that characterized wasteland existence. The interior of the garage was cluttered with the expected detritus of an automotive service facility, with tools scattered across workbenches, vehicle parts stored on shelves that had partially collapsed, and the rusted hulks of cars that had been awaiting repair when the bombs fell and that had remained untouched since their owners had been vaporized or transformed into ghouls. The dust that covered everything was thick and undisturbed, except for a single set of footprints that led toward the back of the building, marking James's passage and providing confirmation that the Lone Wanderer had finally found the correct location. Following these footprints required careful navigation through obstacles and debris, as the garage's floor was treacherous with scattered tools and fluids that had leaked from decomposing vehicles. The hidden basement that provided access to Vault 112 was concealed behind a false wall that would have been virtually impossible to detect without specific knowledge of its existence, demonstrating Vault-Tech's occasional competence at hiding facilities when secrecy was deemed important enough to justify the additional construction costs. The mechanism that opened the hidden entrance was simple but effective, requiring only that certain objects be manipulated in sequence to trigger the wall's retraction. The stairs that descended from the basement led down much further than would be typical for a residential or commercial structure, eventually reaching depths that marked the transition from surface construction to the massive excavation that vault building required. The robo-brain that greeted the Lone Wanderer upon reaching the vault's entrance represented technology that was simultaneously impressive and disturbing, combining human brain tissue with mechanical components to create entities that retained human intelligence while being confined to robotic bodies that would function indefinitely with proper maintenance. The brain that powered this particular robot had once belonged to a human being whose identity was now lost, though the personality fragments that remained suggested someone who had been security-minded and detail-oriented before their transformation into a cybernetic guardian. The greeting that the robo-brain delivered included the observation that the visitor was 22.3 years late, according to the schedule that had been programmed into its systems, indicating that James and Catherine had been expected to arrive at Vault 112 decades earlier. The Vault 112 jumpsuit that the robo-brain provided was required for proceeding further into the facility, as the Vault's security systems would only permit entry to individuals wearing proper identification that marked them as authorized residents or visitors. The jumpsuit was identical in design to those worn in Vault 101, but with different numerical markings that indicated its origin in a different facility with different purposes and experimental protocols. Changing into the jumpsuit felt like adopting a disguise, or perhaps like returning to a status that had been left behind when the lone wanderer escaped his birth vault, creating psychological discomfort that was difficult to articulate, but that suggested deep ambivalence about vault life and about identity as a vault dweller versus wasteland survivor. The interior of Vault 112 was unlike anything the lone wanderer had encountered in his home vault, as this facility's purpose was not long-term habitation, but rather the support of a virtual reality simulation that housed the consciousness of residents who had been connected to the system on the day the bombs fell, and who remained connected 2 centuries later. The pods that lined the vault's main chamber each contained a preserved human body whose brain remained active despite the body's physical deterioration, living lives within the simulation while their flesh slowly aged and decayed in the carefully controlled environment that kept them technically alive. The sight of these pods was deeply disturbing, raising questions about whether existence within a simulation constituted genuine life, or whether the residents were effectively dead despite their continuing consciousness. The Tranquility Lane simulation that the lone wanderer entered by occupying an empty pod and connecting to the system represented someone's vision of idealized suburban life, frozen in the 1950s, with tree-lined streets, well-maintained houses, and residents who performed the daily rituals of middle-class existence without apparent awareness that their world was artificial. The avatar that the simulation assigned to the lone wanderer was that of a young boy, presumably because all available character models in the system had been allocated, and only child avatars remained unoccupied. The experience of being perceived as a child by the simulation's residents was disorienting and frustrating, as conversations that might have been substantive instead became condescending interactions with adults who treated the lone wanderer as someone to be humored or dismissed. The adult man who approached the lone wanderer with concerns about the simulation's reality was one of the few residents who had maintained awareness that Tranquility Lane was not genuine, that the suburban neighborhood and its inhabitants were constructs within a computer system rather than physical locations and people. His warnings about the simulation's true nature and his advice to seek out Betty in the playground suggested knowledge gained through years or decades of observation and analysis, though his inability or unwillingness to simply state the truth directly indicated constraints imposed by the simulation's rules or by his own psychological limitations. The instruction to find Betty was delivered with urgency that implied both importance and danger, creating tension about what encountering this individual might entail. Betty's appearance as a little girl playing in the neighborhood playground was deliberately misleading, designed to mask the true identity of Dr. Stanislaus Braun, the Vault Tech scientist who had created both the GECK technology and the Tranquility Lane simulation that had become his prison and his playground for torturing the captive residents whose consciousness he controlled absolutely. The avatar that Braun wore within his own simulation was chosen specifically to create cognitive dissonance in visitors who expected authority figures to appear as adults rather than as children, and to allow him the perverse pleasure of wielding absolute power while appearing completely harmless. The little girl's mannerisms alternated between childish playfulness and adult sophistication in ways that were deeply unsettling once the visitor understood who and what Betty actually represented. The refusal to provide information about James's location, unless the lone wanderer first performed cruel tasks for Betty's amusement, demonstrated Braun's sadism and his complete moral bankruptcy, as the scientist viewed the suffering he inflicted on simulation residents and on visitors as entertainment rather than as evil requiring justification. The tasks that Betty demanded ranged from relatively minor cruelties, like making a child cry through psychological manipulation, to more serious violations, like destroying a marriage through deliberate sabotage or even arranging murders, disguised as accidents. Each task was designed not just to torment the simulation's residents, but to corrupt the visitor by forcing participation in evil acts that could not be undone or forgiven. The alternative that Old Lady Dithers represented came from her unique status as one of the few simulation residents who had maintained full awareness of the artificial nature of their existence and who had discovered information about fail-safe systems that Brawn had built into Tranquility Lane's programming. Her suggestion to investigate the abandoned house reflected knowledge that she had apparently gained through decades of careful observation and analysis, piecing together clues about the simulation's structure and vulnerabilities that Brawn had assumed were too well hidden to be discovered by captive residents. The abandoned house itself was a glitch, or perhaps an oversight in the simulation's construction, a location that existed in the program's memory, but that was not properly integrated into the neighborhood's narrative structure. The terminal hidden within the abandoned house provided access to administrative functions that included a fail-safe protocol designated as Chinese Invasion Simulation, a catastrophic scenario that would kill all residents permanently by subjecting them to trauma that their physical brains could not survive, despite being within a supposedly safe virtual environment. The existence of this failsafe suggested that Brawn had anticipated potential need to terminate the experiment entirely, perhaps if external threats endangered the physical vault, or if the simulation developed problems that could not be corrected through normal administrative interventions. The activation of the failsafe would spare the residents further torture by Brawn while achieving, through indirect means, what direct confrontation with Betty could never accomplish. The choice between performing Betty's cruel tasks or activating the failsafe tested the lone wanderer's willingness to commit evil acts in service of obtaining information, versus his capacity to recognize that sometimes mercy required ending lives that had become nothing but vehicles for suffering. The decision was complicated by uncertainty about whether the simulation's residents possessed genuine consciousness that made them morally equivalent to physical humans, or whether they were simply programs that mimicked consciousness, without actually possessing the subjective experience that created moral status. The philosophical questions were profound, but the practical choice remained immediate and unavoidable. The activation of the Chinese invasion failsafe, if that option was chosen, triggered a dramatic scenario where virtual soldiers appeared throughout Tranquility Lane and began systematically executing every resident they encountered, creating scenes of violence that were horrifying despite occurring entirely within simulated reality. The deaths that resulted were permanent despite being virtual, as the trauma experienced by the simulation's participants caused fatal disruptions in their physical brains that no amount of medical intervention could reverse. Betty's reaction to the failsafe activation combined shock at being outmaneuvered with grudging respect for the cleverness required to discover and activate the hidden protocol, though the respect did not prevent her from expressing fury at having her entertainment destroyed. The alternative of completing Betty's tasks resulted in escalating cruelty that culminated in scenarios where the lone wanderer was forced to arrange the deaths of simulation residents through methods that appeared accidental but that were actually carefully orchestrated murders. The psychological impact of these actions was substantial, even with the knowledge that the victims were simulation constructs rather than genuine humans, as the experience of deliberately causing suffering created guilt and self-loathing that persisted regardless of how one rationalized the circumstances. Betty's pleasure at witnessing these acts was obvious and disgusting, confirming that Brawn's transformation into a sadistic monster was complete, and that whatever humanity he might once have possessed had been consumed by centuries of absolute power exercised without constraint or consequence. The revelation that James was present in the simulation disguised as the family dog represented both Brawn's contempt for the physician and his unwillingness to grant James the dignity of human form within the virtual environment. The canine avatar restricted James's ability to communicate effectively and marked him as inferior to the simulation's human residents, humiliations that Brawn apparently found amusing, and that demonstrated his petty cruelty alongside his larger crimes. The transformation also served practical purposes by preventing James from interfering with the simulation's established patterns, or from helping others discover the truth about their imprisonment. The door that opened to allow departure from Tranquility Lane appeared only after Betty's demands had been satisfied, or after the failsafe had terminated the simulation, creating an exit that led back to the physical vault where the pods containing the residents' bodies could be examined directly. James's release from the simulation allowed him to disconnect from his pod and to reunite physically with his son for the first time since fleeing Vault 101, though the reunion was complicated by the circumstances of their separation and by the revelations about James's past that the journey had uncovered. The physician's first words upon emerging from the pod focused on the mission rather than on apologies or explanations, suggesting either that he assumed his reasons for leaving were self-evident, or that he lacked the emotional capacity to address the hurt his departure had caused. The conversation that followed the reunion was necessarily brief, as James's urgency about returning to Project Purity and completing the work that had consumed Catherine's life, and his own made extended discussion of personal matters, seem less important than immediate action toward their shared goal. The information about the GECK's location that James had obtained from Brawn's simulation systems provided the final piece of the puzzle regarding how to make the water purifier operational, transforming a theoretical project into something that might actually succeed if the necessary components could be gathered and if the team could be reassembled. The physicist's assumption that his son would naturally want to help with Project Purity demonstrated either touching faith in their relationship or obtuse failure to recognize that abandonment required more than casual acknowledgement before cooperation could be assumed. The decision to accompany James back to Rivet City, rather than demanding immediate answers about the past, reflected the lone wanderer's recognition that confronting his father about emotional matters would be more productive once the Purification immediate crisis had been addressed, and once they were in a location where extended conversation would not be interrupted by practical necessities. The journey back to Rivet City retraced familiar paths, but with the significant difference that it was undertaken in company rather than alone, providing opportunities for conversation that revealed fragments of James's thinking and motivations, even if comprehensive explanations remained deferred. The physician's descriptions of Project Purity and of Catherine's role in its development painted pictures of idealism and dedication that made the project's abandonment seem tragic rather than simply foolish. The arrival at Rivet City Science Lab reunited James with Dr. Madison Lee and with other surviving members of the original Project Purity team, creating a gathering that combined professional excitement about resuming work with personal grief over Catherine's absence and over the years that had been lost while the project remained dormant. Lee's reaction to James's return combined skepticism about whether the purifier could actually function, with willingness to try despite her doubts, reflecting both scientific rigor that demanded evidence and humanitarian hope that clean water might actually be achievable. The decision to reassemble the team and return to the Jefferson Memorial was made quickly Once James explained that he had located a GECK, and that installation of this component might overcome the technical obstacles that had prevented the Purifier's activation decades earlier. The journey to the Jefferson Memorial with the assembled science team required clearing the route of supermutants that had reoccupied areas near the facility, as the creatures' territorial behavior made them obstacles to any prolonged human presence in locations they claimed as their own. The Brotherhood of Steel might have provided escort for such a journey if approached properly, but James's eagerness to begin work immediately led him to proceed with only the protection that the lone wanderer and whatever other security could be improvised from among the scientists themselves. The risks were substantial but seemed acceptable to people who had waited decades for the opportunity to complete work they considered essential to humanity's recovery. The Jefferson Memorial's condition had deteriorated during its abandonment, but remained structurally sound enough to support the complex operations that water purification would require, though significant repairs and system checks would be necessary before attempting activation. The flooding that had occurred in lower levels during the years of neglect posed immediate challenges, as critical equipment was submerged and would need to be exposed before assessment and repair could begin. The activation of flood control pumps became the lone wanderer's first task upon arriving at the memorial, requiring descent into partially flooded chambers where the control systems were located and where electrical hazards from deteriorating insulation created risks of electrocution for anyone working in the water. The replacement of blown fuses that prevented the pumps from operating required locating spare components in storage areas that had been designed to support long-term maintenance operations, but that had been partially looted or damaged during the memorial's occupation by various hostile groups. The search for functional fuses consumed valuable time while water continued seeping into areas where it threatened equipment that could not be replaced if destroyed, creating pressure to complete repairs quickly, even if that meant accepting risks that more careful work would have avoided. The successful restoration of pump operations allowed water levels to drop gradually, exposing equipment that had been submerged and revealing the scope of work that would be required to make the purifier operational. The lone wanderer's journey through the intake pipe to reach the controls that would allow access to the purifier's main systems required, squeezing through confined spaces that were never intended for human transit, navigating by flashlight through darkness that was absolute and claustrophobic. The pipe's interior was slick with algae and contaminated water, making progress slow and treacherous as handholds proved unreliable, and as the risk of becoming stuck in narrow sections created constant anxiety. The control valve at the pipe's terminus required significant force to operate after years of corrosion had seized mechanisms that should have moved smoothly, testing the lone wanderer's strength and determination while time pressure mounted from awareness that every delay increased the chances that something would go wrong before the purifier could be activated. The emergence from the intake pipe into the memorial's rotunda should have marked the successful completion of preparation and the beginning of the purifier's first operational test, but instead revealed a catastrophe that transformed triumph into tragedy within moments. The armed group that had arrived during the lone wanderer's time in the pipes was immediately recognizable as Enclave, from their advanced power armor and their organized tactical deployment, marking them as threats that far exceeded anything the science team could resist with their limited defensive capabilities. The Enclave soldiers had secured the rotunda and were holding James and another scientist at gunpoint, demonstrating that they had overpowered whatever resistance the scientists had attempted, and that they now controlled the facility and everyone within it. The sight of Colonel Augustus Autumn standing in the rotunda with his weapon trained on James created a tableau of threat that was made more terrifying by the calm professionalism with which the Enclave officer conducted his interrogation. Autumn was not a man given to theatrics or unnecessary cruelty, his approach to violence being purely instrumental rather than sadistic. But this restraint made him more rather than less dangerous, as it suggested he would kill without hesitation if his objectives required it. The power armor that enclosed his body was more advanced than the models that the Brotherhood of Steel employed, incorporating Enclave improvements that made the already formidable protection even more effective while enhancing the wearer's strength and endurance beyond what earlier designs achieved. The declaration that the facility was now under United States government control would have been laughable, if not delivered by someone who possessed overwhelming force to back the claim, as the Enclave's pretension to governmental authority was based solely on their assertion that they represented continuity with the pre-war administration rather than on any legitimate transfer of power or popular recognition of their sovereignty. The Wastelanders who struggled to survive in the Capital Wasteland owed no allegiance to a government that had failed to prevent nuclear war and that had abandoned ordinary citizens to die while elites fled to secure bunkers. But the Enclave's military capabilities made their claims irrelevant to questions of consent or legitimacy. Power asserted through force required no justification beyond the ability to inflict consequences on those who refused to comply. The demand that James assist Enclave scientists in operating the purifier revealed that Autumn understood at least partially what Project Purity represented and recognized its potential value for Enclave objectives, though whether he grasped the full implications of controlling the Capital Wasteland's water supply remained unclear from his statements. The Colonel's vision for the Enclave differed from President Eden's genocidal purification plans, focusing instead on establishing practical control over resources and populations that could be leveraged into genuine authority rather than the hollow claims that current circumstances forced the organization to make. Clean water that the Enclave controlled and distributed would create dependencies that could be exploited politically and economically, transforming desperate wastelanders into subjects who accepted Enclave governance in exchange for access to resources necessary for survival. The execution of scientist Janis Kaplinski demonstrated Autumn's willingness to kill in service of his objectives, and his calculation that murdering one team member would convince the others that resistance was futile and that cooperation offered their only hope for survival. Janis had apparently said or done something that Autumn interpreted as defiance or as evidence that she would not assist willingly with Enclave appropriation of the purifier, making her expendable in his assessment of the situation. The shot that killed her was delivered with mechanical precision, the Colonel's weapon firing once into her head at close range to ensure immediate death without prolonged suffering. The body dropped to the floor with the finality that characterized sudden violent death, creating a pool of blood that spread across the rotunda's tiles, while the other scientists stood frozen in shock and horror. James's response to Janis's murder combined grief for a colleague and friend with calculation about how to prevent Autumn from successfully stealing the purifier and the leverage over the wasteland that controlling it would provide. The physician's agreement to help the Enclave operate the facility was delivered in tones that suggested defeated acceptance, convincing Autumn that his display of violence had achieved its intended effect of breaking resistance and ensuring cooperation. But James's compliance was tactical rather than genuine, a deception that bought time for implementing a plan that had formed in his mind during the confrontation, and that would require sacrificing his own life to deny the Enclave their prize. The radiation leak that James triggered was not an accident or a mistake, but a deliberate sabotage that flooded the sealed room where he stood with lethal doses of ionizing radiation, creating conditions that would kill everyone inside within minutes, regardless of whether they wore power armor or protective clothing. The purifier's design included fail-safes that should have prevented such catastrophic releases, but James had helped design those systems decades earlier. and understood exactly how to override them in ways that would not be obvious to observers until too late to prevent the consequences. The chamber's containment doors sealed automatically in response to the radiation leak, trapping everyone inside and preventing Enclave personnel from simply fleeing to safety. Colonel Autumn's survival of the radiation exposure that killed James and the other Enclave soldiers in the sealed chamber was achieved through emergency use of anti-radiation medication that he injected immediately upon recognizing what was happening, drugs that provided temporary protection against radiation doses that would normally be lethal. The medication's effectiveness was limited, and the exposure he received would likely cause long-term health consequences, but the immediate crisis was survivable if he could escape the contaminated area quickly enough to prevent accumulation of additional radiation beyond what the drugs could counteract. The Colonel's rapid self-injection demonstrated both his combat experience and his preparation for scenarios that might involve exposure to radioactive materials in combat zones. Dr. Lee's shout that everyone needed to evacuate reflected her immediate grasp of the situation and her recognition that the Enclave would not accept James's sabotage without retaliation against the surviving scientists who had witnessed their humiliation. The Enclave soldiers who had secured the facility's perimeter would receive orders to prevent anyone from leaving alive, transforming the Jefferson Memorial from a workplace into a trap where the science team would be hunted through corridors and chambers that offered limited cover and few defensible positions. The only hope for survival was reaching the tunnels that Lee knew about from the facility's original construction, passages that connected the memorial to other locations, and that might allow escape if the team could reach them before being intercepted. The lone wanderer's role in escorting the scientists through the tunnels to safety became a desperate fighting retreat against Enclave soldiers, who pursued relentlessly despite the tactical disadvantages of combat in confined spaces, where their numerical superiority and heavy weapons were partially negated by limited fields of fire. The Enclave's advanced power armor provided protection that made them difficult to kill with the weapons available to the defenders, requiring precise shots at weak points or overwhelming fire volumes that exhausted ammunition reserves at alarming rates. The scientists had minimal combat training and were poor fighters despite Lee's attempts to provide covering fire with a pistol that was inadequate for engaging power-armored soldiers effectively. The tunnel system that provided escape routes had been designed as emergency exits and utility access passages rather than as defensive positions, meaning they offered minimal cover and numerous points where ambushes could be established by pursuers who understood the layout. The journey through darkness, illuminated only by flashlights and weapon muzzle flashes, created disorientation that made tactical thinking difficult, as the defenders struggled to maintain awareness of their position relative to both their destination and the pursuing Enclave forces. The wounded among the science team slowed progress significantly, while increasing the group's vulnerability, creating painful decisions about whether to abandon those who could not keep pace, or to accept that protecting everyone might result in the entire group being caught and killed. The Enclave soldiers' tactics evolved as the pursuit continued, with initial aggressive advances giving way to more methodical approaches that used their armor's protection to establish blocking positions, while other squads attempted flanking maneuvers through parallel tunnels. The coordination suggested experienced leadership that understood urban combat and that was willing to accept slower progress in exchange for reduced casualties and higher probability of capturing or killing all the fugitives. The pressure on the defenders increased steadily as ammunition dwindled and as fatigue from prolonged combat degraded their effectiveness, creating a race between reaching the tunnel's exit and being overwhelmed by enemies who possessed superior resources and could afford to be patient. The emergence from the tunnels into the area surrounding the citadel represented salvation achieved through a combination of skill, determination, and luck that could easily have failed at multiple points during the fighting retreat. The Brotherhood of Steel's headquarters was visible from the tunnel exit, its fortified walls and guard towers, providing security that the Enclave would not challenge without preparation, and reinforcements that would take time to assemble. The science team's arrival was observed by Brotherhood sentries, who recognized that civilians fleeing from Enclave pursuit required immediate assistance, triggering responses that included armed patrols moving to intercept any Enclave soldiers who emerged from the tunnels and medical teams preparing to treat the wounded who had survived the escape. The conversation with Elder Owen Lyons in the Citadel's command center provided the first opportunity since James's death for the lone wanderer to process the grief and shock that the confrontation at the memorial had created. Though the immediate demands of briefing the Brotherhood leadership on Enclave capabilities and intentions meant that extended mourning would need to be deferred until the tactical situation had been addressed. Lyon's expression of condolences was sincere despite being brief, reflecting both genuine sympathy for the loss and professional recognition that personal grief was a luxury that current circumstances did not permit. The Elder's assessment that the Enclave represented the greatest threat the Capital Wasteland had ever faced was delivered with gravity that made clear he understood the stakes involved and was prepared to commit Brotherhood resources to confronting this danger. The information that the Enclave was led by someone calling himself President John Henry Eden added layers of concern to an already serious situation, as the invocation of presidential authority suggested that the organization commanded resources and capabilities that exceeded what a simple military force could deploy. The Enclave's ability to occupy the Jefferson Memorial, pursue the science team through tunnels, and maintain operations throughout the Capital Wasteland indicated an infrastructure and supply chain that must be supported by a substantial base of operations somewhere in the region. The Brotherhood's intelligence on Enclave locations was incomplete, but suggested that Raven Rock, the pre-war continuity of government facility, served as their primary headquarters and command center. Dr. Lee's direction of the lone wanderer to Scribe Rothschild for information about vault locations reflected her understanding that the GECK which James had sought remained necessary for making Project Purity operational despite his death, and that completing his work would be the best memorial to his sacrifice and the most effective way of ensuring that his sabotage of the Enclave's plans had not been in vain. The database that Rothschild maintained contained records from pre-war sources about vault locations throughout the region, compiled from military records, vault tech documents, and other fragmentary information that the Brotherhood had gathered during their years operating in the Capital Wasteland. The terminal that provided access to this database was secured, but not so heavily that the lone wanderer could not gain entry with appropriate authorization from Brotherhood leadership. The discovery that Vault 87 contained a GECK provided the specific destination that would make continuing James's work possible, though the information came with warnings that made clear this would not be a simple retrieval mission, but rather an extremely dangerous operation that might well prove fatal. Scribe Rothschild's explanation that surface approach to Vault 87 was impossible due to lethal radiation levels that would kill anyone who attempted direct entry meant that alternative routes would be necessary, and his suggestion that the lamplight caverns might provide access demonstrated the Brotherhood's detailed knowledge of the region's geography and its connected underground spaces. The journey to Little Lamplight required traveling north through territories that were dangerous even by Capital Wasteland standards, with super mutant concentrations high enough that encounters were inevitable rather than merely probable. The settlement itself occupied caverns that were geologically interesting but strategically valuable, primarily for their connections to other underground areas, including the route to Vault 87 that Rothschild had mentioned. The community's most distinctive characteristic was immediately apparent from the first encounter with its residents, as the entire population consisted of children and adolescents who maintained an autonomous society without adult supervision or control. The explanation for Little Lamplight's unusual demographics was simple but harsh, reflecting wasteland pragmatism about survival and about the different capabilities that children and adults brought to living in confined underground spaces. The settlement's founding tradition held that adults were too large to navigate the smaller passages that connected the caverns, and were too set in their ways to adapt to the unique demands of living underground, making them liabilities rather than assets to the community. When residents reached the age of 16, they were expelled from Little Lamplight and directed to Big Town, a surface settlement where former Lamplighters attempted to build adult lives with varying degrees of success. Mayor Macready, who governed Little Lamplight with authority that seemed disproportionate to his apparent age of perhaps 12 or 13 years, displayed hostility toward the lone wanderer that was partly genuine suspicion of adult outsiders and partly theatrical performance designed to demonstrate his toughness to the community he led. The mayor's refusal to allow passage through the caverns to Vault 87 was delivered with belligerence that suggested he enjoyed exercising power over adults who normally dismissed children as irrelevant or incompetent. The transformation from Vault Dweller to Wasteland Survivor had given the lone wanderer skills and confidence that his sheltered upbringing had not provided, but Macready remained unimpressed by accomplishments that meant nothing in the context of Little Lamplight's isolated society. The speech check that might convince Macready to grant passage required demonstrating value to Little Lamplight's community or showing understanding of the challenges that the settlement faced, moving beyond simple requests for assistance to offering something that would benefit the children rather than just the lone wanderer. The alternative of performing a favor that Macready specified involved rescuing children who had been captured by slavers operating from Paradise Falls, a task that would require infiltrating or assaulting one of the most dangerous settlements in the Capital Wasteland and liberating captives whose guards would not release them without violent resistance. The choice between persuasion and action was not really about difficulty, but about whether the lone wanderer possessed the social skills necessary for the former, or whether the latter represented the only available path forward. Paradise Falls existed as a monument to humanity's capacity for evil that required no mutation or radiation exposure to achieve depravity, as the slavers who operated from this fortified settlement had chosen to survive by capturing other humans and selling them into bondage that was often worse than death. The slave trade that Paradise Falls facilitated supplied labor to settlements that were willing to overlook the moral implications of using enslaved workers, creating economic incentives that perpetuated an institution that should have been impossible to justify in a post-apocalyptic world where human life was already difficult and precarious. The slavers themselves were a mixture of opportunists who had found that capturing people was easier than honest work, and genuine sociopaths who enjoyed the power that owning other humans provided. The infiltration or assault on Paradise Falls that the rescue mission required tested every skill that the lone wanderer had developed during his journey from Vault 101 to this moment, combining combat capabilities with tactical planning and moral courage to confront evil that could not be negotiated with or reformed through persuasion. The children who were being held for sale were confined in conditions that were deliberately degrading, demonstrating to potential buyers that the slaves had been broken psychologically and would not attempt escape or resistance when purchased. The rescue operation required either eliminating the slavers through combat that would be extremely dangerous given their numbers and defensive positions, or deceiving them into releasing the children through schemes that exploited greed or created confusion that allowed escape during the chaos. The return to Little Lamplight with the rescued children vindicated the lone wanderer's actions and convinced Mayor Macready that an adult who would risk his life to save lamplighters deserved the respect and cooperation that had previously been withheld. The gate that had been closed against entry now opened to permit passage through the caverns to Murder Pass and eventually to Vault 87, though Macready's warnings about the dangers ahead made clear that permission to proceed was not the same as guarantee of survival. The route through the caverns was treacherous, even without hostile encounters, requiring navigation through tight passages, across underground streams, and through areas where cave-ins or collapses might occur without warning. Murder Pass earned its name through the concentrated super-mutant presence that made the passage one of the most dangerous choke points in the Capital Wasteland, a narrow corridor that super-mutants used as a highway between their strongholds, and that they defended viciously against any intrusions by humans. The combat required to traverse Murder Pass was intense and protracted, with super-mutants appearing from multiple directions and with limited cover, forcing tactical decisions about whether to advance aggressively or to retreat and seek alternative routes that might avoid the heaviest concentrations. The ammunition expenditure was substantial, and the injuries accumulated required medical attention that consumed supplies that could not be easily replenished in the underground environment. Vault 87's entrance from Murder Pass opened into a facility that was thoroughly occupied by super-mutants who had claimed it as their primary breeding ground and base of operations, creating a situation where every chamber and corridor might contain enemies and where the density of super-mutant population made stealth impossible and combat inevitable. The vault's interior showed signs of catastrophic failure of the experimental protocols that Vault Tech had implemented, with evidence suggesting that FEV exposure had been deliberate rather than accidental, and that the transformation of residents into super-mutants had been the intended outcome of experiments that had continued even after the Great War. The skeletal remains scattered throughout the facility told stories of residents who had died during transformation, or who had been killed by newly created super-mutants who retained enough aggression to attack anyone they encountered. The encounter with Fawkes represented an unexpected discovery that challenged assumptions about super-mutants being universally hostile and mindless, as this particular mutant retained full intelligence and memory of his pre-transformation existence despite the physical changes that FEV exposure had caused. Fawkes' confinement in a locked cell suggested that other super-mutants, or possibly remaining Vault personnel, had recognized his unusual intelligence and had isolated him either for study or because his retention of human traits made him unsuitable for integration into the super-mutant population. His offer to help retrieve the GECK in exchange for freedom was delivered with a sincerity and rationality that marked him as fundamentally different from the aggressive mutants who infested the rest of the Vault. The choice to free Fawkes or to kill him tested the lone wanderer's capacity to recognize individuals rather than categorizing all super-mutants as monsters deserving only destruction, with the decision having immediate practical implications for the GECK retrieval mission and longer-term consequences for whether the lone wanderer would gain a powerful ally or would have eliminated someone who might have become a valuable companion. The area where the GECK was stored had been deliberately contaminated with radiation levels that would kill any human who attempted retrieval, but Fawkes' super-mutant physiology made him immune to doses that would be instantly lethal to normal humans. His willingness to retrieve the GECK demonstrated both his gratitude for liberation and his desire to help humans, despite the treatment he had received from Vault personnel who had transformed him. The GECK's recovery should have marked a triumph that made Project Purity achievable despite James's death, but the Enclave's ambush, as the lone wanderer attempted to leave Vault 87, transformed success into capture and transported him to a new level of danger that threatened not just the Purifier project, but his own survival. The gas attack that preceded the capture was delivered with precision that suggested the Enclave had been monitoring the vault and waiting for exactly this moment, when the GECK would be in the lone wanderer's possession. Colonel Autumn's personal leadership of the capture team indicated the importance that the Enclave placed on obtaining both the GECK and information about Project Purity that the lone wanderer could provide through interrogation. The awakening from unconsciousness came gradually, with awareness returning in fragments that assembled themselves slowly into comprehension of current circumstances and recent events. The lone wanderer found himself in a cell within Raven Rock, the Enclave's primary base of operations, his equipment confiscated and his body aching from the gas attack that had rendered him helpless at Vault 87's exit. The cell was small, but not deliberately uncomfortable, designed more for secure detention than for inflicting suffering through physical privation, suggesting that the Enclave valued him as a source of information rather than simply as an enemy to be tortured and executed. The walls were concrete reinforced with steel. The door was thick metal with a small observation window, and the furnishings consisted of a cot and basic sanitary facilities that were functional but austere. Colonel Autumn's arrival at the cell marked the beginning of interrogation that was conducted with professional efficiency rather than with the theatrical cruelty that less disciplined captors might have employed. The Colonel's questions focused immediately on Project Purity, and specifically on the activation code that would be required to start the Purifier once the GECK had been installed. Information that the Enclave apparently believed the lone wanderer possessed, despite having no particular reason to think that James would have shared such details with his son. Autumn's approach was initially calm and reasonable, explaining that cooperation would be rewarded, while resistance would force him to employ methods that he would prefer to avoid, but that he was fully prepared to use if necessary. The injections that Autumn had administered to himself at the Jefferson Memorial had indeed saved his life from the radiation exposure that killed James and the other Enclave personnel, though the Colonel's appearance suggested that the treatment had been only partially effective, and that he was suffering long-term effects that might eventually prove fatal. His skin had a greyish cast that indicated cellular damage. His movements were occasionally unsteady in ways that suggested neurological impacts, and his voice sometimes carried a rasp that came from throat tissues that had been damaged by radiation. The determination to complete his mission despite these afflictions demonstrated either admirable dedication or the obsession of someone who recognized that his remaining time was limited and that his legacy depended on achieving objectives before death claimed him. President Eden's interruption of the interrogation through the cell's intercom system created immediate tension between the artificial intelligence's authority and Colonel Autumn's tactical command, with Eden ordering the Colonel to cease questioning and to allow the lone wanderer to be brought to the presidential chambers for a conversation that Eden insisted must occur without Autumn's interference. The Colonel's expression during this exchange revealed his frustration at being countermanded and his awareness that Eden's true nature as an artificial intelligence rather than a human president gave him grounds to question the fraudulent legitimacy of orders that might be based on flawed programming rather than on sound strategic judgment, but organizational discipline and perhaps calculation that openly defying the president would undermine his own position led Autumn to comply with the directive, while making clear, through tone and body language, that he considered this a mistake. The invitation for the lone wanderer to proceed freely to President Eden's location was accompanied by instructions to retrieve his confiscated equipment from a nearby storage locker, a gesture that suggested either remarkable confidence in the base's security or a calculated risk that Eden was willing to accept in pursuit of whatever objectives the meeting was meant to achieve. The recovery of weapons and gear provided immediate opportunity to attempt escape, rather than proceeding to the presidential audience as directed, creating a choice between accepting Eden's invitation and fighting through Raven Rock's defenders in hopes of reaching the surface before being killed or recaptured. The curiosity about what an artificial intelligence president might want to discuss competed with the strong survival instinct that suggested accepting any Enclave hospitality was foolish when escape remained possible. The decision to proceed toward Eden's chambers, rather than attempting immediate escape, was motivated by recognition that understanding the Enclave's intentions and capabilities would be valuable, even if the meeting itself proved dangerous, and by calculation that someone who had been deliberately freed and equipped was less likely to be killed on sight than someone who was fighting his way out as an escaping prisoner. The route through Raven Rock provided glimpses of the facility's scale and sophistication, revealing an installation that had been prepared to support continuity of government operations indefinitely, and that now housed the Enclave's command structure with resources that explained their ability to project military power throughout the Capital Wasteland, despite having suffered significant casualties in earlier confrontations. Colonel Autumn's orders to Enclave soldiers encountered along the route created complications that suggested the colonel had decided to defy President Eden's directive and to recapture the lone wanderer despite the political consequences that such insubordination might create. The soldiers who received these orders displayed confusion about which authority to follow when the president and their military commander issued contradictory instructions, with some attempting to detain the lone wanderer as Autumn directed, while others stood aside in deference to Eden's earlier commands. The resulting firefights were chaotic and often brief, with Enclave personnel who were uncertain about their orders proving less effective combatants than those who were committed to either capturing or allowing passage. The combat through Raven Rock's corridors demonstrated both the facility's defensive design and the vulnerabilities that internal conflict created when chains of command fractured, as soldiers who might have been formidable opponents when working in coordination became isolated targets when operating without clear tactical direction. The advanced power armor that Enclave personnel wore provided significant protection, but was not invulnerable to concentrated fire at weak points, requiring the lone wanderer to employ tactics learned through months of wasteland combat while conserving ammunition that could not be replenished until escaping the facility entirely. The casualties inflicted during this running battle would further weaken the Enclave's military strength and would create additional animosity between the organization and anyone associated with Project Purity or the Brotherhood of Steel. President Eden's chamber was located deep within Raven Rock's secure areas, protected by multiple security checkpoints that had been designed to prevent unauthorized access, but that opened automatically when the lone wanderer approached, demonstrating that Eden retained control over the facility's systems despite Autumn's attempts to assert military authority over base operations. The room that housed the GECK's computer installation was large but dominated by the massive hardware that supported the artificial intelligence's consciousness, with banks of vacuum tubes, magnetic tape drives, and other pre-war computing components, creating a technological monument that was simultaneously impressive and obsolete compared to what miniaturized post-war computing might have achieved if development had continued along different paths. The voice that emerged from speakers mounted throughout the chamber was smooth and cultured, modulated to suggest wisdom and authority, rather than the mechanical tones that might have been expected from a computer system. President Eden's self-presentation emphasized continuity with historical American presidents, invoking names like Washington and Lincoln, while claiming to embody the accumulated wisdom and experience of every leader who had guided the nation through previous crises. The artificial intelligence's understanding of its own nature was complete and was presented without embarrassment or apology, as Eden apparently believed that being a machine rather than a human did not diminish the validity of his presidential authority or the correctness of his strategic vision for restoring American greatness. The philosophical divide between Colonel Autumn's pragmatic imperialism and President Eden's ideological purification was explained in terms that made clear these represented fundamentally incompatible approaches to rebuilding civilization, rather than merely tactical disagreements about optimal methods for achieving shared goals. Autumn's vision focused on establishing enclave control over resources like the water purifier and using that control to build popular support that would eventually legitimize enclave governance through demonstrated competence at providing services that wastelanders needed. The Colonel believed that genetic purity was a luxury that could not be afforded when the organization's immediate priority was survival and consolidation of power against threats like the Brotherhood of Steel. President Eden's alternative approach remained committed to the genetic purification ideology that had motivated Richardson's FEV Curling 13 plan on the West Coast, though Eden's version of the modified virus represented refinements that the artificial intelligence believed addressed weaknesses in the earlier design. The AI's logic was impeccably structured, even if its premises were morally monstrous, arguing that humanity's long-term survival required eliminating mutations that had accumulated through radiation exposure, and that allowing contaminated specimens to reproduce would perpetuate genetic damage across future generations. The fact that implementing this vision would require killing millions of people who had committed no crime except being born or surviving in a radioactive environment was treated as an unfortunate necessity rather than as evidence that the entire approach was fundamentally evil. The vial of modified FEV that Eden provided contained concentrated virus that was designed to be inserted into the Project Purity system, where it would be distributed through the purified water to every settlement and individual who drew from the tidal basin or Potomac River sources. The modified virus would identify genetic markers associated with radiation exposure, ghoulification, or other mutations, triggering immune responses that would kill affected individuals through mechanisms that Eden described as relatively quick and painless, though probably neither adjective was accurate for deaths caused by aggressive viral assault on cellular structures. The survivors of this purge would be those who had been protected from radiation, primarily vault dwellers and enclave personnel, creating a genetically pure population that could rebuild civilization without the burden of accumulated mutations. The offer to the lone wanderer to serve as the instrument of this genocide was framed as an opportunity rather than as a command, with Eden suggesting that implementing the Purification Plan would honor James's memory by ensuring that Project Purity achieved its maximum potential impact, rather than merely providing clean water that would benefit contaminated humans whose continued existence served no purpose. The artificial intelligence's rhetoric emphasized destiny, duty, and the burden that fell on those who understood what needed to be done to save humanity from itself, creating narratives that might have been persuasive to someone who shared Eden's premises, but that were transparently manipulative to anyone who recognized the moral bankruptcy underlying the entire proposal. The file containing Eden's destruct sequence represented an alternative to accepting the AI's commission to commit genocide, or to simply refusing and attempting to escape with the modified FEV that might be deployed by the Enclave through other means if not used voluntarily. The destruct code had apparently been included in the facility's systems as a failsafe that would allow for terminating the ZAC's computer's operations if it malfunctioned, or if its programming led to decisions that threatened rather than supported the Enclave's interests. Though how the file remained accessible when Eden controlled Raven Rock's computer networks suggested either oversight in the AI's security protocols or deliberate preservation of the code by personnel who anticipated possible need to terminate the president. The decision about whether to accept the modified FEV, to refuse it entirely, or to trigger Eden's self-destruct sequence involved moral calculations that went far beyond questions of personal survival or immediate tactical advantage. Accepting the virus would make the lone wanderer complicit in genocide, even if he later chose not to deploy it, as possession alone created the possibility of accidental or coerced use. Refusing left the virus in Eden's control, where it might be obtained by Autumn or by other Enclave personnel who would be less conflicted about employing it. Destroying Eden would eliminate the AI's leadership, but might create chaos within the Enclave that could lead to escalated violence, or might strengthen Autumn's position by removing his primary political rival. The activation of the destruct sequence, if that option was chosen, triggered cascading failures throughout Raven Rock's systems, as the ZAC's computer that coordinated base operations terminated itself, along with President Eden's consciousness. The facility's lighting failed, and emergency systems activated, casting everything in red emergency illumination, while alarms announced catastrophic system failures that would make continued occupation of the base impossible. The Enclave personnel who remained in Raven Rock received automated instructions to evacuate immediately as structural integrity failures threatened to collapse sections of the underground installation, creating chaos that would provide cover for the lone wanderer's escape, but that would also endanger anyone caught in the facility when critical supports failed. The escape from Raven Rock required navigating through a facility that was actively destroying itself, with collapsing sections blocking some passages while opening others that had previously been secured, and with Enclave soldiers who were more concerned with saving themselves than with capturing fugitives. The journey to the surface was harrowing but ultimately successful. Emerging into the Capital Wasteland with the modified FEV virus in possession, or destroyed depending on earlier choices, and with knowledge about Enclave capabilities and intentions that would be valuable for planning the final confrontation at the Jefferson Memorial that was clearly approaching. The return to the Citadel with the GECK and with intelligence about the Enclave's plans provided the Brotherhood of Steel with the information and resources necessary for mounting an assault that would either secure the Purifier for Wasteland benefit, or would prevent the Enclave from using it to consolidate control over the Capital Wasteland's water supply. Elder Lyon's reaction to news about President Eden's true nature as an artificial intelligence and about the modified FEV virus was grave, confirming his assessment that the Enclave represented an existential threat that required decisive military action rather than defensive operations that might contain but not eliminate the danger they posed. The explanation of recent events to Elder Lyons and to Dr. Lee was necessarily compressed, hitting the major points about Vault 87, the GECK's recovery, capture by the Enclave, and the choice made regarding President Eden and the modified FEV virus. Without dwelling on details that were less relevant to immediate strategic planning, the Elders' confirmation that the Brotherhood would launch an assault on the Jefferson Memorial to reclaim the Purifier from Enclave occupation was presented as inevitable rather than as a decision requiring deliberation, suggesting that preparations had already begun, and that the Lone Wanderer's return simply provided the final intelligence needed to refine tactical plans. The revelation that Liberty Prime, the massive pre-war robot that had never been operationally deployed due to power supply limitations, had finally been made functional through Brotherhood engineering efforts represented a dramatic shift in the military balance between the Brotherhood and the Enclave. The robots' firepower exceeded anything that conventional forces could deploy, combining directed energy weapons with tactical nuclear missile launchers that could devastate enemy positions from distances that kept the robot itself beyond effective counterfire range. The psychological impact of deploying such a weapon would be substantial, as Enclave forces who encountered Liberty Prime would face a threat that their training and equipment had not prepared them to counter effectively. The assembly of Brotherhood forces for the assault on the Jefferson Memorial created a sense of culmination and approaching resolution, as everything that had happened since the lone wanderer's escape from Vault 10, one had been building toward this confrontation that would determine whether Project Purity succeeded in providing clean water or became an Enclave tool for controlling the wasteland. The soldiers who would participate in the assault were veterans of the campaigns against super mutants and of skirmishes with Enclave forces, their experience and discipline making them formidable opponents, despite being outnumbered by the Enclave garrison that held the memorial. The presence of Liberty Prime changed calculations about numerical disadvantage, as a single robot that could absorb or deflect most weapons' fire while destroying multiple enemies with each attack was worth a battalion of conventional troops. The march toward the Jefferson Memorial behind Liberty Prime's towering form was simultaneously inspiring and terrifying, as the robot's pre-war propaganda broadcasts about democracy and communism created surreal soundtrack to a military operation that would determine whether the Capital Wasteland's future belonged to the Brotherhood's imperfect protection or to the Enclave's authoritarian control. The robot's casual destruction of obstacles and enemies demonstrated capabilities that seemed almost godlike compared to what human combatants could achieve, with vehicles and defensive positions being obliterated by weapons fire that left craters where targets had stood moments earlier. The Enclave forces that attempted to slow or stop the advance were systematically eliminated, their power armor and heavy weapons proving inadequate against a machine that had been designed to win wars rather than battles. The engagement lasted hours rather than minutes as the Brotherhood force fought through outer defenses toward the memorial itself, with Liberty Prime absorbing most of the Enclave's firepower, while Brotherhood infantry eliminated surviving defenders and secured positions that had been cleared by the robot's devastating attacks. The casualties on both sides were substantial, despite the Brotherhood's advantages, as Enclave soldiers fought with determination born of recognition that defeat would likely mean death rather than capture, and as Brotherhood forces discovered that even overwhelming force did not guarantee easy victory against well-trained opponents who occupied defensible positions. The memorial's capture required reducing each defensive layer systematically, clearing buildings, and killing or capturing Enclave personnel who chose last stands over surrender. The entry into the Jefferson Memorial's rotunda marked the operation's climax and the moment when the tactical victory needed to be converted into operational success by securing the purifier and either activating it or preventing its activation, depending on whether the modified FEV virus would be employed. Colonel Autumn's presence in the rotunda with remaining Enclave soldiers demonstrated his determination to hold the facility despite the broader defeat that Liberty Prime's intervention had guaranteed, and his confrontation with the Lone Wanderer and Sentinel Sarah Lyons represented a final opportunity for resolving the conflict through means other than additional bloodshed that would serve no purpose except satisfying desire for revenge or establishing dominance. The speech check that might convince Autumn to stand down required appealing to his pragmatism and to his recognition that further resistance was futile now that the Brotherhood controlled the facility's perimeter and that reinforcements would not arrive in time to change the outcome. The argument that surrender would allow the Enclave to rebuild and perhaps return under different leadership was probably not entirely convincing, given that the Brotherhood would certainly not release Autumn or his soldiers to rejoin Enclave forces elsewhere, but the Colonel's exhaustion and the visible effects of radiation exposure made continued fighting less attractive than accepting defeat with whatever dignity remained available. The alternative of killing Autumn and his remaining soldiers through straightforward combat was simpler but less satisfying, as it would eliminate any possibility of extracting information about Enclave capabilities and would ensure that no Enclave personnel survived to report on the Brotherhood's tactics and weaknesses. The approach to the Purifier's control systems with Sarah Lyons created the final confrontation with machinery that represented James's lifework and Catherine's vision, the device that would either provide clean water to millions of survivors, or would become an instrument of genocide that would kill everyone whose genes carried evidence of radiation exposure. Dr. Lee's voice over the radio communication system provided technical guidance about the activation sequence, explaining that someone would need to enter the Purifier's contaminated control room to input the access code that would start operations, and that the radiation levels in that room were lethal enough that whoever entered would likely die from exposure even if the activation was successful. The realization that completing Project Purity would require a sacrificial death from someone on the team created immediate tension about who would accept this burden, with Sarah Lyons offering to enter because she was a soldier who had accepted the possibility of death in service of her mission, and with the lone wanderer recognizing that his own claim to this sacrifice was at least as strong, given that completing his father's work was the purpose that had driven everything since escaping Vault 101. The alternative of allowing Fawkes to enter, if the super mutant was present as a companion whose loyalty and capabilities had been proven through earlier adventures, represented a solution that would spare human lives through exploitation of FEV-granted radiation immunity that made what was lethal to humans merely uncomfortable to super mutants. The activation code that unlocked the Purifier's systems was 216, the numbers corresponding to Revelation chapter 21 verse 6, Catherine's favorite Bible passage about waters of life freely given. The symbolic appropriateness of James and Catherine's shared faith, providing the key to their shared life's work, was not lost on anyone who knew the backstory. Though the irony that religious imagery should unlock technology designed through scientific principles suggested either that the designers had possessed a sense of poetry, or that human meaning-making required integrating different forms of understanding regardless of whether they were strictly logically compatible. The successful activation of the Purifier, regardless of who entered the control room and inputted the code, resulted in systems coming online that had been dormant for decades, with pumps beginning to move water through treatment stages that removed radioactive contamination and other toxins through processes that combined mechanical filtration with chemical treatment and biological remediation. The decision about whether to insert the modified FEV virus into the system at this final moment determined whether the Purifier would serve its intended purpose of providing clean water, or would become the delivery mechanism for genocide that President Eden had envisioned, with the choice representing the culmination of moral decisions that had been building throughout the entire quest. The lone wanderer's survival or death, depending on who had entered the control room, created different emotional tones for the victory, with sacrifice lending tragic nobility to success, while survival allowed for celebrating achievement without mourning loss. The 2-week coma that followed for the person who had been exposed to lethal radiation was explained by Dr. Lee as resulting from the body's attempts to repair cellular damage while consciousness was suspended, a process that was partially successful, but that left permanent effects, including increased cancer risk and reduced life expectancy that would make even survival a limited victory rather than complete triumph. 20 years after the purification of the waters, Moira Brown of Megaton reflects on the lone wanderer who changed everything. She had chronicled their adventures in her Wasteland survival guide. But now she writes something different. The tale of a hero whose choices shaped the Capital Wasteland's future. The purifier still runs, providing clean water to settlements across the region. The Brotherhood of Steel, strengthened by victory over the Enclave, continues protecting the people. Super mutant attacks have decreased dramatically. New settlements spring up where none could survive before. But what became of the lone wanderer remains a mystery. Some say they walked into the wasteland seeking new adventures. Others claim they settled down, finally finding peace. The truth may never be known. What matters is the legacy they left behind. A wasteland given hope, water given purity, and people given a chance to rebuild. And so ends our journey through the timeline of Fallout 3, from the divergence of worlds to the purification of waters. Rest now, knowing that even in the darkest wastes, one person's choices can bring light. Sleep well, wanderer. Tomorrow awaits, clean and clear.